has two panelists in it. And I'll just ask them to join me. I'm looking for Melba. Say hello to us, Rebecca. And is Evan on the line? Rebecca, can you speak to us, please?
Yes, good morning. Hello. So nice to be with you. You're hearing me, I hope.
Yes, I can hear you, Rebecca.
Okay,
good.
Thank you.
Evan, please say hello. Evan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. So Melba is having a bit of a challenge in logging in, but what we're going to do is continue with the conversation. So what we'll do, we'll start with Rebecca. Just introduce yourself to us, what you do, and then I'll go to just guiding questions around what we'll be discussing. And Evan, just follow suit, and then we can continue this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm Rebecca Burton, and I'm representing today the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance, or IRMA, as it's been come to known. And I just wanted to, and I'm the Director of Corporate Engagement at IRMA. And so at IRMA, we're a certification system for large-scale mining. And so we have a standard, the Standard for Responsible Mining, against which mines can be measured to understand what are their practices vis-a-vis the environment, society, governance, and closure. And IRMA was founded in 2006. We released our standard in 2018 and began certification in 2019. And in terms of what happened between 2006 and 2018, it was a coming together of different stakeholder groups to define what responsible mining means. Those stakeholder groups around the table were mining companies, purchasing companies, those companies that use mined materials in their end products, NGOs, communities, and labor unions. And all of these 5 stakeholder groups came around the table to define the standard for responsible mining against which mines can now be assessed. And they can release an audit report to show how they are aligning with what this group defined as the best practices for large-scale mining at present. And just in terms of IRMA, sort of what sets us apart, why is the certification system important? It really is multi-stakeholder governed. It's not an industry-led organization, but it is led by these 5 stakeholder groups that I have spoken to, with actually the investment sector being added this year, so 6 stakeholder groups. And the audits are very transparent and inclusive, meaning that they are announced before they actually take place, which allows communities, NGOs, and other impacted stakeholders to actually reach out to the auditors and for comments or to be interviewed. And so that ultimately the audit report that results from this process, from the audit, is really inclusive of those perspectives, and it gives a holistic perspective of practices on the ground. So it's not just mine management that is interviewed, but it's everyone around the mine that is impacted as well. And then what comes out, I know this session is all about transparency. And so what comes out is ultimately one of the most transparent and extensive audit reports on a mine's operations that the industry has yet seen. And these audit reports are about 100 pages long. They go requirement by requirement, detailing how a mine performed in each of those areas that I mentioned: environment, society, environment and social responsibility, governance, and closure, so that communities, stakeholders, purchasers, anyone who's interested in how a mine is performing can understand it at a really deep level. And those reports are publicly and freely available. So that is IRMA. I'm glad to be here to discuss, and I hope that's okay that I gave a bit of an extensive introduction on the certification system. I think it's important in light of the rest of what I'll be saying today.
So thank you very much for that introduction, very comprehensive. And I think I'll pick a few things you have mentioned for our discussion in a few minutes. But Evan, please carry on, tell us who you are, where you're calling in from, and what time it is.
Okay. First of all, thank you, Rebecca. I never heard of IRMA, and I'm glad to know about it. And it sounds like you're doing a great thing there. My name is Evan Kaplan. I'm a colored stone dealer, and I'm in Los Angeles right now, and it's 12:18 in the and it's going to be a long night, but it's worth it. I'm always happy to help my friends in our week.
And thank you, Evan, that you consider us a friend. What Evan has also not mentioned that he sits in the International Colored Gemstone Association as a director. And so getting to hear his insights about the issue of responsible sourcing and traceability and transparency and building mutual trust comes really at the heart of why we're having this discussion. And Melba, I have just introduced your panel. So
thank you, Hannah.
Do you want to introduce yourself and take it from here?
Absolutely. Thank you for holding forward. Good morning, everybody, and good afternoon or good evening to everyone around the world. Hi, Rebecca and Evelyn. Glad you could be part of this panel. So, setting the scene. Well, before setting the scene, I'm Melba Wasina. I'm the chairperson of the Association of Women in Extractors in Kenya. And it is in that light that I'm holding forth today. And this panel discussion is going to be short and sweet. We want to literally, set the scene for discussions for the rest of the day. East Africa is blessed with many precious stones, bespoke, if I may say. We've got the Kenyan Savarite, we've got the Tanzanian Tanzanite, we've got opals in Ethiopia, we've got a variety of sapphires, rubies, emeralds, really some of the most coveted gemstones in the world. And recently, we have had more and more organizations working together to raise awareness and promote responsible sourcing, especially when it comes to artisanal and small-scale mining. But I think we can all agree that there's still a long way to go. What's the key issue here? From our vantage point, we see the key issue as being the fact that this is an ancient industry. The gemstone trading and jewelry sector dates back to way back, right? And it is quite opaque. It's a very small sector. It's quite opaque, and it's based principally on a system of valuing gemstones that to us seems to be quite subjective and inconsistent across countries. And also traditional gemstone sourcing sometimes comes from illegal sites or unregulated sites where safety and environmental damages can be serious, can raise very serious issues. As AWIC, in partnership with the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining, we are trying to change the narrative for the African colored stones. We're doing this by encouraging transparency, trust, and responsible mining practices. So we're here today to have a robust dialogue, quite open, quite honest, on what will it take to bring about transparency, traceability, taxes paid to government, fair share, real value of gemstones. What will it take to build trust from the source, most of whom are ASM, in ASM, to their customers, including the big name jewelry brands. We want to see communities benefit from models of responsible sourcing that we are being exposed to, and that the government gets its fair share of resources. I'm glad that the panelists have already introduced themselves. We've got Rebecca Barton, Director of Communications and Corporate Engagement from IRMA, and we've got Ivan Kaplan, who is a board member of the International Colored Gemstone Association. So karibuni sana. And I'd like to get into the questions. I also want to encourage our audience to please type in your questions, which will be posed to the panelists. We've got about half an hour, like I said, and right now we've got about 25 minutes remaining. So Rebecca, allow me to start with you. Why is responsible sourcing and traceability becoming even more important for the gemstone industry and even the gold industry? Why now?
I think it's the age of information and the age of ever more responsible consumerism. I think that customers are learning that they can vote with their dollar for the type of world that they want. I think that governments are really understanding the responsibility that they have to ensure that the businesses in their countries and in their jurisdictions operate in a way that ultimately models the world that we want. And so I would say there's been a drive from really from customers and governments for more responsible practices and definitely for more due diligence. We're hearing that across the board, that due diligence is now coming into legislation. And I think much to the credit of civil society for asking for that and for really ensuring that it actually moves beyond just voluntary and into legislation. And I think that there is also, just in response to those two drivers, and also just a desire to be purpose-driven companies, that companies are also responding in turn, that companies really want to understand their sourcing, that they want to understand not just where the risks are in their sourcing, but where the positive impacts are. I think there are a lot of companies that want to tell the stories of the good that they do in the world through the market choices that they make. And so this idea of traceability and due diligence and responsibility is coming from multiple drivers. And it ultimately is this desire to look all the way down through the value chain to understand where the principal material is, where the principal material is coming from, what is the story there, what is the impact that is being had, again, that it could be both positive and negative, and to be, again, the risks, but also the good that comes from this type of work. And I think the good is really what you all are focusing on right now, right, in terms of the positive change that can be driven. And so I think it's important to talk about both. So I think there are just a multitude of factors, and I think all being driven by just more information that we have at our fingertips, being driven in part by the media as well. And that I think more and more, like I said, customers want to vote with their dollars, but they also want to understand the story behind what they buy. There's more of a connection between wanting to make a change in terms of through conscious consumerism, I would say.
Okay, well, that's interesting. So there's almost like a changing consciousness amongst consumers. And so a lot of this is being driven by also outside players, such as the civil society, the media. You've talked about due diligence measures that are coming up, which has set me up very nicely for Ivan, being an industry member and representing ICA. Even what are we seeing from industry? Is industry becoming more and more receptive to responsible mining? Is ICA heading up, or not responsible sourcing? Is ICA heading up any measures or any initiatives that are driving responsible sourcing? And what what should industry be looking at when we are looking at responsible sourcing? Why are the issues of traceability very important?
Okay, I think the whole industry is looking at responsible sourcing. We're looking at mining. We're looking at every facet of the chain. Mining has problems, or has had problems for many, many years. A lot of it has to do with environmental problems, issues. Maybe 20 years ago, Brazil shut down a lot of their mining because people were basically raping the land, ruining the land. And when they were finished, they would just desert it and leave this big hole in the ground, and nothing was able to grow there. Created huge problems for the communities. I think in Africa, you're going to possibly have similar problems, even though a lot of the mining in Africa that I see is out in the middle of nowhere. I think about the animals, and people leave these huge holes. The animals are walking around, they fall in the holes. So I think what has to happen is the mining industry has to come together and agree on some kind of a program to put the land back together when we're finished. Make it livable again. Make it farmable again. And as far as responsible sourcing, you can only go so far, because basically let's say I buy my stones from somebody in Sri Lanka who buys his stones from somebody in Kenya, who buys his stones from the miner in Kenya. Well, I'm not going to tell my customers who my supplier is. My supplier is not going to tell me who his supplier is. So that's very difficult as far as traceability. Okay. And so the way I operate is I deal with good, honest, ethical people. And if I don't feel comfortable with them, if I don't feel that they're honest or ethical or that they care, I don't deal with them. There's a lot of people to deal with in the world, so you can pick and choose. There are a few companies that go to Africa, and they even bring some of the local jewelers with them to buy stones from the artisanal miners, and that's easily traceable. But when it comes to big operations, where you're selling thousands and thousands of carats of stones, how can you trace Melly? How can you trace every 2 millimeter ruby that comes out of the ground? It's impossible. But it's more and more important to the industry, especially the big players. Like if you want to be a vendor for Tiffany's, you have to stand on your head and go through all kinds of things to become a vendor. They want to know that you're honest, that you're responsible, that you're sourcing responsibly, that you're treating everybody properly, paying everybody properly, and that you're a good citizen, basically. So that's my take for now.
Okay, and that's interesting. You brought in some of these big brand names who are in the jewelry business, and it's every artisanal miner's dream, dare I say, that they can supply directly to these big brands. And you have said that there's lots of checks and balances, and they've already started the journey towards responsible sourcing. It's just that now everybody's having conversations around it. From your vantage point, Rebecca, now that we are all getting aware, more and more aware about responsible sourcing of gemstones and gold, in mining in general, you've got mining companies on one hand and civil society on on the other hand. Miners feel we are here, we are trying to help the economy, we are trying to help families, and civil society feel we're here to expose any wrongdoing. So usually there's a lot of tension, and if I say civil society, also mean including the media. Is there a way for partnerships to develop between these stakeholders that play critical roles, very different roles, but critical roles? Is there room for collaboration so that we can ensure that there's more traceability? What are your thoughts on this?
Yes, my thoughts are a resounding yes. And really that's what IRMA was based on. That's the whole purpose of the initiative, was to bring those voices together. So like I just speaking about who is at the IRMA table, it's the private sector in terms of investors, purchasing companies and mining companies, and more of the public sector in terms of NGOs, civil society, labor unions, and impacted communities. So in terms of how that collaboration looks and works, at least for IRMA, the idea was we wanted everyone to be seated at the table, because ultimately you must have mining at the table, certainly, to be able to say, all right, in terms of setting the bar, in terms of saying what responsible practice looks like, mining needs to be there to also say if it's feasible at the mine, right? Because they really are in terms of practice and in terms of understanding what it takes to actually extract the minerals and the metals, they have that expertise. And then you need the other around the table, civil society, certainly, to be there to say, the status quo isn't working. Evan pointed out some of the issues in terms of the impacts on the environment, biodiversity. We certainly know impacts on society. And so civil society was also there and is also there at the table of IRMA to say, we know that status quo isn't working, so we need to move beyond it and we need to set a higher bar. And so those voices coming together and working together to say, what is that higher bar? How should mining companies actually undertake their practices? How should they actually, what does responsible practice really look like? It needed both of those, really all of those perspectives at the table to create that definition. And so now I would say, so that's sort of the foundation, right? You need to have that collaboration to set the foundation together. And so now in terms of the practical work that IRMA does, in terms of the audit reports, you again need both sides when you're doing an actual audit on a mine. So Evan again spoke about wanting to do business, for example, with those that he trusts or that have a strong reputation. And there's a sort of, when you do an audit through a third party, an independent auditor, you really have that trust and you really have that verifiability, I would say, in terms of there's an auditor, an outside auditor that actually goes onto the ground, that takes this definition, right, that has been mutually created between the mining sector and civil society and others, and measures a mine against those requirements. And so what you have then is this audit report. And just coming back to your question of traceability and transparency, I think really the key, actually, the transparency is the key. So you have transparency into the operations of how a mine is performing. Civil society then can review that report in whole and begin to basically say, okay, in terms of the mining company's operations, you're doing this, this, and this well. Thank you for that. You're doing this, this, and this in a way that causes negative impacts or that causes harm. How can we work together to actually improve? What are the changes that are most needed based on the community's priorities, based on the ecosystems that need to be safeguarded? And so the idea is that once you have that transparency into the operations, you can start to have a really authentic dialogue. And that's what we have seen actually with our first reports that we've started to release through IRMA. Again, you have these extensive, detailed reports that come out. Civil society that can then take those and say, okay, these are the sort of first priority areas that we would ask and that we would recommend that you work on. And then it allows for a dialogue to happen because you ultimately understand what's going on. It's not sort of all behind the curtain anymore. And so I think at various levels throughout what the work that we do, at least, there is this opportunity for engagement and collaboration. And really, we see it as the only way forward, an authentic collaboration between all of these stakeholders.
Excellent. And your responses right now have evoked a series of questions from the participants. I will get back to you on. But one important thing you have mentioned that almost underlines all this that we're trying to do with the collaborations and everybody doing their part is the issue of trust. And also, Evan has mentioned it. Evan, I believe I'm correct, and I say you've been working in the sector since the 80s. And more recently, you have particularly been involved in the African context. And you also said that you only work with people whom you can trust. Now, you've had the advantage of time that many of us haven't, where you can be able to trace across the decades this element of trust, which is so fragile in the gemstone sector, as anybody will tell you. Everybody is so careful about who they deal with. How do we extrapolate that to encompass a wider variety of actors? How do we build this trust? What will it take to get the trust cemented between the consumers, the industry, the miners, the government, that they're getting their fair share? What will it take in your opinion? And then after this, I will come back with questions from the audience.
Okay. It's a big question. Let's start with the public. I would say ever since the Blood Diamond movie came out, people want to know where everything comes from. Is it sourced responsibly? Is there child labor involved? Are people paid, decently? Are they treated with respect? And it's very, very important to a lot of people. And I've had quite a few people in the industry and even out of the industry call me and say, how do I know, where these things are coming from? How do I know they're ethically sourced? And basically you just have to trust somebody. Okay. Who you choose to trust, that's on you. So hopefully you're a good judge of character. Hopefully you also deal with good people. Like in America, we have the American Gem Trade Association, which I'm also on the board of. We value ethics and integrity very, very much. In fact, you have to sign a code of ethics every year to maintain your membership. So basically, we don't buy from people that are not reliable, good sources. Basically, what people want you to buy, or what people God, falling asleep. What people they want you to buy certain people. Okay, so we buy from certain people that we know through the grapevine that are trustworthy and honest. A lot of times a new supplier will come by and I'll look and I'll sit and I'll talk with them. I'll look at their merchandise. I'll ask them a lot of questions. And if I feel really comfortable with them, I might buy. Sometimes I don't. And I make phone calls afterwards. This guy came by. Do you know him? Have you heard of him? Is he, ethically responsible? Does he have integrity? Is he honest? Is he this, that, the other thing? So I try to do my homework at every step along the way. With the trade,
Right.
same thing. Just do your homework, talk to people. As far as government goes, I think a lot of times the government and the industry don't really understand each other, or we have different wants and needs. Okay, we take things out of the ground and we sell them. I believe the government is entitled to a piece of that, because without the government, we couldn't we couldn't do any of this. We wouldn't have the ability. We wouldn't have, well, first of all, a permit or a license. Okay, the government does a lot of things for us, and a lot of what they do costs money. So through taxation, the government is able to operate like a business. So I think we need to help the government, and the government needs to help us. I would like to see some more regulations from the governments of the world to have people put their mining operations back together when they're finished with them, like I said earlier. I think that's extremely important. A lot of mines are rarely, if ever, inspected. And I'm talking small scale, okay? There's a lot of people out there, they're just out there with shovels, they're digging, they have no idea as far as safety goes. You know, I've met people that use dynamite and have no idea what they're doing. There's people digging tunnels without shoring them up to make sure that they don't come down on top of everybody and trap everybody, you know, God forbid, you know, kill somebody or hurt somebody. I think mine safety is also very, very important. I would like to see some schooling so you get a license in mine safety before you can get a mining permit. That's pretty much all that's coming to mind right now. I might raise my hand later.
No, that's excellent, because you've given us from where you sit, how every stakeholder can play a role in building the trust. I have a feeling that this trust issue will keep on coming up over and over throughout the course of the day. One thing that you have said, it's personal responsibility. You as a buyer, rough stones, you have to double check, counter check, all different people. If somebody's not verified, you don't really seem like you want to deal with them. And I guess from where a lot of our participants are sitting, it is that honesty of how the sector self-regulates. I mean, that's in itself is a self-regulation. It's not necessarily formalized. And for where we sit as AWIC or even as government, where they sit, I think we would like to extrapolate that process to be a more formalized process. And I guess that is why we've got folks such as Irma that are coming up with all these policies or measures and trying to get everybody together to get the system working and to reduce it being so opaque and being very close. So fantastic contributions from you both. I'll now move on to a few questions and maybe some comments. I'll direct them as needed. So question for Rebecca, does Irma work in Africa and which countries? And has it supported any initiatives towards developing standards? We've got a comment here that agrees with what Ivan has talked about, that it's impractical to think that we can trace large batches of small-sized stones. However, a due diligence of the suppliers to build trust should work to establish a trade. We've got some comments, a question for you, Rebecca. What is the cost implication of having a third-party auditor or certification such as Irma? Who bears the cost? Is it the buyers or the miners? Question, what's the minimum criteria for a mine to be audited by Irma? We've got a comment here that says that a trading platform for gemstones trading in Africa as a consumer, this would be quite ideal. We love that comment as AWIC. We've been working or trying to work towards this. So please feel free to partner with us on this and we share suggestions. Then there's a question, how do we deal with synthetic gemstones that are threatening the survival and sustainability of natural gemstones? I will direct that question to you, Ivan. The issue of synthetic gemstones, how do we deal with that? And it's seen as a threatening natural gemstones. Somebody has commended you even for giving a very difficult and honest answer regarding the question of trust, and points out that most of the extraction in Africa, outside of South Africa, is from Congo and DRC. These are their sentiments. And Central Africa, yet these are some of the poorest countries in the world. Most of the transactions there are illegal, and even how can we Americans in the mining sector stop weapons exchange for high value minerals, okay, which only benefits warlords. So you're being asked to look at a bit deeper into the industry's response to facilitating conflict in some of these more troublesome regions. And just a general comment about trade associations and networking being an initial step to formalize the process of reputation checking that Ivan is describing. So we've got a wonderful suggestion there. And another panelist suggests that yes, mining corporations, similar to farming corporations, could be also a way to look at it. So let me get back to you. You gave the responses to the questions I've directed at you. And then we'll take it from there. Rebecca?
Absolutely. And I may ask for you to remind me of it. I actually just have us all in the screen here. So the first question, is IRMA applicable in Africa? Most definitely.
Right.
It's actually applicable globally. It's applicable to any mined material. The only materials, extractive materials that we don't audit are the energy fuels, so oil, gas, and thermal coal. But otherwise, we're applicable to everything from diamonds to sand to copper to rare earths. Certainly,
You also want to know whether you are working in any countries in Africa.
So in terms of IRMA, it can be applied in any country. And so in terms of our work, it's not necessarily that we go in and do work per se, but we have created a certification system that can be applied in any country, right?
Okay.
So it's a certification system. So the other part of the question was, have you created a standard? Yes, we have created the standard for responsible mining. And that's what I was speaking to before in terms of the 10-year process where we brought those 5 different stakeholders to the table to define what responsible mining looks like. That ultimately resulted in the standard, which is the standard for responsible mining. And it's 200 pages, just to give you kind of a sense to talk about it in the concrete. It's 200 pages, it has 400 requirements, and those are around 26 different chapters. And the 26 different chapters cover everything that we've been talking about today. So governance, environmental responsibility, social responsibility, and then closure, which Evan has mentioned a couple of times. That's one of the most important aspects when it comes to mining, right? How do you actually finish operations in a way that the land can then be put back into a different use than mining? So there are 26 chapters with different requirements. So for example, labor is one of the chapters. And so you look at living wage and hours worked and child labor and all types of, harassment in the workplace, all types of things. You're basically looking at all of these different requirements. It is a standard against which a mine can be measured. So we've basically put out the standard that says, if you're going to mine responsibly, this is what it looks like. And then an auditor comes in and actually looks at the mine's practices against the standard and sees, are they meeting that? Or is there a gap? Are they only partially meeting it? How is the mine performing vis-a-vis the standard that has been set? And again, yes, applicable across the world.
Okay, thanks. The next question is, what's the cost implication of having a third-party auditor or certification such as ARMA? Who bears the cost, buyers or miners?
It's the mining company, and the cost can vary depending on the size of the operation and the type of material that's being mined, because that can change sort of what chapters are applicable, for example.
Is there any minimum criteria for mine to be audited by ARMA?
There's not a minimum criteria for a mine to enter. So it's a scoring system from 1 to 100. And so any mine can come into the system. We actually developed it very much on purpose that way. We didn't want a pass-fail system. We wanted a numerical system to be able to show continuous improvement. So a mine performing at any level can come in, can actually look at ARMA as a guidebook for how to perform responsibly and use it as a guide to look at their current practices, but then also to think where they want to go and where they want to improve.
Okay, thank you so much. I think those are all the questions to you. Ivan, you had 2 questions. One is the issue of synthetic gemstones. Any comments you have on that? as well as any comments on how the Western world, I presume, or buyers, international buyers of gemstones can step up and start playing a role in these conflict minerals.
Okay, as far as synthetic stones, it doesn't affect me at all. It affects a certain segment of the market. Okay, I think the people that are buying these synthetics today are people that would love to have a real diamond but can't afford it, or they would love to have a better quality diamond than they can afford, and they choose to go with the synthetic because it basically is a real diamond, but they can get a much better quality stone for a fraction of the price. I think down the road, though, the synthetic industry might have a problem in 10, 20, 30 years when people go to resell their stones. If you go to resell a real diamond, you're going to get some money. Let's pick a number out of the air and just say 2,000. When you go to sell your synthetic stone, they're going to say, oh, it's synthetic. I'll give you 200 for it. So that might be a problem. But otherwise, I think it does serve a purpose, and it helps a lot of people put something on their finger that they would not be able to do, and it looks just like the real thing. A lot of times, even better. So go for it.
Okay.
I don't think it'll ever hurt the genuine gemstone industry.
Okay.
And the next question.
The next question is, how can we Americans in the mining sector stop weapons exchange for high-value minerals, which only benefit warlords and Western facilitators? Feel free to answer in general terms.
I don't know of anything that benefits warlords. Again, we're talking about the Blood Diamond movie.
Right.
I guess it did happen then. And after that, there was a big uproar within the industry and outside of the industry. And I think the industry cleaned all that up, or most of that up. Maybe there's some problems in Afghanistan with the Taliban. They have access to certain minerals that they're mining that nobody else does. So, when they sell them, the money goes to the Taliban. So basically, if you don't want to support terrorism or you don't want to support the Taliban, don't buy those stones. And it's easy to find out today where stones are coming from.
Okay. May I thank our panelists, our expert panelists today, Rebecca and Evan. Thank you so much for your time. Ours was a very short session this morning to set the scene. Certain key themes will keep on coming up. We've talked about ethics, we've talked about due diligence, we've talked about building of trust. We've talked about the role of government. We've talked about responsible mining practices and rehabilitation, and not just leaving open holes. We've talked about a variety of issues that will then be discussed in further detail throughout the course of the day. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences with us and opening up our eyes to, on one hand, the reality of the industry, and though all is not lost, there are certain measures and there are tools that are being developed that can assist countries, companies, general stakeholders with respect to continuing to build the narrative on responsible sourcing. So thank you very much, panelists, and also thank you to our audience for putting out your comments and your questions. We are now coming back. We are now coming to the second part of this session, which is going to be comments or remarks by the Principal Secretary, Mr. Andrew Kamau. Allow me to do a quick introduction as he prepares himself to join us. Andrew Kamau is the Principal Secretary of Petroleum and Mining in the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining here in Kenya. Since his appointment as a principal secretary in 2015, the principal secretary has been instrumental in the development and implementation of landmark oil and gas projects here in the country. He has vast experience in mining, oil and gas sector spanning over 25 years. He previously held senior positions in Saileys, the oldest Johannesburg Stock Exchange largest mining company, and a few other mineral exploration drilling companies in South Africa, Mozambique, and Zambia. In addition, he's a director of several mining and oil companies on the continent. We are very pleased to have Mr. Kamau with us, and I will cede over to him for his keynote remarks. Asante sana.
Melba, thank you very much. I really enjoyed the last panel discussion. So maybe I just go to my comments. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to make remarks at the GEM Africa 2021 virtual conference on responsible sourcing of gemstones and gold from mine to market. Over half of the world's precious metals and gemstones are mined in Africa. Their value chains is particularly complex. Mining of these stones are predominantly through artisanal and small-scale mining, whose activities are largely illegal and unregulated, making it vulnerable to illegal dealings, corruption, and conflict. Approximately 8 million Africans are engaged in artisanal mining, characterized by the use of rudimentary tools and labor-intensive techniques. In Kenya, artisanal miners account for 80% of the annual gemstone and gold production, with women and youth playing a major role, according to our UNDP report. Kenya boasts of the availability of over 10 different precious and semi-precious colored gemstones, namely ruby, savorite, yellow tourmaline, green tourmaline, red garnet, color-changing garnets, aquamarine, amethyst, blue sapphire, and iolite. Artisanal miners play a very special and important role in the 140,000 artisanal miners in Kenya, 70 in non-metallic, 40,000 in gold, and 30,000 in gemstones. In some areas, such as Migori and Taita Taveta, it contributes about 73 and 57% of the total incomes, respectively. Africa has the highest proportion of women artisanal and small-scale miners, with women averaging 40 to 50% of the artisanal mining workforce, compared to the world's average of 30%. Women artisanal miners in Kenya undertake a variety of mining activities, including digging, rock crushing, grinding, panning, washing, and sieving, with very few women represented in the management or technical aspects of mining operations. This notwithstanding, very little is known about the role that women play in this sector and its implications for conflict, peace building, and development, especially in mineral-rich countries. The forum comes at a critical time where there is increased activities in gemstones, in particular the mining of rubies in Baringo and Pokot, sapphires in Turkana, tourmaline in Samburu, whose communities are largely pastoralists and have historically been prone to conflict, and where frequent tensions have increased. If managed appropriately, the gemstones have the potential to benefit citizens and contribute to their national development, including the supporting employment and income growth, generating government revenues, and stimulating parallel economic activities. Ladies and gentlemen, with these remarks, I wish you a fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for your invitation. Thank you very much. Melba, over to you. You're muted, Melba.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your remarks and comments. I am not seeing any questions. Will you be with us for a few more? In case any questions come your way, we will be happy to put them to you.
Yeah, sure, I'll be with you all.
Okay, thank you so much. Allow me to take it back to Hannah for the next session. Thank you very much on behalf of AWIC for being part of us in this first early morning session. I will now release my panelists, and God bless everyone. Asante sana. Hannah, over to you.
Thank you very much, our Principal Secretary, Mr. Andrew Kamau, Melba, and a wonderful panel session this morning to set the tone. Key issues coming out that we now have a consumer that's very conscious about what they're buying, that the mining industry has had many negative externalities to communities, to the environment, and the issue around traceability and responsible sourcing then becomes very pertinent to our conversation. But I just want to play a small video about another way we can look at an enabler around responsible sourcing. And this is about knowledge sharing. And our partners, GIA, have done this pre-recording. So if you just bear with me for about 10 minutes, just listen in on this conversation. Thank you.
Jumbo, my warmest greetings to you, wherever you are around the world, and a sincere thank you to the organizers of this event and to you, the participants. I'm very happy to be in Kenya today, even if it's only virtually. So let's get started. So we're gonna let this roll for a second or two so people see it. Today, we are absolutely delighted to join you from GIA, the Gemological Institute of America, at its headquarters in Carlsbad, California. My name is Robert Weldon, GIA Library and Museum. The library is at the center of knowledge about science, commerce, trading routes, jewelry, manufacturing, geology, mining, and the history of gems. And in the picture that you see there to your left, you can see me in the middle. And I'm flanked by Susan Jacques, who is our president at GIA, and by Donna Durlam, who was my former boss, and now I'm sitting in the director position that she once had. So we're all three of us looking at this incredible purchase we had of very large, fabulous books. For 90 years, GIA has followed a singular mission: protecting consumers and ensuring their trust in gemstones and jewelry. So here you see consumers buying some gemstones at a retailer's establishment on the right, and there on the left are East African gemstones that you are so familiar with. By ensuring public trust, we help everyone in the gemstone and jewelry supply chain, from retail counters all around the world to artisanal gem mining communities of East Africa, to help everybody along that supply chain conduct their business sustainably, with confidence and with transparency. The foundation of all that we do is research, making new discoveries about the fundamental gemological characteristics of diamonds, colored gemstones, and pearls. That research supports standards that we maintain and create as we go along. And of course, you may know about the 4 C's of diamond quality, and also evaluating the origin and properties of colored gemstones, the factors that determine pearls' value, and of course, also the education that we offer to help advance the very next generation of gem and jewelry professionals. With more than 3,000 staff in 11 countries, we have research centers, gemological laboratories, and schools that are all dedicated to advancing that mission. And you can see one of the classrooms here. Part of how we advance our mission is sharing all that we learn and discover, like we are doing today, with important groups like you. Now, I'd like to talk about one particular program, our Gem Guide for Artisanal Miners. And this is a very personal program for me. And here it is. This is actually a poster we created, basically summarizing the history of our program in East Africa. But as you can see, what we're trying to do here is provide educational opportunities for miners at the very beginning of the supply chain to help them understand quality and value. That is the goal of this program, so that when they trade gem materials with brokers or other people who come into town, they can do so with much more confidence and knowledge. And so, even though this was started in 2015, we have actually been thinking about it for a very long time. I was a journalist in the trade for almost 20 years, and almost 30 years ago, I had one trip to Africa where I met a miner, and he's the gentleman that you see right here. And I photographed him for a report that I was doing, and then I left town. And I've always wondered whatever happened to this man, how he survived the next few years, what happened to him, what kind of gemstones he was trading. And it was always a pity for me not to really understand, what had happened to him. And so this was the seed of the inspiration for us to start this program, where we can bring education to those miners in East Africa. And so this was the beginning of it. We started a pilot program in Tanzania. That went very, very well. On the basis of that success, we have decided we are going to expand that program. So that program, was definitely very ambitious, but it is completely supported and funded through GIA's endowment. And we're committed to the next years ahead and reaching 5 East African nations. Now, I am personally very grateful to our executives, particularly Susan Jacques, for the importance that they and she have attached to this mission. So I'm sure you're asking yourself, is this program actually working? Well, we believe so. Our partner in this, PACT, have analyzed the data from several trips and programs that we had in Tanzania as part of our pilot program, and a very positive result has emerged. We have also sought information from the miners themselves. So we would like you to hear from one of them. Her name is Khadija Rashidi. Now, before we start this video right here, you will hear Khadija also mention another program called Moyo Gems. Now, this is not a GIA project, but we are very, very excited about it. Moyo Gems was actually initiated by Cristina Villegas from PACT, and it truly illustrates how education can extend opportunities and how it can be put to use in commerce, bringing together qualified buyers and sellers. So let's take a look at the video.
Our community has changed. By using the GIA Mineral Guidebook and applying what GIA has taught us, our community has changed for the better since GIA's visit in 2016. Before the GIA Mineral Guidebook and GIA training, we sold our gemstones for next to nothing. But now we understand how to classify and sort our gemstones and bargain for better prices. There has been a change, because before, when a gemstone was worth 20,000 T shillings, we would sell the same stone for 2,000 T shillings. And before, some of our community lived in shacks. Now they've moved into proper houses. And before, sometimes we'd go without food, but now we don't miss meals because we make more money selling our gemstones. So our quality of life has improved. There were originally 2 groups of women in our community, and then they formed one group first, and then another group formed from that one. And now these 2 groups of women are mining together, and that initial group farms chickens. They sometimes sell the chickens and buy diesel gasoline or equipment that will help them mine. Or they sell the chickens to buy food. It's not all the time that they sell gemstones. So the Chicken Co-op project helps them sustain themselves when they aren't selling gemstones. Moyo Gems is a blessing to us. Moyo has given us the exposure to sell our gemstones at a fair price, and the international market is right there. Before, we would get our gemstones and run to people out there who didn't give us a fair price. But now we're getting a fair price. A lot. And we are making new friends who are buying our gemstones. Not all of the brokers are happy, but the ones who get it, they are happy because they are joining our group and they're meeting the buyers. But those who don't get it are not happy with the way the current situation is. Because before, they would buy a gemstone from us for 20,000 T shillings, and then they would in turn sell it for 300,000 T shillings. So obviously they're not happy because we, the women mine owners, are more aware of pricing our gemstones, and we know how to sort them, and we know the value of our gemstones. I have 3 places where I'm mining, and I own the 3 concessions. The one I'm currently mining is green tourmaline. In that same area, I'm mining savarite, and if you remember the first place GIA visited, I have commercial garnet and sapphire there. I also have another place that I own which is exclusively savarite, but I don't have the equipment and the money to start mining there. But in the future, I would like to make money from the other 2 mines to help me start mining on my exclusive savarite mine.
That was Tanzania. Our commitment is to reach Kenya as well in the not too distant future, together with PACT, and to deliver our program to many of the mining communities there. We are particularly aware of the challenges that miners have faced during these terrible times of COVID. And as soon as we are able, we wish to be able to disseminate this information, as always, for free to the miners, to help them develop the skills and to understand quality and value, and to be able to negotiate better prices for what they sell. I would argue that for anyone in the business of moving gemstones along the supply chain, knowledge inevitably leads to transparency and confidence. It is better for everyone. And since we are speaking about knowledge, I'm very proud now to be able to share with you the highlight of our program today, 2 knowledge sessions from my colleague and field gemologist Wim Vertriest.
Okay. Thank you very much to GIA and to Robert for that video. The videos that he's alluding to are 2 very, very long videos looking at rubies and sapphires. And after speaking to GIA, they said rubies and sapphires were one of the keystones from Africa that they wanted to highlight. But because of time, what we're going to do, we will share these videos on the chat, and also we'll maintain them on our website post-conference, where you can access them. Very, very good, comprehensive, rich videos. And I think what I want to reiterate from that, and thank you, Michelle is sharing the link, if you can look at it on the chat, is that education, knowledge can not only extend opportunities, but really, really fundamental to the issues that we're addressing around traceability. Knowing your stone, where it's coming from, and really, even as Evan earlier talked about trust. Where is your stone coming from? Which woman, which community, which man mined the stone? So I want to say that we're very, very happy that GIA came on board, and we'll continue to work with them. We're looking forward to them coming to Kenya, having worked in Tanzania. And somebody has just pointed out that the founder of Moyo Gems, Stuart Poo, will be speaking later. He's on our panel. Christina Villegas is also a partner of AWIC. And so we're looking forward to listening to the lessons and really how we can make it bigger even into the continent as one of a success story. I want to just one more question that is being has been sent towards our own PS, and if he's on call, I'd want him to respond. And the question asks, do you think this is the Kenyan Mining Act and the accompanying regulations have reached prospective gemstone miners in Samburu and Baringo? Remember, in his remarks, he pointed out Samburu and Baringo as one of our major mining jurisdictions. We call them counties in Kenya. And whether these prospective gemstone miners are aware of the new law and what it offers them. PS, if you can just respond to that.
Thanks, Hannah. I don't think they've reached the people in Baringo and in Samburu. In fact, I don't think they've reached many people. That's the first thing. And that's why the government is setting up the artisanal mining committees, so that we can then send geologists from the ministry to these communities. That's the first thing. The second thing, it's very difficult for us to deal with each individual miner. And that's why we've encouraged through these committees for people to form cooperatives, which are quasi-corporate bodies. And then, like you've seen on the GIA video about these groups of women who've got together, you're able to do more if you're a group. You're able to have knowledge if you're a group. You're able to purchase equipment if you're a group. You're able to, you have more leverage if you're a group. So for individuals, it'll be difficult. And that's why I'm asking that we embrace the semi-corporate way, the way that we go full corporate, or we go through the cooperative system, which is well established in Kenya. And that's the only way we're going to be able to disseminate the knowledge and the financial capability to these groups for them to really be of benefit. So Hannah, that's my response. Hannah, are you still there?
Hi, I think there's a challenge in Taita Taveta, but thank you, PS. We have noted your comments and your responses and your honesty in saying that there's a lot more stakeholders that actually need these documents to get to them, and that you're already putting some things, that there's some things already in the pipeline. So thank you very much for that. I am going to move on to the next session. I believe we usually have a 5-minute break, as Hannah had mentioned to us at the very beginning. We'll have a 5-minute break between sessions. The next session will be the one on our young people, our youth. In Kenya, our youth is anybody below 35 years old. So we want to hear from this next generation of young leaders in sustainable mining. It is now 11:20. If I may request for a 5-minute break, that we return 11:25 so that we can start that session. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Melba. We've just had a power outage in Tanzania, I mean in Taita. And but this is what technology can do for you. So I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
But thank you very much, Melba, for stepping in. We're taking a 5-minute coffee break, as she has said. And I'd like Audrey and her colleague Donga to just prepare themselves for the next presentations. We'll be going into the session around forging a new generation of young leaders in sustainable mining. It's going to be a pretty interesting conversation. Thank you.
Mining, apparently, from the word go, never encouraged women. But now, under the new dispensation, the Mining Act of 2016, we are encouraging women to come in the mining.
To me, I don't look at it like the men's job. I look at it as a job like for any other person. And it's all good. It's not for men. It's for everybody. There's no gender. In the gem mining industry. We established the Association of Women in Extractives along with UN Women and the government of the Republic of Kenya. We worked very closely with each other.
And the purpose of establishing AWIC was to ensure that the mining policy was engendered. We have recently established the Madini Circle that will ensure that women get loans that are affordable and one that the association is able to manage and support these women.
We were responding to a call for SOS by women in mining in Taita Taveta. Their issues were mainly advocacy and just catapulting them to the next point in their lives after mining. One of our responses was to what? Asking government, how can you facilitate such women to be secure at their point of work environment?
Majina yangu naitwa Grace Waigwa na mimi ni mchimbaji na nachimba savrite sehemu ya Kamtonga na nimeanza kuchimba tangu 2011 mpaka sasa hii, and this is the area ambayo nachimba.
Jina langu naitwa Beatrice Wangoi. Maeneo yangu iko area ya Mkuki. Madini ambayo ninayotoa hapa ni green garnet na tourmaline kidogo kidogo. Uchimbaji wa madini nimeanzia kama muda wa miaka 9 tangu bwanangu amefariki, ndio nimeanza hiyo uchimbaji wa madini. Kwa majina ni Anarita Marura, hapa tuko ni sehemu ya Mkuki, Chavia, CBO. Tukaanza vizuri juu, tukaanza kutoa madini kiasi, tukawa tunaenda hivyo, so kukaenda kafika mahali kukawa kuna ugumu. Ikabidi sasa tuelewane na vijana, tuwe tunawalipa kwa percentage.
Mimi ni mchimbaji na natumia mikono. Sasa mama ndio tunamwambia sasa jaribu kufanya bidii zaidi kama atapata wafadhili, kazi iweze kupata kama mashine. Na kisa tunatumia mikono na kazi kama sasa hivi mchanga wote tunaona unakuja kwa mikono nje.
Ningependa kuboresha hii kazi zaidi, iwe kama kazi ya kusaidia jamii kwa ujumla.
Na sasa tangu corona imekuja, tumekuwa na changamoto. Madini haya madogo madogo imekuwa hayaendi, kazi tumezikasimama, hakuna kazi inaendelea. Ile madini tulikuwa tunatoa madogo madogo, hakuna mtu wa kuyanunua.
Manake sasa area kama hii community ile iko pale, wengi unakuta tu hawaendelee vizuri sana kwa sababu ya changamoto za huko. Na pia wengi ambao wanafanya kazi hapa pia ni watu wenye family, wafanyi kazi ni watu wako na jamii zao na wamepitia changamoto, manake wakati wote hakuja kuwa na any production. So ni ile tu kungangana huku na huku, kuomba msaada huku na huku kwa marafiki, ndio at least siku ziendelee tukiwa tuna matumaini ya kwamba tunaweza kupata msaada kwingine.
Kawe kitu mimi ninachoomba kwa sasa watushike nacho mikono na pia washikane na serikali yetu kuu, akiwapo Uhuru wetu Kenyatta. Tuko na shida sana za kuchimba hii madini. Watu angalie ili waweze kutusaidia, watutoe kule chini watulete juu, tuwe kama wale wachimbaji wakubwa vile wanavyochimba.
Hatuwezi jua kiserikali tutakana kuuza namna gani. Sasa mimi ni ile bei nitaongea na wewe ama niridhike tu nayo. Nione gramu moja hii ukinipatia shilingi 50,000 nitakuwa nimeridhika. Wangelifanya kama ile juu la Tanzanite kwamba gramu moja ni lazima iuzwe bei hii, ingelikuwa ni vizuri sana.
Unaweza ipata katika eneo la mita kama 5 mviringo hivi. Ndio mahali pamoja. Hii kwa lugha ile ya uchimbaji tunaita bogus.
Sababu inakupatia. You found where we went that most of the holes were blasted. And when you blast, you get chunks, little chunks. But if you chisel, you get a bigger stone. And if you get a bigger stone, it has a higher value. If you blast and get those little grains, they're not waste. They're things you can do with them. So you train them how to do art with the waste of the gems and to cut the finer stones to make earrings or rings or pendants, or even the Kenya One bracelet, like the one we give to His Excellency.
Kwa upande wa kurisk, tunajaribu sana, manake kulingana na vile umeona vile tumeingia vile tunachimba. Umeona pia katika kwenye kona kuna miamba tumeweka kwa sababu ya kuzuia maporomoko ya ile mchanga pengine ndani.
Kwanza tunachimba tukiwa tunataka tujihami kwa sababu ni hatari pia. Sasa wakati tunapochimba unaangalia kwanza wewe mwenyewe. Uone hapa nikiacha hivi naweza kaniangukia baadaye. Sasa unatengeneza.
na tuweka strong pillar ambapo hata mtu wa mines department akija hapa akiangalia anasema kweli hapa kuna usalama wa madini. Hata sisi wenyewe pia tunawafia maisha yetu, kwa hiyo tunajilinda na kuweka pillar strong tukifanya kazi yetu.
So my land, it's a bit long. I could have shown you how we go all the way, but it's about 25 kilometers. So we put the pits first. These are the ones which are called pits, which is called the prospecting. The more deeper you go, it's up to come like this. So we are waiting for the excavator, like when you saw that, which is now going to break all that. And this is going to be a one tunnel. So when you put these boxes, you want to see this box where it's taking us or where it is going. So this is one of our pit, the first shaft, if you like, or the first pit. And this is what we have been prospecting. So right now what we are waiting for is an excavator so that it can be able to help us get the top soil, which you saw up there. Everything which you have done here or everything we are doing here, we are still using our hands. Coming from a humble background, you know, in the rural Kenya, in the village, if you like, when my father passed on, I was not able to proceed with my higher level studies. I got a job as a maid. And then after that, through that, I got a job in an office as well, making tea, greeting people. I was hired by a gemstone dealer. May his soul rest in peace. He passed on, David Powell, and he's a guy who really switched on the interest of knowing about the gemstone. So I became a gemstone dealer in a broken town. When I got into this field, I have never seen a field like this one, which I have lived now to appreciate and to love it. Because the people I found and knowing where you're coming from on your background, it's something. But somehow I'm crawling to my higher calling because my calling is in mining industry. I would, compare this trade with the ego. It's the ego's business, I would say. And this is what I've been focusing on, the characteristic of an ego, and it has made me to be what I am today. So me, I don't look at it like the men's job. I look at it as a job like for any other person. I said, if I want to work first, I want to focus with the men who I saw loitering around. If I can be able to change their life and give them a better life, then I am doing something. And I see how, by the way they do work, by the way we plan, by the way we interact with each other around here, I can see how men, they appreciate women being leaders, and I'm one of them. Learn what mining is. It's a good thing. If you can sell cabbages, if you can sell mangoes, you can sell gemstones. And it's all good. It's not for men. It's for everybody. There's no gender in this industry.
Okay, we are back. And thank you for bearing with us. So we'll be joined in a short minute by Audrey Alimila Molama. And Audrey is director of KEBCO CIC. She's a SEMEREM alumni. SEMEREM is a program under the Taita Taveta University. She's Kenyan. She's a registered environmental expert and a mining professional with relevant experience as a geological assistant at Acacia Exploration Kenya Limited in East Africa, now Shanta Gold Limited. She's also assisted in providing technical support as an environmental officer in Shanta Gold, Kenya. She's the director of KEBCO CIC, which she founded, an environmental community-based organization in Kakamega, Kenya, registered in the UK under the Companies House Order Companies regulation there in the UK. She's passionate about environmental conservation. She has worked at the Kenya Geothermal Electricity Generating Company in Olkaria, Naivasha, as an engineering intern under the geochemistry, geology, geophysics, and reservoir sections, respectively. So welcome, Audrey. And I'm going to also introduce Donga, and you'll excuse me, Donga, for not being able to pronounce your second name, but you're an advocacy and constitutional literacy officer at Zimbabwe Christian Alliance. Donga is an advocacy and he's an ardent advocate with more than 10 years experience in youth women, mobilization and capacitation, especially to those in the periphery. Key note mining advocacy that he has done includes capacitating youths and women in Wangwe, a place there, I'm not going to try and say it, to lobby for safer coal mining activities in the area. So I'd want Audrey to begin her presentation. And Audrey, she didn't do any justice to her introduction because she's also an innovator. She has participated in an innovation program here in Kenya called Mining for I, and she was among those that have come up with a solution around alternatives to mercury. And I would want to hear a little bit about that even as she speaks. Audrey, could you say hello to us, please? Hello, Audrey. Are you having a challenge? Okay, Donga, I think we're going to go to you as Audrey prepares. She's saying that there's no audio. Donga, as they sort the audio issue for Audrey, please carry on. I think you're muted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Donga. First name is Mobisita. I could tell the fail to pronounce it, but I always because it's much easier to be called that way. And also, thank you very much, Awake, for inviting me to this wonderful conference, which I believe is going to be beneficial to me and also to the greater audience that is listening today. So I'm going to be as brief as possible so that we open space for interaction after my presentation. So I'm going to be looking for new generation.
Donga, can you hear us? Donga?
Yes, I'm back.
Donga, we
I'm
lost
back.
you.
I want us to go to the next slide.
You're on mute.
I'm still...
If you could
Hello?
unmute yourself, thank you. Okay, speak to
I'm
us.
back online. I'm back online. Hello? Hello?
Yes, Donga, we can hear you. We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, okay, it's fine. All right, let's go on to the next slide, which is looking at discussion points that we're going to look at. My presentation is going to look at demographics of youth participation in mining. I'm also going to look at enabling environment to spur youth participation in mining. I'm also going to look at access to financial power, and also ways of leveraging mining and environmental sustainability. Briefly and in passing, if we look at the demographics of a youth's contribution to mining, next slide, I'll use Zimbabwe as an example because that is where I do most of my work. In Zimbabwe, the mining sector contributes about 53% of the national exports, and it also supports about 45 formal jobs and between 200,000 and 500,000 artisanal miners. That is data that we got when it supports about 8,000 miners, which is a significant number. As we carry on with our discussion, the elephant, I want us to look at the elephant in the room, or the main discussion points that inform youth participation or that enable youth participation. If we go to slide number 5, we'll look at demographics of youth participation in mining. We know that mining predominantly is said or meant to be for men, but I'm happy that the video that you played before tried to demystify that mining is basically men. But I think the gold sector is different from other non-agricultural products, meaning that mining can be done throughout the week. So if mining can be done throughout the week, it means that there are quite a number of benefits that come with that. And in this case, the first fundamental benefit is the financial factor that is associated with that. And finances and youth participation are two similar processes that inform any economy. Right. Now, as we're looking at fostering youth participation in mining, I tried by all means to come up with stages or factors that can influence youth participation. The first one, which I believe is key, is policy frameworks. The constitution and any other policies that any given country can come up with can spur or influence, attract youth and women participation. So those policies, I believe they should create spaces for equal participation for youth. Also, I noted that in order for youth to effectively participate in mining, there is need for them to access loans. In this case, if you go to any lending institution, they will always look at or ask you to come up with a collateral. And I've noted that with most artisanal miners or with most youths, they don't have that collateral. Therefore, it inhibits or prohibits them from accessing the loans. And then another factor that can spur youth participation is flexible borrowing or lending requirements. This is more or less to do with the collateral that I spoke about before. So I think if that is addressed, or if the issue or the issues of collateral are, they will in essence spare or spare youth participation in mining. And also there's need for the government to introduce specific funds that are free from corruption. I think if you look at the way that some of these funds are issued out, there's always an element of corruption and also an element of proximity to a certain extent, that whosoever is closer to the powers thereof is able to access the funds. So there's need for free corruption funds that will enable youth participation. I started, if you go to the next slide, I came up with an example of how the government of Zimbabwe has made inroads through establishing claims for men, youth as a place Rwanda. The government has tried to establish a mine or sound policies that enable youth to get loans and also to access equipment. And also, it is important to note that artisanal miners in Zimbabwe are contributing about 34% of gold production. And by so doing, the government of Zimbabwe has softened, in essence, its stance on unregistered miners or artisanal miners. This has spurred their participation in artisanal mining. However, there's also a need for us to note the link between youth participation and what we term social violence or violence per se. We know that where there is money, there's bound to be conflict. Where there is gold, there's bound to be conflict. So in Zimbabwe, there is now a clique of rogue youths that are called Ashurugwi. They are bound to cause havoc all over the place. So there's need for us to have a conducive environment for youths to participate in mining. Then another, this I have spoken about, if you go to the next slide, youth need a conducive environment free from violence. I've spoken about it. And also we noted that an example that I can relate to, there's a place in Rwanda where we had a case of about 3 youths that died because of violence. So there is need for a stronger environment or a stronger influence on how youth can do proper mining without resorting to violence. Then another interesting factor, which when I started, is access to financial power. Financial power is the essence of everything. If you look at the cost of in Zimbabwe, you need an average of about 5,000 US.
Donga, you can hear us? Donga, you can hear us?
Hello?
Yes, just continue. Maybe switch off your video so that you have better streaming.
Okay, all right, let me just continue. Hopefully you're hearing me well. I was saying that the cost of registering a claim in Zimbabwe is about 5,000 US dollars, which is a very significant amount. And also, in order for one to have a productive mine, they will need rentals, transport, equipment, which in essence will require about 10,000 United States dollars. So this means that in order for one to have a very productive mine, or in order for one to have an established artisanal mine, they will need about 15,000 United States dollars, which is a lot of money. From my research, I'm not sure about the figures. I saw that in Kenya, it costs about 11,000, which is, I'm not sure that it's a lot of money or it's little, but as compared to Zimbabwe, I think it's a lot to register a claim. So that inhibits or that prohibits youths from registering or formalizing their processes. So in this sense, I think in most African countries, it is a cumbersome process to register a mine. So therefore, it inhibits or prohibits youths from participating. That is a picture of an imaginary process of registering a mine. I think those could be perhaps filling up $1,000 in order for them to register. Then if you go on to the next slide, I'll just quickly figure out one or two keys. If you go on to the next slide. Right, those are just an example of the steps or the processes that I need in mind. Let me hasten to say that
Donga, carry on. We can hear you.
hello. All right, if you can hear me, I was saying that the acquisition process, each and every step requires resources, a lot of money to be churned out. And also there is also a cumbersome process. If you look at the environmental impact assessment, which is done by an agency called EMA here in Zimbabwe, they will need about 2,000 US dollars for them to issue you with that EIA certificate. So if you look at all the figures that I have noted in this slide, they in essence prohibit or lure away youth from flying their mines. I'm not sure about the Kenyan situation, but I think on average, this is what is normal happening in most countries. Then if on to the next slide, which is also related to some of the factors that are inhibiting youth from participating. In Zimbabwe, there is a practice of Let's go on to the next slide. Maybe we can just skip that one. This next slide, and look at the gender barriers. I think my network is bad, but I'll try to be as fast as possible. If you look at the next slide, which are the gendered barriers, and I know gender and culture and tradition.
Donga, how far are you? Could you turn off your video? It would be better. Oh, in fact, somebody else has just recommended that. Please turn off your video and give it another try. Donga, can you hear me?
Okay. I've turned it off. Yes, I've turned it off. Yes, I was now looking at the gender barriers. I think this is to do with the cultural norms of how work or mining is perceived in Africa. We know that the issue of access to credit or loans is skewed towards men, and this at times limits how women, I'll use women in this case, and youths access credit lines. So I think that's another issue that needs to be addressed, the issue of access to credit lines. Then we go on to the next slide, which is which we're now going to look at youths and sustainable mining. Right, you look at sustainable mining movement in that, as I alluded earlier on, mining is not seasonal, just like agricultural production. So it's in essence lures everyone or lures the youths to continue.
Donga, how many more slides do you have?
So I was saying that
yes.
I think I'm back now, right? I was saying that mining is done throughout the year. So by so doing, it means that the more mining takes place, the more it has a toll on the environment. And also, there is a tendency of artisanal miners or mining or miners that leave behind open pits that at times are filled with water, and they contribute to the degradation of the environment. So those are some of the things that really need to be factored in when participating in mining. As you said when you introduced me, focus here has been to lobby calling companies that are polluting the Zambezi River. So that is where my strength has been on working with mining coal mining companies. Then the use of chemicals. We know that mercury and all these other unhealthy substances can have an effect on the health of the workers. So there is need for that to be factored in as we are let's go on to the next slide. Right, this is one of the most important issues that I really am passionate with. I know that if mining is taking place to use colloquial language, the most affected community is the community that is downstream. You know that if harmful substances are upstream, they have a bearing on how the community is being water bodies. In this case, this affects their livelihoods. So the
Donga, how many more slides do we have to go? He's making a good presentation and I don't want to cut him off. But I think the essence of this session was to look at how we forge a new generation of youth, particularly in Africa, being a demographic dividend that we can leverage on to be the next generation that carries on mining. So he's raising very important issues. Donga, can you hear me? I just want to know, I want to give you 5 minutes to wrap this up because also of connectivity. And maybe you can just wrap it up and sum it up because you have raised issues that areas you see that can foster youth participation in sustainable mining include an enabling policy framework by government. But I also want to throw the question, maybe rhetoric, and say, aren't there enough policies in Africa? What do we do different as youth? Secondly is you're calling for affirmative action around special funds, around initiatives geared towards formalization, the issues around access to credit, and also one key point you've raised there is the cost of compliance. You know, you've put figures there that are so similar to what is the cost of compliance for ASM, particularly in Kenya. And I see a comment there, somebody saying we probably need to evaluate this cost. Has anybody evaluated and seen where are they going into? Are they necessary? Is there a framework can streamline some of these costs? And so Donga, I was giving you time to see if we can get you back. Dong, I may have to take you up on the Q&A because we can't raise you anymore. And I'll just ask that we put up Audrey's presentation.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Audrey. Thank you. Just quickly introduce yourself and get onto the slides. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Hannah Wangombe. My session is on the forging a generation of young leaders, particularly in Africa. For my session, I'll be going through the environmental organization known as KCBO. I'm the founder of the KCBO organization, a UK-registered company, a community-based company. And the main purpose for forming the organization was to be able to help artisanal miners in issues like training, sensitization on the dangers of using mercury, and being able to source their minerals or get their minerals in a more responsible and eco-friendly way. So I'll move to the next slide. So my presentation is on becoming generation restoration. So what is becoming generation restoration? So this is a decade for generation restoration for among young people who are supposed to be able to bring changes in their communities in a way that will impact the world in a positive way, more so with issues regarding to climate change and degradation of the world's ecosystems. We're not talking about only the environment, we're talking about economic, social rewards that the current generation can bring to their countries or to their communities. So I'll be dealing so much on environmental management in ASGM or ASM. So when we talk about environmental management, what are we looking at with regard to artisanal small-scale gold miners, artisanal small-scale gold miners? So we are looking at noise management, we're looking at water management, we are looking at issues like land management, chemical management, and also research activities, which our organization is currently involved. Madam Hannah Wangombe talked of an innovation I had spearheaded, which I won in the Mining for I program on alternatives to the use of mercury. So mercury is really an issue that most communities who are within Kakamega region who are mining gold are really not understanding its effects in the long term. So what we are trying to do as an organization is to be able to bring a technology, an innovation that can be able to bring rewards to the community, more so to people who are being exposed to this mercury. So that is in the next slide. So this was what I was talking about, people engaging in using mercury. And we can see also in reports from research that was under a research done by Dika et al., assessment of borehole water quality of the county. Some hand dug water wells have the impacts of mercury. The concentration levels of mercury is quite above the World Health Organization standard, which is 0.01. So this is a cause of alarm. And more so with the Kenyan regulation on the Water Regulations Act of Parliament of 2016. It talks about prohibition of such discharging of such toxic substances to waterways, stormwater and things like this. And this knowledge is really not quite evident among artisanal small-scale gold miners. So it is something that we feel it needs some non-profit work, but at the same time, it needs some volunteer work. That's why we came out as an organization to be able to assist the miners, assist communities, because even with artisanal small-scale gold miners, we have communities, we have school communities, health facilities, we have different church communities that are surrounding the ASGM environments. So the next slide. So what we were doing, actually, we were restoring land that was previously degraded, land that was previously engaged in artisanal mining activities, also around the river streams, because a lot of activities of mining around the river banks. So what we were doing, we were actually planting bamboo seedlings or bamboo grass along these these terrains. And it's also part of the United Nations Ecosystem Restoration Decade of Restoration Program, restoring wetland areas and also bringing this change also among the environment, among the people. And we are also advocating for responsible sourcing of gold. You have miners who are doing the gold and branding the gold in such a way that you can be able to know that this gold, I bought this gold, it is bringing livelihood change to a certain community in a certain part of the world or in a remote place in the world. People are actually, advancing their lives and changing the landscape and the story situation with regard to ASGM. So we are hoping to use bamboo trees as a means of livelihood, to restore back degraded land, but at the same time, we want to be able to bring about free mercury-free cyanide gold and ensuring that whoever is buying gold is sure that this gold is not fake, this gold is mercury-free, this gold is bringing development to a certain family and so many good things. So I would like to end my presentation from there. And I also want to thank our sponsors. We were sponsored by Base Titanium in our restoration program, and also Strathmore University Extractives Center, Mining for I program, Keep Africa, Stroil, and also the Extractive Baraza. Thank you so much. I welcome any Q&A. Yes, hello. I think I can be able to finish my presentation from there. Hello.
Audrey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. I hope I was heard. I was audible.
Yes, you are very audible, and you are very clear. I just don't know if Donga. I have where Donga is, but I think before I do the Q&A, I just want for you to talk a bit about the alternative use of mercury that you spearheaded. And I know you've had challenges with patenting it in some countries. Do you want to speak to us just briefly about that? And probably from a background point of view, tell us why that came up even as an idea. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Hannah Wangombe. So this idea came from, the lack of knowledge among artisanal communities, not even the miners, the communities themselves, not knowing on the dangers of mercury and the long-term effects of the use of mercury. So it was a project that we had intended as, small youth groups within the region, and we came up and we talked of, people are not aware of these things, people are not really taking precaution, and even if you talk to the local leaders, the local government representatives, you can tell them to stop the use of mercury because they don't know. If I stop, what will I give them? What will I tell them to do? And so we were sitting down as young people, and no one seemed to give a solution to the use of mercury. So it was something that really was bottom, it was deep down in my heart, like, I have to figure out, solving this issue. So yeah, so I went to pursue my degree in mining and mineral processing. And yeah, through your studies, the shackles, of you break down the shackles of innovation, you break down the shackles of mental shackles, and you get exposed, because education really exposes people a lot. So when you get the right mentors, when you get the right teachers, because I've been privileged so much, I got very good mentors and professors in the universities, and they're able to guide you and be able to make you see that there's a problem. How do you fix this? Yes, I'll show you, I'll teach you how to fix it, but you have to do the research yourself, or go out to the field and connect with the people who are having the problem, understand the problem situation on the ground. So that was the starting point. Yeah, and I want the patenting, I've been able to patent it under the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, that is KIPI in Kenya. And also I was able to do this through the help of the Center of Intellectual Property Institute in Strathmore University, and Dr. Isaac Rutenberg, and through Madam Melba Wasuna was heading the extractive barrel. So I was able to do much, and patenting all over the world requires you to have some kind of, let me call it, incentive. You're supposed to pay a lot of money so that patent process under the intellectual property organization and get to patent products. So it's a journey, and it's like the Chinese proverb that says, even in science and technology, there's no many challenges and there's no many difficulties, but hard work, you're able to break through and to finish the core business of what you are intended for through innovation. Yeah.
Audrey, you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so thank you for really elaborating your journey towards patenting and the basis of you thinking of innovation around that area. I don't know, is Donga on?
Yes, I'm still on. I'm on.
Okay, good. We lost you earlier. And I can see people didn't hear everything Audrey said about her journey because of how it seems there's an audio issue. But I think what you're saying is that now you have your patent in Kenya through KIPI. That's correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
But one question I always get with gold miners is, why are alternative sources to mercury more costly than mercury? And so the uptake of what you're telling them to use as an alternative source then becomes very low in those communities. But as you ponder around that, I want Donga to just tell me. So Donga, you say you've worked with mining communities and the youth particularly. Do you think the youth have a voice collectively? And what is the one area that you see that they can champion? And of course, your case and example will be in Zimbabwe. But the issues even of youth, how many youth are even engaged? And how do you incentivize them to participate in mining? It's not for the faint-hearted. I mean, it's already capital intensive, the cost of compliance. How do you incentivize the youth to be key participants in mining? Do we look at low-hanging fruits, such as looking at climate change, reducing emissions? Is it planting trees or rehabilitation? Give me your thoughts around it.
All right, thank you very much. Hopefully now I'm audible. I had to change my device. I was using a mobile phone, now I'm using my computer. Hopefully now I'm set. In terms of answering that question, which is a very good question, which really needs a holistic approach in terms of at what interval should that intervention be set. I think the fundamental issue is that youth in mining are haphazard in terms of their work. It's not easy to bring together artisanal miners because of the nature of the work or because of the nature of the trade. If you look at artisanal miners, they are sole traders, to use that word, or sole workers. They don't work as a collective. Of course, in Zimbabwe and I believe in other countries, there are mining federations that are trying to bring together miners, formal miners and artisanal miners. But it's difficult to bring together youths in such a forum because of the ad hoc nature of the mining activity that they do. However, as a solution which I've utilized in my field of work, I've noted that it is important to capacitate youths or to capacitate communities that are within the proximity of a big mine or that are within the proximity of a mining area. It becomes easier for them to know and to note the benefits and the detriments of that mining activity that is taking place within the area. So it's important to capacitate youths on safe mining, just like what Audrey was saying. And also it's important to tell them or capacitate them about the new currency, which is climate change. For example, if you look at the COP26 COP process, a lot of youths that are listening here don't have an idea about what that means, and that has got an effect on mining and the industry in general. So there's need for more capacitation processes for youths that are within the proximity of a mining area. So that is my response to that.
Donga, I might have missed your last point.
Right, okay, I was saying that there is need for more capacity. Hello? I was saying that there is need for capacitation of youths that are within the proximity of a mining area. This enables them to note the detriments and the benefits of a mining activity. And I also spoke about the issue of the climate agenda that is currently the main currency in the world. There's need for youths to know how mining affects or how mining contributes to the climate change agenda. So there's need for us to incorporate that as we are capacitating youths. Thank you.
Thank you, that's very clear. I have a question for Audrey, and this comes from, it's asking, what can be done to improve the policy framework around protection of youth and women in Africa? And the scope here is looking at the continent. And of course, Donga, I don't mind you chiming in after Audrey has spoken.
Hello, I hope I'm audible now, not shaky. Yeah, so from your question, what can be done with regard to policy protecting women and youth? I think the policy frameworks, governments in Africa are doing their best with regard to policy framework that can be able to empower young people and the women. I can give a case of Kenya. You know, we have youth empowerment funding, we have women enterprise fund, but access to this fund may be a challenge because the population may not be catering for every young person or every, you know, woman in the scope of enterprise funding. Um, for and especially also for the universities, you know, being able to fund innovations and technologies within the university. So it's, for me, it's more of a stakeholder engagement, talking to the people on the ground. You know, you can't be sitting at the board and telling people you have this funding, but how easy is it for the young person who has not been able to complete their primary education, or you know, they have been left orphaned or something like this? How can they have access to such funding if maybe at the grassroots level getting access to this particular funding is a challenge? And I think that is why it is important for governments and institutions to collaborate and work with groups. You know, the PS, Mr. Andrew Kamau talked of, you know, it is good if I can work with you not as an individual, but you work as a group, working as a cooperative. In this way, you have more power, you have more say. So for me, I'll encourage the young people and the women to be able to put themselves in groups, registered groups, permitted groups that are recognized. Let me say I have an artisanal mining permit, or I am a registered organization. It is very important that, you know, this registration and you are recognized by the state. It will give you a better hand than working as an individual. I think I have answered the question.
Yes, and very articulately. Donga?
Wow, Audrey has literally took my words out of my mouth. I wanted to say that there is need for a holistic approach in terms of stakeholder approach. There is a need for the apex level, which is or which are the policymakers, to engage with the youths on the ground so that they know what the youths want. And also there is need for a collaborative approach in this case. I know that what I spoke about earlier on is in tandem with what is happening in Kenya. And also those are some of the things probably that are happening in Zambia and other African countries. So there's need for a collaborative approach amongst artisanal miners in Africa, policymakers at apex level. So it's a multi-pronged approach in terms of one, engaging with stakeholders on the ground, and also creating platforms for engagement amongst miners. And in this case, thank you, Awake, for providing this platform for a broader engagement process around that issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your responses. I think there's just one more question. Audrey, somebody is asking if you could share your contact details on the chat. And secondly is they're a jeweler, and the issue of branded gold, they like the idea, and they're asking if you could provide more information about what branded gold. Could you elaborate on that?
So branded gold. the good thing with branded gold, it will give you some accountability with the gold you're buying. You will know this is from this particular organization. And also there's the idea of blockchain. I think a session will be covered by one of the panelists. Yeah. So there is need to be able to trace your gold from where it has come from and what it is actually doing to communities in those regions. How is the environmental situation? Are we still having borehole issues when you're doing water sampling, mercury contamination and etc.? Are we still having issues of safety, where we have a lot of shafts that are left, not how do you call, not safeguards for those shafts? Some accountability also on that part of whoever is doing the gold mining, and they can do this if they're in a group. So branding is something which I think is very important. So maybe I think I have answered the question, and maybe if I can share my contact details so that more elaboration can be done further. Don't want to take so much of the time.
No, those are useful comments. And once you share your contact details, then those that are interested in knowing a little bit more will get in touch. There are few comments. There are few comments that are coming up. There are more comments than questions. But there's one that is asking us about how are we dealing with education of mining or of gemstones. I think for this question, maybe is a very country-specific response, but I will say for Kenya, maybe you may have missed in my opening remarks, we are currently seated at the Voi Gemstone and Value Addition Center. And one of its mandate is to educate miners, even just simply how to identify, how to value add their stones to make sure that they're getting better prices for their stones. So I think as Kenya, a government initiative to have centrally allocation. And as I said earlier, Voi is the hub or the center of gemstone mining. And so they saw it fit to have a center that that kind of capacity building can be done. I think secondly, we've had quite, in fact, we are now counting 7 universities in Kenya that do, if it's not geology, it's something around mining technology. What we don't have, and recently we've built a there's a curriculum built by one of our AWIC members around just gemology. So the initiatives, are they adequate? Probably not, but I can say that for Kenya, there is that. So Kim, I will link you up to the center and give you contacts on the same. I'm going to take a last question from Judith that's asking what can be done to effectively consolidate illegal mining and trading activities without affecting employment opportunities and increase livelihoods brought about by mining. And they want, especially they're looking at parts of Kenya, that's Taita where we are streaming live from, and other parts like Kwale. So Audrey, do you have a response to this? Because I think it was geared to you, the panel. Audrey, can you hear me?
Yes, I didn't hear the question.
So it's asking, how do we effectively consolidate the illegal mining and trading activities without affecting particularly employment opportunities for the youth and livelihoods, livelihood brought about by mining?
Yes, for that question, I think if the groups or mining groups are licensed, in that way, if they are licensed, issued with artisanal mining permit, if they're able to do this, then illegal mining will have no room. So there is need for licensing the mining groups. They have to be licensed in such a way that they are recognized by the county government and at the same time recognized by the national government, so that anyone dealing with mining or who wants to engage them can mention, we are dealing with this group. Kindly check them in your database like this. So I think we just need them to be, breaking the mental shackles and bringing them to understand these things is very important. They need to be licensed. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So what you're saying that we should ensure that that the regulatory and legal framework does play a role in doing away with illegal mining and using those frameworks to ensure that and it ties back even to education, that even as people are leaving school, they are very aware of what opportunities lie in the trade, because sometimes you speak to young people and they're most times very unaware that even jewelry is a trade that they can get into. Gemstone dealing, maybe not the mining, sometimes can be very heavy in terms of capital, which they may not be able to access. But I want to wrap this up. I can see people asking to share each other's contacts, which is fine, and say, Audrey and Donga, thank you very much as you continue to champion as youth in your jurisdiction. I think one thing you've been asked to do on one of the comments is to document. You are in a digital age. You have the predisposition of using social media easier than some of us. So you're being asked to give untold stories along the value chain to build the sensitization for young people that can meaningfully participate in the sector. So I can see Donga has put on his hard hat. I don't know if he's going to work, but it's to say thank you very much. And we look forward to further engagement with you. What I want to say is that we'll go to the next session, but we'll take a 10-minute health break. I know we've been seated through. I can see more people are joining us. So just a 10-minute break, and then we shall go to the next session, which will be on bridging the gap between international buyers and ASM miners. So we shall be talking about that and what the barriers of trade around gemstones are in the continent, and what are the key concerns for international buyers, particularly with interacting with ASM and their concerns about ethically mined and sourced stones and gold. Thank you very much.
Currently, we are at Void Gem Center and Value Addition. This is where once the miners get their stones, they are supposed to bring their stones for value addition and even for valuation and marketing purposes. Mining apparently from the word go never encouraged women. Actually, if we remember very well, under Cap 306 Mining Act of Kenya, women were never encouraged in mining. But now, under the new dispensation, Act 2016, we are encouraging women to come in the mining. And for the Taita Taveta, we have seen a sprout of so many women mining groups. So when groups like AWEC come, they augment what the government is offering to these women and to artisanal miners at large. The ministry is working very hard. At the moment, we've encouraged the formation of associations. Out of these associations, we are able to form what we call Miners Committee. This is a committee which will be able to issue permits on the ground.
With kind of pilot mining project. Ukiangalia kwa pale sijui ndio kwanza tumesema kwanza tufanye implementation ilikuwa mbaya, I can tell you the truth. Kuja
sasa iko mzuri.
Sana.
Also, the government has gone a notch higher. We've got what we call CDAs, Community Development Agreements. And these agreements, we form them between the community and the big licensees, so that these licensees are able to give back to the community at least 1% of their yearly gross sales.
AWE could not have been standing today if it was not for partnership since its inception. Just to name a few, I'd like to mention the Mennonite Economic Development Associates, MEDA. We also have the Australian High Commission to Kenya. And in addition, we have Open Society through their OSEA fund. They've handheld the association. It becomes one just endorsing what we do has gone a long way, ensuring that we carry out our mandate.
AWEC imetusaidia sana, maana kuna wakati tulienda tukafikia, yani unashindwa kabisa utafanya nini. Huna msaada popote, tunatumia maji mengine yanachimbwa, haya yanatoka kwa watu ambao wanachimba madini.
Kitu ya kwanza walitufundisha mambo ya financial literacy. Hapo tukaona kwamba unapofanya kazi yako, kitu ya kwanza keep record na unapofanya kazi yako.
Tulifunzwa mambo ya group management, alternative projects zenye tunaweza fanya kando na uchimbaji, zenye zinaweza tusaidia kusupport hiyo mining yetu. So hiyo mafunzo yamenisaidia kufikiria kando na uchimbaji. Because during that time, kabla sijapata hii mafunzo, tulikuwa tunachimba tu peke yake. Nilikuwa hata na loan ilinishinda kulipa. Walitufunza kwamba ukipata pesa, kwanza unaweka budget. Ukiweka budget, una invest. Si ati unatumia zote. Zingine unaingiza kwa miradi mingine, zingine nazo unaweka akiba.
Kitu tungeomba kwamba AWEC waweze kutufanyia, waendelee pia, wasichoke kuja kutusaidia na kutupatia mafundisho na kutuelimisha kuhusiana sana na kazi ya mambo na mining.
I want to go back to our Kenya Gem and Jewelry Fair. Because of the coronavirus and the postponement of the fair, we scaled it up, and now we are looking at Gems Africa 2021. The Savorite is what we want to showcase.
They bring their stones to sell. We showcase ours to sell. Buyers come from all over the world to come and buy from Africa in Kenya. Whether it is gem tours, you have seen where we have Savorite, we also have wildlife. We have leopards, we have lions, we have cheetahs, so people can go to the national park, see the animals, and at the same time come and visit mines and watch the women process their stones. Then we've set up another team this morning from the youth, the gentlemen who are not part of the AWEC, but they are part of the Madini Circle, because the Madini Circle does not discriminate gender or age. So therefore, those ones will be doing crafts. artwork made with the West gems. There are many things that you can create because each and every gem has a value at every level. Government also has taken the opportunity to come on the ground and register these people, give them licenses, and even help them to file their documents to be on the cadastre, so that government also is able to collect revenue, and the women are also able to market.
Mining, apparently, from the word go, never encouraged women. But now, under the new dispensation, the Mining Act of 2016, we are encouraging women to come in the mining.
To me, I don't look at it like the men's job. I look at it as a job. Like.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Welcome everyone to our GIA knowledge sessions. These are a series of talks and seminars about gemology that are
people from the US, people from Hong Kong. So it's great to have so many people here. And I'm fortunate enough to tell the story about ruby. The story about ruby is a beautiful story. It's been told by many people already, but I thought it would be a good opportunity to tell it again. And to give some twists of it, of how GIA is involved with it and how GIA approaches the whole evolution of ruby. So we're going to take a quick journey through space and time, basically, where we're going to look at different places of ruby, where ruby is found, where ruby is mined, places that were historically relevant as well. And then maybe also see how treatments and politics maybe impacted those as well. So of course, if I want to tell that whole story, I could probably talk 45 days instead of 45 minutes about it. So obviously, we're going to skip some details. Some things we're going to go over fairly quick. So buckle up, because here we go. So the first thing we need to know is that ruby is the stone that we chose because ruby is considered the king of all colored gemstones. The king of all colored gemstones because ruby, especially when it's untreated, commands the highest per carat price of all colored stones. It has been worn by kings and queens over the entire period of history, and it's always been wanted by nobility. And even nowadays, seeing a ruby really moves people and stirs a lot of emotions. I mentioned before, we're going to start with a journey through time. So we're going to start with the beginning, and we're going to look at the oldest sources of rubies first. So rubies in the old world, we can basically say it's Mogok in Myanmar and the others. So for centuries, the world's ruby supply has been dominated by rubies from the legendary Mogok Valley, which is in current day Myanmar, but has been called Burma and a whole lot of different names over the history. Of course, two other places I want to highlight are Jagdalek, Afghanistan, which has produced some rubies, and of course, Sri Lanka. So let's start with just a little bit about Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka as a gem source is, of course, mostly known for its sapphires. Sri Lanka is sapphire land. But as we know, sapphire and ruby are the same gem mineral. So where you find sapphires, chances of finding rubies are possible. So the difference is in the coloring agent. So of course, when you find a lot of sapphires, especially in Sri Lanka, where you also find a lot of pink sapphires, if you find a really intense pink sapphire or a really dark pink sapphire, that is called a red sapphire, but that is technically a ruby. So you do find some rubies there, but they're rather rare, and they're always in second place or third place or fourth place in a place that is rightfully called blue sapphire land. So these are two images of Sri Lanka, one where we see the traditional mining that is still being done today, where people are mining in a paddy field, which means that it is rice that is standing underwater. So people are mining under the water table and bringing gravels with the gems back up to the surface. And you see it's a beautiful, pristine area, lots of nice rugged mountains in the area around Ratnapura. And then when the gravels are brought up, people are washing them in streams or in just ponds where the water is gathered, just to clear off the mud. And they do that with these baskets. And these baskets have been documented for centuries almost. If you look at early footage, the earliest footage of Sri Lankan gem mining, you see people using the exact same techniques that you still see today. So the other source that I mentioned for the Old World are the rubies in the Old World from Jagdalek, Afghanistan. So Jagdalek, Afghanistan produces some very nice colored rubies, but it's all from a hard rock deposit. So it's very hard mining, but it's estimated, and some people say that mining has been going on for over 800 years in Jagdalek, Afghanistan. It is even rumored that the courts of Kublai Khan, who is the grandson of Genghis Khan, that he possessed some of the Afghani rubies back at the time. Of course, the Afghan rubies never really took a big place in the market, and it is mainly because of the clarity. Usually the clarity of the Afghan rubies is fairly low. So while their color is extremely attractive, like we can see on the Gems and Gemology cover from summer 1998, where we can see this beautiful crystal that is about 2 centimeters long, incredible color. This one is from Jagdalek, Afghanistan. Unfortunately, the gem below it, which is a beautiful 2-carat stone, is not from Jagdalek, Afghanistan. That is a stone from Mogok, Myanmar. And Mogok, Myanmar is the source that I want to discuss next. This is a picture that I took when you come into Mogok. The first greeted with is a big sign that says, "Welcome to Ruby Land." And I think that just says it all. Mogok is Ruby Land. It is the one place on the earth where everybody breathes, eats, mines, thinks, lives rubies. Everything is about ruby in Mogok. And that's why it's called Ruby Land. It's a beautiful village with surrounded hills, and all those hills are full of gemstone mines, primarily focused on ruby, but also a lot of other gemstones. I think Mogok produces everything basically from alexandrite to zircon and in between. But rubies is what people are looking for. So this is a picture that I took next to the lake in central Mogok, and this lake is actually a remnant of an old ruby mine. So when the British British mining company started mining here, they dug a very big hole and they just naturally let it fill in the middle of the town, and it became this lake. And in recent years, they've added a walkway around it and really cleaned up the area. So it's a beautiful area to take a walk in the evening if you ever get the chance to go to Mogok. Plus, you have amazing sceneries. The whole landscape and the temples are all reflected in the lake. So a beautiful area. So as I said, all these hills you see in the background, those are full of ruby mines. And those ruby mines look like this. Miners are digging tunnels hundreds of meters deep in search of those rubies. It's extremely hard work. People use explosives. They dig out all the gravel, but it is all worth it because of the value of those rubies, that people can dig tunnels sometimes 800 meters deep and extract rubies from those places. Now, of course, not all rubies come out of these hard rock mines in marble. Some of these rubies are also found in secondary deposits. Secondary deposits means that those rubies are already removed from the hard host rock. So they've been concentrated by water action, and they are now found in what we call alluvial deposits, deposits full of gravel, where they're already concentrated. So they're a bit easier to mine. And here we see a few guys with these high pressure water jets, just loosening up the soil here on the side. And that soil with all the water and the mud is flowing down. And there's these guys here picking out the big boulders that are definitely not rubies. And all of that is going to a wash plant, where then the denser material like ruby and other gemstones is separated from the mud and the low value materials like quartzes and feldspars, for example. Now Mogok, because it is such an old mining town, it is such an old mining area, and they've been mining there, I think it's 2 years ago that they celebrated the documented mining that has been so mining that has been documented 800 years ago. They celebrated that anniversary. So 800 years ago, somebody already wrote down that they were mining there, which means that it's probably been going on for a lot longer. Of course, when it's that integrated within the community fabric, local customs start to develop. And one of those customs is what they call the Kanase custom. So Kanase miners are allowed to work the tailings of a big mine. So big mine companies, they have licenses, but everything they discard is viewed as property of all the people in the village. So everybody can start mining it and can start picking out the small gems. And that is exactly what this gentleman here is doing. So the fence we see in the background is actually the edge of a mining license, and behind it is their wash plant. So all this muddy water that you see coming from under the fence right here, that has been through the wash plant, and very often those wash plants, they sieve off below a certain size. So everything below, let's say 3 millimeters, is just washed away and ends up right here at this guy's feet. So that's what he's looking for. And these are the gems that he found during that day. So he proudly showed us a couple of spinels mainly, and a few zircons and a garnet. But of course, like I mentioned before, this is what it's all about. Finding rubies. Rubies are really the king in Mogok. This guy was walking through his mine owner in Myanmar, and he was moving his hand through the wash plant just to feel the water move and to feel if there's any gem. And all of a sudden, he pulls out this amazing, I'm going to say it's at least a 2-gram ruby crystal that he pulled out right in front of our eyes. And you can see that he was extremely happy with that stone, as were we to be able to witness that stone coming out of the ground right in front of our eyes. Of course, when you fasten them, this is what it's all about. These rubies with that unique glow, that unique color, that is what made Burma, what made Mogok famous. Incredible stones with the most amazing fluorescence were found there, and that has been making its way to courts and royalty all around the world for hundreds of years. I also want to make a side note that this kind of ruby is not the only ruby that is being found in Mogok, Burma. You also find some amazing star rubies, rubies showing asterism when they're fastened with cabochons. So Mogok is also a prime location for star rubies, which are also highly coveted and even rarer than good quality rubies. Now, of course, we can't talk about rubies in the old world without talking about the rubies from the old world. Why do I say, quote, open rubies, quote, closed? Because many important rubies from these treasuries that we know, not rubies at all. A lot of the historic important pieces actually turned out to be red spinel mined in Badakhshan, Central Asia. Badakhshan with a very convenient position on the Silk Roads, which was the main trade route between Asia and Europe before the sea routes were discovered. A lot of those gemstones made their way to Europe from Badakhshan, Central Asia, and have now ended up in some of the most famous jewels and historic artifacts in the world. This was highlighted, I think, earlier this week in one of the Knowledge Rocks emails from GIA, where they call it the Master of Disguise and bring up the British Imperial State Crown, which features a really big red gem in the center. And it is called the Black Prince Ruby, but that is not a ruby at all. It is a spinel. And another famous of those rubies is the Timur ruby, which is a massive ruby that was actually part of the same treasury that the Koh-i-Noor diamond was part of. And that also made its way into the British royalty. Now, of course, in later years, like in the last 2 centuries, we've seen some glimpses of new deposits come in as well. I still consider those old worlds, although they can really trace their history back hundreds or sometimes even thousands of years. But one of those places I want to highlight is Longido in Tanzania. Longido in Tanzania was basically the first ruby discovery on mainland Africa. And ruby was discovered near the foothills of Longido. It was discovered in 1914, and according to the stories and legend, it was very closely related to a World War I campaign in East Africa. Because before World War I, Tanzania was German East Africa. and it later became part of British East Africa. The story goes that it's a soldier who was a little bit distracted about all the gunfights, that he looked down and saw some amazing red stones and so discovered the first ruby deposit in Africa. It's a hard rock deposit, which means that there's no secondary deposits. It's really hard to work there. You really need blasting, tunneling, going very deep. And it was mined with various degrees of success during the last 100 years. But the material they produced there is so typical, so unique, I'm 100% sure that everyone has seen this. So this is the material that is mined there. It's these bright red ruby crystals that you find within a really nice green matrix. The matrix is zoisite, and of course the red crystals are ruby, which cause people to call this ruby and zoisite, which you see a lot, and it's a lot of times used for amazing carvings, like this mouse carving, where the mouse is entirely carved out of the ruby, and the leaf that it's sitting on is entirely carved out of the zoisite. But this is one piece. This was originally one rock, and that whole rock combination of ruby plus that green zoisite and black amphibolite, black amphibole, is called aniolite. And that name actually comes from the Maasai word for green, anioli. The Maasai are the traditional inhabitants of that area and are still the main traders of this material nowadays. Of course, other deposits were found as well. I mean, people for centuries have described the gem riches of the kingdoms of Siam. Early explorers mentioned it already. People like Marco Polo, people that followed in his footsteps, already mentioned the gem riches of the kingdom of Siam. And already in the late 1800s, we can find documented evidence that foreign companies were allowed to work ruby and sapphire deposits in East Thailand with various degrees of success. So those stones were coming in the market, and the fact that they were being worked by foreign companies means that a lot of these rubies came to the consuming market that day, which was mainly in Europe. So a lot of these stones showed up in Europe. That's what these stones look like, Thai rubies, amazing stones. You can see they're fairly big, 5 carat plus. This one's almost 7 carat, but you see that the color is a bit different from the Burmese stones. They're not as fluorescent, but they are extremely clean, a nice crisp color, beautiful stones, really. Now, of course, imagine if you're running a gem lab in those days. Imagine 60 years ago, 70 years ago, someone comes up to me, hi, I have this ruby and I want to do origin determination on it. And now I'm gonna blatantly steal a slide from my colleague, Dr. Aaron Palke, who gave a talk 2 weeks ago on origin determination of field gemology, where he said that if you wanted to do ruby origin 100 years ago, you mainly faced Mogok rubies and Thai rubies. And the distinction between them could be fairly easily made with the state-of-the-art technology of that time, which was the microscope. Now, Dr. Aaron Palke says that. I fully support him in that, but there's someone else who said that as well. So I found this article in Gems and Gemology, spring 1940. So this article is almost, almost 80 years old, by one Dr. Edward Gubelin. And he starts his article with the sentence that it is generally known that most rubies in the trade come from Burma and Siam. So most of the rubies in 1940 were coming from Mogok and from Thailand. Unfortunately, I had not enough material from Ceylon at hand. Ceylon is an old name for Sri Lanka. So he says there's rubies coming out of Sri Lanka as well, but they're very rare and I don't have enough material to study them. So to make the distinction between them, he notices things like the difference of color, something that I brought up before when I showed you the Thai ruby and the Burmese ruby. The difference of these coloring matter is also clearly manifest by luminescence under UV rays. Basically, the fluorescence of these stones is very different. The dichroism is also a little different, where the Thai rubies very often have a little bit more of a brown tone or are a little bit darker, while the Burmese rubies are very nicely expressed, typical ruby dichroism. But the most important thing that Dr. Gubelin said in that article is the microscopic analysis is the surest, easiest, and most advantageous way to arrive at conclusions about origin determination. So that's in 1940, where a microscope is able to separate the two main deposits at that time. I'm just going to grab this opportunity to do a shout out to Gems and Gemology every Gems and Gemology issue is available online for free, going from the first issue all the way from 1934 to the last issue that was published a few months ago. And just if you have some time, go look at some of these older issues, because you see some amazing stories in there, pieces that became history, things that really lead you down a track that you can keep searching and searching and searching upon. So I took a look in depth at this first issue this morning, and I just want to highlight a few anecdotes on it. Like, there's stories in there about people that returned from the Orient, so Asia, with rubies, and they bought these extremely expensive gemstones as Burmese rubies for $80 a carat, but they turned out to be synthetic rubies. And for the same goes as well in the reverse direction, where people bought synthetic rubies, but they turned out to be natural rubies. So people were facing those problems in 1934 already. And then my favorite story of this issue is a story about how GIA loaned a series of famous diamond replicas, including the Orlov diamond, to MGM Motion Picture Studios. Those are the guys with the big lion when they opened the movie for a new Hollywood production. So somewhere in the 1930s, there's a movie being made in Hollywood with diamond replicas from GIA's collection. I think that's just incredible. And if anyone knows that movie, please let me know, because I'd love to check it out. Now, of course, the ruby story doesn't stop with that. The ruby development continued in the last decades where the world has changed at an incredible pace, and the ruby trade was no exception there. So I just want to show this map to put a few places in perspective. So on the western side here, we have Mogok in Burma. If we go a little to the southeast, we have Thailand. Thailand borders to Burma with these land borders in the very remote mountains in the northern part of Thailand. But the capital of Thailand, Bangkok, is right here. And then Chanthaburi, which is a town that should ring a bell for almost everyone who's familiar with ruby and sapphire, is here on the eastern side of Thailand. And then, of course, I want to bring in position Vietnam as well, which is very close to Thailand and just separated by Laos and Cambodia, because that's important for some parts of the story as well. So if we look at post-World War II rubies and really look at how politics can affect the market, you have to know that in 1962, there was a coup d'etat in Myanmar where Burma went under military rule. Burma went under military rule and closed itself off from the rest of the world, quite literally. Nothing went in and out anymore. And in the following years, most of the mines were nationalized. Most of the gem mines were nationalized. So a lot of the gem resources from Myanmar, including rubies, were nationalized with various degrees of success. Now, of course, what that means is the gem supply of Burmese stones goes basically dry and becomes limited to smuggling. So Burma, which has really been at the top of the producing back then, really lost its position because those stones couldn't go out of the country anymore, couldn't get into the international market. Now, a few years later, there's this other major event in Southeast Asia. It's called the Second Indochina War, sometimes referred to as the Vietnam War, or as they call it in Vietnam, the American War, which is a conflict that really peaked in the 1960s. In that period, Thailand is a main ally of the US. And it is estimated that, depending on sources, 1.7 to 2.5 billion US dollars were pumped into the Thai economy in form of investment and aid.
So welcome. Once again, we are back, and my apologies for the delay. We were just onboarding a few panelists. And again, there'll be a change to the program. We're being very flexible. We realized we had gone ahead of time. Our next session that was looking at bridging the gap was has very many panelists from America, and so they're still waking up. And so that's what we were dealing with. And so just allow me, ladies and gentlemen, we shall move to the session on gemstones for peace, harnessing women in mining to drive peace in gemstone and gold jurisdictions. in conflict and affected and high-risk areas. And this session is being ably moderated by Stella Opakas. She sits in Turkana.
Hi, Hannah. I can't
one
hear.
of the areas that is a mining community. And we have Georgette Banez from Ghana, and also president of the Association of Women in Mining in Africa, AWIMA. And then we have Chi Murakami, and she is tell us a little bit about her being in Liberia, and also having worked in Kenya. She has a nickname called Achieng, so she'll tell us a bit about that herself. So I think, Stella, I want to just hand this over to you to carry on. Thank you. And as I said earlier, we are streaming live from Taita Taveta. And behind me, just wave, those that are behind me, those are our artisanal and small scale miners, a representation, and they are enjoying the conversation. They've been putting down their comments and their questions, which we'll be raising later. And we also have others from Turkana joining us. Stella, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Hannah. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to this session on Gemstones for Peace, harnessing women in mining to drive peace in gemstone and gold jurisdictions in conflict-affected and high-risk areas. Several international efforts targeted at empowering women in peace building have been implemented. The United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, issued in 2000, on women, peace, and security is a lead initiative at the global level spearheading women's roles in peace building. In 2015, the Peace and Security Department of the African Union Commission launched a 5-year Gender, Peace, and Security Program to develop effective strategies to increase women's participation in the promotion of peace and security and enhance the protection of women in conflict and post-conflict situations in Africa. It is becoming increasingly important to double up efforts towards understanding the role women play in the artisanal and small-scale mining, gemstones and gold sector, and in particular, how to create a conducive environment to ensure their meaningful participation as leaders in peace building in those mineral-rich areas prone to conflicts and violence. This in conflict-sensitive the session will the experience and men drawn across Africa. It will enable delegates to hear first-hand accounts of how women peace.
Stella, can you hear us? We lost Stella. As we are preparing for Stella to log in, Georgette, we can have you just share your screen in preparation for your presentation. Georgette, talk to me. Georgette, say hello. Chie, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, do you want to just load your presentation?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Can I start or shall we wait?
I think carry on because Stella had given quite a bit of a preamble about the session. And I think this session is really just looking at the role women are playing in artisanal and small scale mining, and just looking at, I know Chie, you'll be very categorical in explaining to us that diamonds are not gemstones, they're different. I learned that from you. And that there's a key role that we can play towards having them being, you remember earlier on in the morning we're being told the movie that came out, Blood Diamonds, and that we can change that narrative and the role women can play. So I just want you to carry on with your presentation, and then Georgette will come after.
Okay. Okay, so hello and jumbo everyone. My name is Chie Murakami. My Kenyan name is Chen, so you can also call me Chen if you like. I used to live in Kenya for 2 years, so I'm very glad to be invited by you, the Kenyan Women's Association. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I'm the founder for NGO Diamonds for Peace, and we are working in Liberia and also in Japan. So today I would like to introduce a little bit about what we are doing in Liberia. Although our activities are not really focusing on women only. So our vision for the Diamonds for Peace is to create the world in which all the diamonds are mined, cut, and processed with humanitarian and environmental considerations. And we have two missions. One is to improve the working conditions and social status of workers in the diamond supply chain. The second is to promote ethics and fairness in the diamond industry. So we work in Liberia. It's a country in West Africa. So it may be a little bit different, but we may also find some commonalities where you work. So basically, we are working with the miners and diggers who organized, well, who we encourage them to organize themselves in a cooperative. So this is a kind of supply chain inside Liberia where diamond travels. So from the diggers, they actually do the labor to find diamonds, and then the diamond goes to a miner who have the mining license, and they usually sell the diamonds to their supporter. They are usually a local investor who provides some money or tools to conduct the mining activity. And then the supporter sells a diamond to a broker, sometimes licensed broker, sometimes unlicensed. And then the diamond goes to a dealer, the exporter, and get out of the country. And we, the focus, the people we are working with are the diggers and miners. Although the Liberian government has the policy to organize miners, we also include the diggers because we believe the diggers are the most vulnerable groups of people in the diamond supply chain. So we don't want to leave out anyone. So that's why we also include diggers in the cooperative. And their dream, the diggers and miners' dream, is to run their mining activities with their own funds. Because what's happening right now is because they have to depend on support by the supporter, they have to sell their diamonds when they find one. And in that way, they cannot have the fair price and fair profit. So they need to depend on a supporter forever. So they are trying to break that cycle. So this is our proposed structure of the cooperative to be inclusive. So they organize themselves. The miners actually organize themselves, and then they receive the pre-cooperative training by the Liberian government. But we also encourage the groups. For example, there are Diggers Association and women's group in this project community. So we encourage them to be the members of the cooperative, because if they can pay the fees and the registration fees and buy the shares, they can be a cooperative member. But actually, the cooperative has set kind of high fee for individual diggers or women to be a member. So that's why we encourage them to be a group member, to be included in the cooperative. So we have been working with this community for 3 years, and we have been encouraging them to satisfy the conditions to get the full-fledged status for the cooperative. They obtained the pre-cooperative status about 2 years ago, and since then they have been working to satisfy these conditions, such as establishing their own office, having 3 signboards, having a bank account, and preparing a business plan, securing funding, and hire management team. So this may sound easy for you, but on the ground, it's not so easy. And because we don't give them any cash, we only provide technical assistance. So for example, they don't have any money to build the signboards. So it took them like 2 or 3 years to collect that money to have the signboards, etc. But finally, they almost satisfy these conditions, so they can get the status this month or next month. And we have many activities in Liberia in this project community, and those activities can be categorized into these 4 groups. So I'm not going to read all the activities, but the categories are to strengthen the cooperative and diggers association, and to raise their income to break that cycle with the supporter, and another one is to mine responsibly. And also we have activities to improve community as a whole. For example, they don't have any public toilets and people defecate outside. And they were telling us that's a problem for the community. So we are just launching this public toilet construction project. So these are what we're doing in Liberia. Okay, so I think I have only 5 minutes, so I just stop here and I leave to you. Thank you.
Stella, if you can join us.
Thank you very much, Chien. I think we will now go to Georgette's presentation.
I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much, Chien. I think right now, next we will listen from Mrs. Georgette Saki-Addo. I'm sorry, I apologize for the electrical interference. Mrs. Georgette Saki-Addo is the founder of Georgette Barnes Limited, a wholly Ghanaian-owned mining and exploration services company. In 2015, she established the Women in Mining Ghana, an advocacy body for all women working in the mining sector. She is also president of Accra Mining Network. In 2016, Mrs. Saki-Addo was selected among 100 global inspirational women in mining by Women in Mining UK. In 2018, she was awarded the Female Entrepreneur of the Year by Invest in Africa, a non-profit organization which champions African-owned SMEs across the continent. Georgette is currently the president of Africa Women in Mining Association, AWIMA. It is a great honor to have you with us as awake, and we welcome you to make your presentation. Karibu sana, welcome.
Hello.
Georgette, we can hear you. And please continue raising questions towards the panelists. I can see one for chair coming. So Georgette, you're ready? Just proceed.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm going to share my screen now. Sorry, I was having some challenges hearing. Just give me a quick second. Yes, can you see my screens now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you and congratulations to everybody for organizing this again. I have a very short presentation and just to share some general ideas. So I'll begin by, yes, I am representing the Association of Women in Mining in Africa. And we are all over Africa. We are represented by regions. So we have the Southern, Northern, Western, Central, and Eastern Africa. So on my screen, you can see the different WIM associations under the regions. And the governance of the association is by a board. And it was originally set up under the auspices of the AU, and it's been around, I think, since 2015. And the current board took over in 2019, and I think this year is our last year. But basically, the whole purpose of this organization is to represent women who are working in mining association on the continent. And a simple mission that I have put on the screen is to promote leadership, inclusive and sustainable empowerment of women in the mining sector in Africa. The resources are for all of us. You know, the resources are not gender biased, as I always say. And so we need to be involved, not just at the low levels, but in the decision-making as well, as this affects all of us. So I want to quickly show you what's, you know, some of the risks and the conflicts that are currently going on. So when you take a place like the Central African region, where we are looking at Cameroon, Gabon, and sorry, let me do this format. You look at Cameroon, Gabon, Central Africa, Zaire, which is the DRC, Congo, Gabon, all those areas, we can see that there are issues there are issues. We have issues there. We have armed conflicts. We have terrorism, you know, political crisis, coups. You know, we have a history of conflict in the Central African Republic. We come to Northern African region, the same thing. We have challenging security issues. Sometimes the terrorism is underlined with religious undertones, political crisis, border conflicts. In the Northern, we have the Sahara conflicts ongoing, you know, so there. And then you come to in the Southern region, we still have some post-liberation government issues, land restoration, redistribution. We have political crisis still, inequality issues, and conflicts around resources. You come to Eastern Africa, same thing. We still have issues in the Eastern region as well. Armed conflict, terrorism, political crisis, climate change issues, droughts, heat waves, pest, disease, among others, and the Great Lakes region problems. So I just want to show that, I just want to, you know, try and let us see what is happening on the continent as a whole. And then when you go to, when you come to the West Africa region, which is really experiencing a lot of serious issues. There's the Sahel region issues are ongoing, and it's threatening a lot of things in the region. We have maritime piracy on the coastlines as well. We have conflicts, you know, between migrants, indigenous groups, you know, political instability, transnational organized crime, trafficking, illegal exploitation of natural resources, climate change, and environmental challenges as well. So, and all of this is going on our continent. But despite all of this, I have seen that, you know, following everything that is going on and women are doing on the continent, we can see that we are still aspiring, we are still working hard, we are resilient, and we are ongoing. So, you know, when you look online, you can find summaries of some of the things that the impact of these problems are having on women. It's easily available. Some of us know some women, some of us know of these incidents. You know, women are experiencing sexual-based, gender-based violence. There's forced labor, human trafficking, lack of access to land and livelihood, which is a big issue for a lot of women on the continent, because in some jurisdictions still, women cannot own land. They do not have access to land. And even if they want to have land, you need a male counterpart to go with you. And when we are talking about natural resources, they tend to be linked to land issues. Limited access to education. It's still, in some jurisdictions, we have free education, which is encouraging more women to be, you know, to go, more parents to encourage their children to go to school. And so there's improvement there, but we are still behind. Women tend to be at high risk for STDs and HIV. And sometimes they are forced to work in certain conditions. Lack of knowledge also contributes to exposure to all sorts of toxic chemicals that, you know, normally shouldn't have happened. You know, they shouldn't normally be exposed to. There's domestic violence. There's a lot of health issues, housing, shelter. All these issues are going on in our areas, but we find that women are still working and doing what we can to make an economic living. And the thing that is important for me to notice is that in all of this, in all of these hardships, you find that despite the gender issues that put women at a lower echelon, still women are actively engaging. We are actively engaging. They are actively trying to do their best. They are trying to, we find women groups trying to teach others about what needs to be done to get to levels that are acceptable by markets. So women are still there, and women need to be involved so that we can resolve conflicts and contribute to peace building in all of these issues that I have enumerated before on all parts of the continent. Even in communities, we find that women act as mediators. Women are activists. This is evidenced in a lot of women groups, and I think a lot of us on the line know of several stories that we can share. And a lot of the time, when the women are involved, they tend to think more about a lot of other issues that tend to be forgotten. And so equity tends to reign, you know. And despite not being officially involved, we are still involved in post-conflict redevelopment, in community, making sure that we are binding the communities together and also working towards reconciliation and sustainable development. Women are nobody can, it's, resourceful, extremely resourceful in assisting their communities to access basic needs. And I will just give you a few examples. Mali in the Sahel region are going through a lot of issues. There is terrorism, there is political instability, it's a mineral-rich area, everything. They have gemstones, they have gold, and despite all of this, it always warms my heart when I see the women in the mining association, FEMIMA, doing all they can to make sure that they are not left out. They recently traveled to Senegal, to showcase their commodities and to try and get a market so that they can continue feeding their families. They can continue promoting mining products despite all that they are going through. So here in this picture, in the one that I have my pointer on, you see here WIM Senegal leadership, and then women from Mali here, and they have traveled to Dakar, despite all the strife and everything that is going on. In Burkina Faso is also another area that is going through a lot of terrorism and strife. And recently, the AFEMI, the Women in Mining group there, were awarded one of the highest honors by the French government for their work. And that group has been resourceful, and they have even tried to move beyond mining, because most of you will realize that a lot of the women who are mining, usually they'll be doing gemstones, but then maybe they might be doing farming. It's the same, maybe the people are doing gold, but then they might be doing farming. So they have also ventured and had programs in agric just to help women in communities be able to feed their families. They've also tried to source some very low funds to give to women who are engaged in farming and rearing of livestock as well. And this is some of the things that this group has been doing, as well as continuing to train the women in ASM. And these are important initiatives to keep communities going despite the conflicts and all the problems that we keep having. I also have another example here from the Central African Republic. And here, if you would follow the news, you will know that there's been a lot of problems in this region, a very mineral-rich resource country as well, and they have a lot of problems, gender-based violence, women who, when they work, their products are taken from them by groups, because sometimes these resources also fuel conflicts. They are a way of raising funding for some of these conflicts that are ongoing on the continent. And sometimes the women are robbed when they have worked and gotten their products. Sometimes they are robbed by groups. And it's apart from that, sometimes there is a ban, you cannot work. And then the women in mining group there continues to try to reach out, no matter how small, they are reaching out and trying to make a difference in their communities. They are trying to make a difference in their communities. And here I want to show you that a lot of women in mining groups are advocating and actually moving up to really high levels. I see that with our work as well in engaging people in decision-making in high offices. I see that women in mining Zambia also, it's the same thing, engaging parliament, engaging the top echelon of government. And this I just want to show you that at this point in time, we need to move. We need to encourage more women to engage and find the paths to where these peace building initiatives are going, because we need to get involved. We need information. We need the knowledge. Women need to know what is happening, where is safe, where sometimes we are deprived of this information. And so let's make that conscious effort to seek out what is happening, and let's get involved to get this information. We have lost a lot of women in conflicts, children, women and children, civilians who should not have been casualties and are being casualties. And so let's engage more with government. Let's not just, let's ask them to introduce us to the security groups, or who we need to know, so that we know how to navigate these linkages, so that we are fully, fully protected, at least safe. At least safe. And I just wanted to, sorry, I haven't showed the presentation mode. I hope it's not been too difficult. I also wanted to speak on a project that AWIMA embarked on. We've been on this since December. This is a project where we wanted to showcase the beauty and the talent of African women miners. And so we had a competition, and the competition, and eventually a woman from Senegal won the design, and it is called the Lady Aya. But for me, in my country, we call her Aya. Aya is a symbol of resilience, of resourcefulness. Aya is what we call an Edinkra symbol. So when this design won, I was so happy. It shows the resilience of an African woman, the resilience not just of an African woman, but of an African woman working in the mining industry. And we want this to be our symbol, our light, something for all of us to aspire to. And you see how Ngoni from Senegal has adorned this beautiful lady with the precious gemstones of Africa. This project has brought out, we wanted to find out how difficult or how easy it is to produce, how do I say it, to have an African product, despite all the conflict, despite all the problems. And it has not been easy, but it's been interesting and very fulfilling as we go along this path. We had advisors from South Africa, from Zambia, from Ghana, from all over, represented by the continent on this project. We had the women from Mali working on the gold. We had gemstones from, I think, Tanzania. We had some advisory from Kenya. And so it's been a continental project, a continental team working on Lady Aya as a symbol for all of us African ladies. And I think we'll be launching it soon. And of course, everybody would be invited. This is the symbol of our resilience. We will overcome. We will do what we can to definitely win and have sustainable livelihoods for our families and our communities. Let's develop our communities. Let's share knowledge. Let's share the technology. I know a lot has been said today, but this is just something small from AWIMA to encourage all of us to aspire to do more. Let's look forward. And when this board was inaugurated, you know, this is a picture of us in Accra, you know, and the African Mining Vision saying we should keep looking back, but we should move forward. So let's move forward, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Great words of reassurance, resilience. The African woman miner is a symbol of resilience. Let's share knowledge, let's share technology, and we look forward to the invitation of the launching of Lady Aya. We are so proud of that. Thank you so much, Madam President. There has been a request that we talk to somebody from Taita Taveta and Turkana before I take on the questions which have been there for Achieng and Georgette. So I have seen, we have the lady from Taita Taveta, I think she's ready. Hannah, Madam Hannah, are you able to link us up? In the meantime, the panel from Turkana, please get ready. We are ready for you. The lady from Turkana. So Madam Hannah, maybe we can start with the Taita Taveta.
Yes, so we have a lady speaking. She's a miner, and I'm about to show her face. So she'll talk to us.
Okay, I'm Terezi Mwakio from Taita Taveta. We do mining in Mkuki. It's in Mwatate. I'm here to address the challenges women face in the mines. And one of the challenges we face in the mines, okay, before we mine tourmaline and green garnet. Okay, about the challenges we face as women, you see our mines, the tourmaline and green garnet mines, they are very deep, and as women, it's sometimes it's very risky while going inside the mines. Another challenge I can say is water and sanitation. The mines are located in areas where it's difficult to find water, and if there is available water, it's very expensive. And as a lady, you need to bathe, you need to wash your clothes, so it becomes a challenge. Another challenge we face is from our fellow workmates, maybe men. Sometimes the houses we have there, or maybe the houses we have there, they are not well, yeah, they are temporary structures, so it's not secure for someone to sleep in there alone. So at times we sleep in groups to avoid such harassments. And also since the mining operation is very capital intensive, at times we face challenge with having capital to do the mines. So when we seek help, maybe from investors or our fellow colleagues who are men, at times they ask for something in return, which to us, it's not, it's going against our, we feel that we are being harassed or we are being abused. Another challenge we face where the mines are located, we are in the park. So at times we are having that human-wildlife conflict. I think that's all.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. That was very, very beautiful to listen to. And I think if we also get to listen to the lady from Turkana, please, my Turkana people, let us have you on board, please. But maybe I'll just highlight some of the things she said. Water is a challenge. We have competing interests for water. Again, the water dam becomes expensive, access to water is a problem. That is a common problem that we have seen across artisanal miners across the country. And safety and security being harassed. So, I'll go back to what Madam Georgette said. We need to make an environment where the women feel safe. And we are happy that Awake has organized this session for us to bring our minds together and provide for that environment whereby the women feel safe doing their business, be it mining, where it's previously considered a male sector. Are we able to access Boniface Samal's laptop for us to have the lady from Turkana to talk? Okay, as we wait for Samal's laptop, maybe Chie, I will just go to one of the questions which was asked. And somebody asked, Chie, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, somebody asked, can you explain more about the business plan you have in place for the cooperatives and what are the main goals?
Okay, Stuart, thank you for your question. And our goal is to circulate the diamonds mined by the cooperative will be circulated in a responsible market. And a part of that profit goes to the community for improvement. So that's the difference we want to see in the future. And we have several milestones for that. So the first milestone would be the cooperative will receive the full-fledged status. And the second one is that the miners and diggers break the cycle, the vicious cycle with the supporters, or the cooperative gains at least one mine that to be run with their own funds. Because as far as they are trapped with the supporter, they cannot sell their diamonds to somebody else. And another milestone will be the cooperative members understand the responsible mining and practice it. So for example, we just convened a workshop on responsible mining and due diligence because in Liberia, nobody knew the concept about responsible sourcing and mining. So we are introducing that. And another milestone would be we are going to develop the transparent supply chain for the diamonds mined by the cooperative. So we are identifying the potential stakeholders on the supply chain, for example, the exporters. And we will monitor and verify their activities and also verify the information that to be provided for the buyers. So we have only one ultimate goals, but we have several milestones to achieve that. So am I answering your question? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Achie. Thank you very much for those details. I hope the question has been well answered. I think we can now have access to Esther Aragai. Are you there? Esther Aragai from Turkana, maybe you can just unmute and then let us see you. Okay. Okay, while we wait for that, I would like to maybe to bring it to Madame Georgette. One of the main challenges women experience is the issue of land access, whereby we find that even women usually have access to land. Usually it's through a man, either because you're married to the man or your father is the one who's given you that land. So we find in conflict areas, this even makes it more difficult, we can imagine. I don't know how a woman has been able to address this because the issue of land is very sensitive across the continent. How how has the women been able to have women miners have access to land in such precarious circumstances, and for them to do business without getting into more conflict? Hello, Georgette? Georgette, can you hear me? Okay. I'll also bring up another comment from the patron of Awake, Madam Betty Gikonyo. She has said, congratulations to our president, Awima, for great leadership. Awima being an African Union platform, we can now engage the respective African member states to provide safety and security to artisanal and small-scale miners. So, Madam Georgette, that is a goodwill message from our patron, Madam Betty. I think we're ready for your response now.
Yes, what I wanted to say was that what I have found is that each country is different. In some countries, the laws are different, and one of the problems that we have is finding the appropriate data. But on a very personal level, I am somebody who believes in doing what you can with with where you are. And so as women in mining groups, we need to start from the bottom. We need to find out in our regions and speak to the right people. Let's keep asking how they can help us. Because I have been in situations where eventually you get to officialdom and they're like, oh, we didn't know this was a problem. And so although we are pushing on a regional level and on a continental level, we on the ground level have to do things like what we are doing like now. We have to get a report and we have to share these reports and we have to try and follow up a little more. Another thing too, on the West Africa scale, for example, we are advocating for a regional charter on mining. So it's gender in the geo-extractive region. And even though this is something that we, the women in the region, are pushing for, what is important, we found out, is that on your national level, if you do not have an affirmative action bill, a lot of our wishes will go unanswered. And so in your countries, if you have affirmative action bills going on, it is one of the ways that you can push certain things through. We all have to support. You find that there are lawyers like the feeder groups like that who are pushing for stuff like that. And we have to move away from that culture of thinking that feminism is something bad. No. It is not about being better than a man. Feminism is not like that. So when we find these feminist groups fighting for rights like that, we need to find a junction to meet so that they can help us push some of these agenda into law. Because you would find out that eventually it is the law that can protect us as women.
Thank you so much, Madam Georgette, for that feedback. And we agree with you that feminism is not something bad. That is one thing I think we really have to come out clearly, that we are not fighting men. We are not saying we're better than men, but we're just saying, let us also do this. Together we can do more and we can do better. So thank you very much for that. I would also
together we can help communities. Together the communities will develop. Together the community can develop. Families develop, communities develop, and then we going up. But if one side is not contributing, there's too much effort on the man. We all have to contribute.
Very, very true. And I hope with those words, all the men on board will support the role women are playing in this. Those are very, very strong and encouraging words, positive words as well. One of the panelists was supposed to join us, but has not been able to because she's been called by the Cabinet Secretary for meeting is Miriam Kamau. Miriam is a trailblazer gemologist in Kenya. She's a dynamic role model in her field who inspires a new generation of young men and women, bright female gemologists from humble background. She's a board member of Awake and board of directors of International Colored Stones Association. If you joined from early in the morning, she made a presentation and she gave a story of how she came from humble beginnings to own her own mine in Kenya. So she had sent something and she encourages women to participate in this sector. Be a virtuous woman to own your own gemstones, be a modern gem woman, and do not allow even well-meaning people to box you into their personal preferences. She has encouraged women to explore, express, and enjoy the opportunity that is set before you. Use the manual from the creator of the universe. Enjoy your produce. So she's not able to be here with us, but she has a very rich story of how she's joined the sector. Hannah, I will kindly request if you would unmute Samal's laptop. Apparently they're able to see us, but we're not able to see them, for us to listen to Esther Aragai from Turkana. I don't know if you're able to.
So what is the name we are unmuting?
Bonfas Samal.
Who?
Bonfas Samal. Okay, so while Hannah is doing that, there's another question for you. Is that where is the mining? Where do we have the cutting of the gemstones done, of the diamonds done?
As far as I know, we interviewed several exporters last month and the month before, and they said that they export diamonds to South Africa, UAE, that's their major countries, but they didn't tell us where they cut. I think they don't know, where the cutting is taking place. And we are not following that information further because there's no responsibly mined diamond from Liberia yet. So yeah, I'm not sure about that. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think I've seen we're able to access Bonfas Samal. Esther.
Yes.
Nyangache. Welcome to this session. I'm greeting Esther in Turkana. Please unmute the video. Samal, please unmute the video and let us have Esther tell us. Yes. Thank you. Welcome, Esther, to the session. That's okay.
Naongea na Esther from Turkana County. So, ninataka kueleza uzito ambao tuko nayo kwa Yes. Sauti iko chini.
Karibu.
Unaongea na Esther Aragai from Turkana. Naongea mambo ya gold. So gold ni mzuri, ni sehemu ya maisha. Na vile ni sehemu ya maisha, kuna uzito wake pia. Na uzito ambao sisi tunapitia katika gold, unajua unasikia tu watu wanasema gold, lakini gold kuna mambo mbili kwa gold. Kuna kuishi na kuna kupoteza maisha. So tuna risk. So mwenye anaongea mambo na gold ni mtu ambaye amejitolea na maisha ndio inafanya hiyo maneno yote. Gold inatolewa mahali pabaya, mahali ambapo kwa mahali ni hatari kabisa. Wanachimba kabisa ile hata mtu mwingine ukiambiwa uingie huko hautawahi ingia, lakini maisha itakuingisha. Shule watoto itakuingisha. Magonjwa yatakuingisha. Njaa itakuingisha. Kiu ya maji itakuingisha. So gold ni sehemu ya maisha, na maisha ni lazima uone vile utajisaidia, na uwezi ogopa useme ati kwa sababu hapa ni mrefu sitaingia. Unajua ni heri uingie hapo upate ya haki kuliko kwenda kuiba ama kuliko kwenda kudhulumu wenzako kwa kile chao Mungu amewabariki. So ndio mimi nasema changamoto ya kitu inaitwa gold hii. Either iwe ni mercury, either iwe ni hiyo gold ama zile zingine madini zile zingine. Kusema ukweli ina uzito ambayo sisi tunahitaji msaada kabisa kutoka kwenu. Na hata sisi tutaongojea hiyo msaada pia. Hata sisi tutajikasa kwa upande wetu tukisubiri nyinyi kwa mali mtakuja kutusaidia. So sisi tuna shida kubwa kabisa na mambo ya gold. Tuna shida kubwa kabisa kuchimba shimo. Unachimba shimo labda either upate ama usipate. Unaona, unaweza lala hata siku 3 kama hujapata hiyo gold. Na ni lazima tu utaendelea, unafanya kazi ya matumaini. Hiyo inaitwangwa kazi ya matumaini. Unafanya kazi ambapo unajua utapata. Sisi tunafanya kazi ya matumaini kwa sababu huwezi enda tu ukachimba mahali upate ni mchanga na ukaanza kuchimba. Tunafanya kazi ya imani. Ndio mimi ninasema mahali popote ambao watu wanafanya kazi ya gold, wanafanya kazi ya imani. Wanaamini ya kwamba so ile kitu sisi tunaomba material. Sababu material ambazo sisi tunatumia ni damu yetu. Hatuna ile material ambayo inatusaidia sisi kupata hiyo gold. Fine, gold iko. Lakini sasa tunafikia tu ile kidogo. Pia kitu ya kwanza yenye natumiza ni maji. Maji nafikiri dada Stella amefika mahali inaitwa Nakalale ward. Anajua shida yenye sisi tuko nayo huko. Licha sijakutana naye lakini anajua ile shida iko huko. Tuna shida ya maji. Mahali kitu kingine hakuna market. Mahali tukipata hiyo gold tunauzia, tunabahatisha. So ndio sisi tunaomba. Tunataka serikali kama ni serikali watusaidie sisi mahali ambapo hiyo market itakuwa ili sisi tukue na nguvu. Na machines pia. Hatuna machines. Machines ni sisi wenyewe. Either upate unafanya uzuri sisi unaelewa hata kwa macho tu tunaona lakini hatuna machines. Machines ndio kitu kabisa ile yenye iko na shida. Tukipata machine.
Esther.
Yes.
Ni ajokon. Unajua sasa mpaka niambie watu kuna watu kutoka ngambo wanasikia so lazima niwaeleze kwa Kizungu umesema nini. Sawa sawa?
Sawa.
Aya sawa. Salimia mom Pauline. Msalimia hapo sasa. What she has said is that Esther is a gold miner. Esther is an artisanal gold miner. She's based in a place called Nakalale in Turkana, and one of the challenges she has is water, access to water, and they have to dig into very deep places as women as well, and sometimes they go for days without getting anything. So it's a very tedious experience, but when she remembers that there are children waiting for her, when she remembers that maybe there's somebody who is sick, that drives her to go into those gold mines. And again, she has also highlighted the problem of water, which had been also highlighted by the problem of, by the lady from Taita Taveta. So I am happy that I think most of the sessions have been commented on. I can see that my time is winding up. So maybe I'll ask Chie just one last word before we wind up. Then Madam Chie and then Madam Georgette can tell us one word, just to wind up. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity for me to see how African women are doing in Kenya and other countries. And I think another point we need to consider is that men also need to change to embrace the women's idea. So women also need rights, but men also need to change. So that's what I thought. So asante sana, elkamano anya. Thank you very much.
Elkamano Chie. Thank you very much, Asante. Madam Georgette, one last word from you.
Great program. Thank you, everybody. And remember Lady Aya, the resilient African woman in mining.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I think to wind up is just to say that we need to be resilient, and let us remember that when we work together with men, we make the load lighter, even for the man, as opposed to when it's only the man who is doing everything. So activism is not bad. It is for us to work together and achieve more. Thank you very much to all of you who have participated in this session. Thank you for the questions you have asked, for the comments you have made. We have enjoyed being part of this session. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Stella. What a wonderful session. The lady that spoke from Turkana just said, whether you help us or you don't, we're still going to continue, because this is where our livelihood comes from. And it really ties to what Georgette said earlier, that women are resilient and they will continue to do what it is they have to do to feed their families. And yes, they are the best change agents around changing the narrative around jobs for peace. So ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 more sessions to go. I'm allowing us to take a coffee break. I know some of us are seated at home in the office. Some of us are joining in at midnight. It's afternoon, and we are very grateful that you're able to do that. I think it's the first time that we are holding an international conference where artisanal miners are able to really engage with you, even if it's virtually. And I like the conversations I can hear. Of course, anytime you say something, they laugh here or make a comment. And so we'll be sharing those ideas with you. So I want to take a 5-minute break as we load on our next panel. And we'll play a short video for you. And the video we are playing is to just highlight one of our members who was supposed to be on the panel. Her name is Miriam Kamau, or Mimo Gems. Just her story of where it all began. It's a great story. Listen to it in detail. She's a member of AWEC. She's recently a director in ICA. And she also was among the 100 women UK voted globally, 3 of the women from Kenya. And so we celebrate her. We celebrate her as a woman in mining, doing great things, an inspiration to many of us. So thank you. Just 5 minutes break as we get to the next session.
Which are called pits, which is called the prospecting. Then we go yetu tunajilinda na kuweka pila strong kazi yetu.
So my land, it's a bit long. I could have shown you how we go all the way, but it's about 25 kilometers. So we put the pits first. These are the ones which are called pits, which is called the prospecting. The more deeper you go, it starts to come like this. So we are waiting for the excavator, like when you saw that, which is now going to break all that. And this is going to be a 1 tunnel. So when you put these boxes, we want to see this box where it's taking us or where it is going. So this is one of our pit, the first shaft, if you like, or the first pit. And this is what we have been prospecting. So right now what we are waiting for is an excavator so that it can be able to help us get the top soil, which you saw up there. Everything which we have done here, or everything we are doing here, we are still using our hands. Coming from in the village, if you like, when my father passed on, I was not able to proceed with my higher level studies. I got a job as a maid. And then after that, through that, I got a job
in an office as well, making tea, greeting people. I was hired by a gemstone dealer. May his soul rest in peace. He passed on, David Pearl, and he's a guy who really switched on the interest of knowing about the gemstone. So I became a gemstone dealer and a broker in town. When I got into this field, I have never seen a field like this one, which I have lived now to appreciate and to love it. Because the people I found and knowing where you're coming from on your background, it's something. But somehow I've been crawling to my higher calling, because my calling is in mining industry. I would, compare this trade with the ego. It's the ego's business, I would say. And this is what I've been focusing on, the characteristic of an ego, and it has made me to be what I am today. To me, I don't look at it like the man's job. I look at it as a job like for any other person. I said, if I want to work first, I want to focus with the men who I saw loitering around. If I can be able to change their life and give them a better life, then I am doing something. And I see how, by the way they do work, by the way we plan, by the way we interact with each other around here, I can see how men, they appreciate women being leaders, and I'm one of them. Learn what mining is. It's a good thing. If you can sell cabbages, if you can sell mangoes, you can sell gemstones. And it's all good. It's not for men, it's for everybody. There's no gender in this industry.
Currently, we are at Gem Center and Value Addition. This is where once the miners get their stones, they are supposed to bring their stones for value addition and even for valuation and marketing purposes. Mining, apparently, from the word go, never encouraged women. Actually, if we remember very well, under Cap 306 Mining Act of Kenya, women were never encouraged in mining. But now, under the new dispensation, the Mining Act of 2016, we are encouraging women to come in the mining. And for the Taita Taveta, we have seen a sprout of so many women mining groups. So when groups like AWEC come, they augment what the government is offering to these women and to artisanal miners at large. The ministry is working very hard. At the moment, we've encouraged the formation of associations. Out of these associations, we are able to form what we call Artisanal Miners Committee. This is a committee which will be able to issue permits on the ground.
With kind of pilot mining project. Ukiangalia pale sijui ndio kwanza tumesema kwanza tufanye rehabilitation, ilikuwa mbaya, I can tell you the truth.
Sasa iko mzuri.
Sana. Also, the government has gone a notch higher. We've got what we call CDAs, Community Development Agreements. And these agreements, we form them between the community and the big licensees, so that these licensees are able to give back to the community at least 1% of their yearly gross sales.
AWEC could not have been standing today if it was not for partnership since its inception. Just to name a few, I'd like to mention the Mennonite Economic Development Associates, MEDA. We also have the Australian High Commission to Kenya. And in addition, we have Open Society through their OSEA fund. They've handheld the association. It becomes one just endorsing what we do. Has gone a long way ensuring that we carry out our mandate.
AWEC imetusaidia sana, maana kuna wakati tulienda tukafikia, yani unashindwa kabisa utafanya nini. Huna msaada popote, tunatumia maji mengine yanachimbwa, haya yanatoka kwa watu ambao wanachimba madini.
Kitu ya kwanza walitufundisha mambo ya financial literacy, Hapo tukaona kwamba unapofanya kazi yako, kitu ya kwanza keep record na unapofanya kazi yako.
Tulifunzwa mambo ya group management, alternative projects zenye tunaweza fanya kando na uchimbaji, zenye zinaweza tusaidia kusupport hiyo mining yetu. So hiyo mafunzo yamenisaidia kufikiria kando na uchimbaji. Because during that time, kabla sijapata hii mafunzo, tulikuwa tunachimba tu peke yake. Nilikuwa hata na loan ilinishinda kulipa.
Walitufunza kwamba ukipata pesa, kwanza unaweka budget. Ukiweka budget, una invest. Si ati unatumia zote. Zingine unaingiza kwa miradi mingine, zingine nazo unaweka akiba.
Kitu tungeomba kwamba au ikiweze kutufanyia, waendelee pia, wasichoke kuja kutusaidia na kutupatia mafundisho na kutuelimisha kuhusiana sana na kazi ya mambo na mining.
I want to go back to our Kenya Gem and Jewelry Fair. Because of the coronavirus and the postponement of the fair, we scaled it up, and now we are looking at Gems Africa 2021. The Savorite is what we want to showcase.
They bring their stones to sell. We showcase ours to sell. Buyers come from all over the world to come and buy from Africa in Kenya. Whether it is gem tours, you have seen where we have Savorite, we also have wildlife. We have leopards, we have lions, we have cheetahs, so people can go to the national park, see the animals, and at the same time come and visit mines and watch the women process their stones. Then we've set up another team this morning from the youth, the gentlemen who are not part of the AWIC, but they are part of the Madini Circle, because the Madini Circle does not discriminate gender or age. So therefore, those ones will be doing crafts, artwork made with the West gems. There are many things that you can create because each and every gem has a value at every level. Government also has taken the opportunity to come on the ground and register these people, give them licenses, and even help them to file their documents to be on the cadastre, so that government also is able to collect revenue, and the women are also able to market.
Welcome everyone to GIA's Knowledge Sessions, a series of talks and seminars about gemology fueled by our decades of research. At GIA, we consider ourselves so fortunate to study and learn from gems, and it's our mission to share our discoveries and learnings about the world.
Today, to talk to you a little bit about sapphire sources. For those of you that have been following the knowledge sessions, we've already covered ruby and emeralds in the last year. Basically, I think the ruby seminar was about a year ago. But now it's finally time for blue sapphire. We kept blue sapphire for last because it's one of the more challenging. There's a lot of information, so I'm gonna go over the sources pretty quickly today. But I hope that everyone gets a good refresher of what these sources mean in the trade, what their relevance is, what the material looks like that they produce, what their place is in the historic context. So I think a lot of you might know some of this information already, but how it all fits together, that is something that we're going to try as well today. How do these sources connect to each other? How does treatment get involved with certain aspects as well? So the first thing I want to touch on very briefly is about sapphire formation, a little bit about sapphire basics. Because that's something that's going to come back in some of the topics, and that might solve a lot of questions that come up later as well about how certain things are related and how certain treatments react. So the first thing I wanted to discuss is about sapphire geology. The first point I wanted to make is that blue sapphires and most sapphires are found in secondary deposits, which means that those gems were weathered out of the formation rock. So the rock, that's the rock where they actually formed underground, brought to the surface. They're weathered out, they're released from it, and then they're transported.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for staying on. We're going to the next session. And this session is being moderated by Dr. Stacey Hope. I'll just invite her to put on her video. And we'll be looking at bridging the gap between international buyers and ASM miners, what it will take to fix the complexities. I'll allow her to also introduce her very rich panel. It's a big panel, this one. Great conversations. So Stacey, please take it away.
Thank you, Hannah, and thank you to the Association of Women in the Extractive Industries of Kenya for inviting me. I am not on the program. I'm a last-minute substitute, but hopefully a good enough substitute at that. So just jumping right into it, I'd like to welcome everyone to this panel entitled Bridging the Gap Between International Buyers and ASM Miners. What will it take to fix the complexities? And I guess just giving a bit of context and reflecting on the panels we've had thus far, including Gemstones for Peace, which was, I think, the last one that we just listened to. One thing that sticks out is the nature of ASM sources as being defined by their complexities. You know, these complexities within ASMs have significant risk exposures for not just the miners themselves, but all stakeholders in the supply and value chain, which often act as deterrents for international buyers, refiners, brands, and customers, and let's say consumers who are committed to responsible supply chain management, and even those who are now coming to the fore of understanding what responsible supply chain management is within the jewelry business. Yet we aren't actually excluding ASMs at all. We see it as a very risky aspect of the sector, but we're finding that ASMs play a major role in government or in countries' GDPs. I think ASMs, if it's probably like the second largest employer in the world amongst developing countries. For example, 40 million people plus globally are directly employed in the sector. So we don't actually want to exclude ASMs. What we would like to do is, facilitate this environment, this ecosystem in which ASMs thrive. And that's really the conversation that we're going to have today with this panel. And when Hannah said we have a large panel, she is not joking. We have a massive panel, but the conversation, it's so important that we needed to have so many people on board. So before I introduce the panel, we do have a presentation from one of our panelists, Dr. Linda Lawson, who is a training and knowledge transfer manager at the Center for Social Responsibility in Mining in the Sustainable Minerals Institute at the University of Queensland in Australia. Whew, that was a mouthful, but she needed that introduction. I have a bit more later for her. But her presentation entitled Opportunities and Challenges for Women's Empowerment in the Gemstone Value Chain in Madagascar and Thailand will give us a bit more food for thought as we move forward in our discussion. So I'd like to invite Dr. Lawson to start us off with her presentation, and then I'll take everyone into the panel discussion. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can see my screen. Is that good? Someone put their thumbs up. Oops, thank you, Stuart. So thank you very much to Awake, and thank you, Stacey, for that nice introduction. I'm speaking to you from Australia, where it's pushing on to 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. So thank you for having me first up. I think that what I'd like to do today is to frame a little bit the debate. There are some fabulous initiatives that you are going to be talking about today, I should say. And I'd just like to frame a little bit of this discussion through my research and through my experience of working in Madagascar over 7 years. I would first of all like to acknowledge the huge help that I had from many people, from Laurent Cartier, I think might be on the call. Thank you, Laurent. You helped me a great deal by introducing me to many fabulous stakeholders and friends in Thailand. And any Malagasy on the call, I would thank you so much for embracing me and teaching me so many things. I could never have done this research without my fabulous friends and helpers in Madagascar, the Institute of Gemology, which I think has changed its name, but over many years, a lot of work I've done there. So I'd just like to talk to you briefly about this. I think I've focused on the sapphire value chain because of its importance in Madagascar, but I think it can be elaborated to other areas. So I think that there's going to be some fabulous examples like Moyo gems and Mira, lots of other things. But what I'm hoping to do is perhaps not talk about the initiatives that I was involved so much, but rather to step back. I've done both. I did my PhD on this area, and I've also been involved closely with the establishment of a women's lapidary centre in Madagascar. But I'd argue to you, as I found in my research, that the value chain, the sapphire value chain, the gemstone value chain provides a ladder of opportunities for women. I looked at women miners, I looked at women traders, and then I moved to Thailand and I looked at where I followed the sapphires, if you like, and the sapphires from Madagascar end up in Thailand largely. Some people were asking where gemstones get cut. I know many get cut in Sri Lanka, but it's estimated 60–70% of the sapphires in Thailand come from Madagascar by various means. But what I found in my research, qualitative research, 60 days spent in Madagascar, 20–30 days spent in Thailand interviewing people, was that we can say that the gemstone value chain provides a ladder of opportunities, but that there are gates and there are things which stop people making progress up and down the chain. So there are opportunities and there are challenges for empowerment. So miners, for example, are often working, as you know, in very difficult conditions with very little personal control over their assets. But, by being able to earn a little bit of money, they begin to be personally empowered, economically empowered. But there are huge gender norms restricting their access. They have enormous time poverty. They have inconsistent, poor rewards and poor health, safety, many other things. And as we reflected on in the last discussion, sometimes there are laws in place. In Madagascar, there are many laws in place, but however, they're not enabled or enforced by institutions in any way. Then I looked at the women traders and found that they had reached another level of empowerment. They'd risen to become quarry managers, some of them, but they were still restricted in some ways by the gender norms that mean that they were not able to access the large stones. They would often say to me, oh, the small stones, they're for women. God told us. So, there were these kinds of things that put barriers up for people. Finally, I visited Thailand and interviewed women working in the gemstone trade there. There are some fabulous opportunities that are available in Thailand. Not a perfect place, but many, many wonderful opportunities. And the difference is the institutional support that is given to women right across the supply chain. So I would like you to see it like that. I think I'll quickly move across this slide, but I would like to say that in both Madagascar and in Thailand, I found that women had factors that empowered them, their hard work, their thriftiness, their observation, their satisfaction of working with stones. All of these things enabled their work. And in Thailand, as I said, many institutions supported them. I'd like to just bring a couple of things together now. I don't want to talk too long. Please stop me if I go on. I found this diagram extremely helpful. And in fact, what we're doing all the time is alluding to these things. It comes from Daniel Eisenberg, but the OECD has also published. It's the notion of the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And if we put the African gemstone entrepreneur right in the center, to enable this, we need a supportive ecosystem that will help them. That was my next slide. So I would personally this evening look at government, because I think that the institutions, the financial support, the regulatory framework, the research institutes, the venture-friendly registration are absolutely crucial. And they are what I found in my research, that there were voids in these areas that were really hampering, no matter how hard people work, if there is no opportunity for them, if they cannot register their business, if they cannot export their materials because there are institutional blockages, that we are in real trouble. So government is a huge issue there. I'd say financial capital, leadership, and some of the others. But I encourage you to have a look at, seek out this concept, because what we're trying to do throughout this whole session, I would imagine, is to grow an ecosystem in which entrepreneurship and gemstones are at the heart, and there are opportunities opening up. Just to conclude, I would like to talk to you a little bit about formalization. You know that this is often seen as the solution. Let's formalize the industry, it'll all be good. I think that some of the more insightful critiques of this, for example, Jennifer Hinton, in her work and others working, for example, in DRC, find that sometimes formalization is actually going to do women more harm than good, because it'll be captured by some women who are able to read and write and others will not. So what I've argued for here is a progressive formalization, which allows a bit of, goodness me, I'm not very good at this, allows people to prepare. So for example, for miners, the right to mine, which we mentioned a bit earlier in the other session, pathways to formal sales. And I use the word proto-institutions. It sounds a bit complicated, but proto means something which was being made. So we need institutions such as cooperatives, but they're still in a process of being made. So we need to think about how we can empower women to fully take advantage. There's knowledge, and we've talked, I think the GIA has been talking about the field gemology courses. We also need frugal technology, such as trommels. We need phones and cameras and health and safety, but particularly we need simple bridging licenses or group licenses. And I know this is what Moyo Gems has been able to do. We also need for women to have the right to trade, to support, to develop skills and standards in negotiation, market, value addition, establishing pathways, access to finance, and so on. Again, but finally, the right to decent working conditions, and this is across the board for women, including Thailand, where some women are working in very poor conditions at home. And so there again, they need to be brought into the formal economy so that they can be protected with workers' insurance and so on. So think of, if you're thinking about formalization, think of it as progressive and find opportunities for women so that women are not excluded simply because they have some disadvantages in terms of, literacy skills or their position in society, because women are often, not only poor, but they have gender norms which fight against them. So think of it in that terms, in terms of progressive formalization. That's all I wanted to say. So I hope that will help you frame your discussion tonight. If you're interested in seeing some videos about the work we've done, the Sustainable Gemstones website that was created a couple of years ago with a grant from the Tiffany & Co Foundation. It's now hosted by the University of Delaware, houses all the material that we've created both in Thailand, in Australia. Australia has a good gemstone industry, by the way, and I'll be happy to share that with you. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for having me, and I look forward to hearing how things go, Stacey.
Thank you so much, Linda. It was so informative, and I know that you're probably going to leave us soon, given the time difference. But one thing that I just wanted to note was the fact that we often think that formalization is the answer, but understanding what that entails and who it includes and who it excludes is definitely one of the key aspects of why formalization hasn't worked in certain contexts, and especially for women. So I think it's something that we definitely need to think about as we continue our discussion, like how have our actions, or how have our, I guess, the trajectory towards inclusivity within the ASM, how have they impacted that end goal negatively and positively, and not just really focus on the positives. So yeah, absolutely. And you've given us some nice little gems there, you know, gemstone value chain provides a ladder of opportunity, and there being gates. I like that visualization, like, because this is what we're talking about. What are those gates that we have to unlock that have been maybe keeping us at the bottom rungs of the ladder? So I'm not sure how long we have you for, Linda, but if you are staying on for a few minutes, then I'll probably pose a question to you right away, and then you can.
Thank you, Stacey. Yeah, my main aim was just to provide a couple of frames, because we've got some great initiatives here.
Absolutely.
But you know, if we don't frame them, then perhaps the sustainability will not be pushed if we don't think about how to make things happen. And you know, and the other thing I would just finally say is that I don't know if you noticed, I didn't really pull it out, but empowerment is not just economic empowerment. The women I've interviewed have really told me it's also a kind of personal empowerment, that they've found a real freedom through being able to earn some money for themselves, to be able to. We found that our women in Madagascar that we worked on a project where we created a lapidary center. We worked with them, and those women started to send their kids to school for the first time. You know, there was a feeling of great empowerment to have the freedom to do that. So personal empowerment, economic empowerment, got to go together.
Absolutely. What a wonderful way to just to end that this portion of our session. And with that, just jumping straight through to introductions of our panelists. I've, of course, already introduced Dr. Lawson, and maybe giving an introduction to myself might help, and why I've ended up moderating instead of the Kenya Chamber of Mines. But as you're all aware, my name is Stacey Hope. I am an anthropologist, but I work mostly for the multilateral agencies such as the UN and the World Bank around finding sustainable solutions for governments and the private sector around community engagement and equitable community engagement, I must say, within mining, agriculture, water, and land. And I'm also an executive committee member for Women in Mining UK. So there's also that lovely Women in Mining connection with AWAKE and the Association for Women in Mining of Africa. But moving on to our panelists, I think we still have a few coming in. Maybe we've lost some along the way, given the time difference and changing to the time, but I'll still introduce them in case they come. So we have Mr. Moses Mulaba, who is the East African Regional Manager for the Natural Resource Governance Institute. And then we have Jennifer Pacer. Jennifer is Director of Ethical Resource Program at Revolved, which is an organization built on mediating solutions to environmental problems. And they're really focusing not just on the environmental issues, but what are the social, health, and environmental challenges that need to be addressed, and how do we form these innovative partnerships? And hopefully Jennifer can talk us through, well, how do we build those partnerships to promote to lessen the gap between the international players and local content. Then we have, and forgive me if I pronounce it incorrectly, but I think it's Mr. Matokeo Simba from the African Minerals and Geoscience Center. And this is an independent regional center for knowledge and information for Southern and Eastern Africa, and specializing in the minerals industry. Then we have Cristina Villegas, Director of Mining, particularly Mines to Markets. Correct me if this has changed, Cristina. And Cristina comes to us from PACT. Many of you might know that PACT is an international NGO focused on promoting health, decent livelihoods, and sustainable use of natural resources. And I think wherever you have mining and ASMs, Cristina is probably advised or had some input. So lovely to see you here, Cristina. And likewise with Stuart Poole, who is a co-founder of Moyo Gemstones. And just to add, Cristina and Pat have also been influential in setting up Moyo Gemstones. And this project in particular, and Linda has referenced it, it's probably the first of its kind in responsible mine to market sourcing, and specifically focused on female miners of Tanzania. So quite a lot of people have referenced Moyo throughout this, throughout the conference, and rightfully so. And I think, Stuart, you're probably not just with Moyo, but you're quite successful when it comes to, creating such vehicles for responsibly sourced minerals and getting minerals, gemstones into the wider supply chain. So it's great to have you on board. And personally, I'm quite interested to hear more and garner some of your secrets, like the Midas touch. And then we have David Sturmes, or Sturms, you can correct me later, who is the investment specialist at the Impact Facility. And the Impact Facility is an organization that recruits donor finance and investment capital to fund well-researched and well-organized mining projects that provide mining communities with access to technical assistance, markets, capital very important as well, and equipment that enable the building of diverse local economies. So welcome, David. Mariana, I don't think Mariana Smirnova is here yet or here. I'm going to hope that she comes on board, but Mariana is Director of Standards and Assurance at the Responsible Business Alliance. And if you don't know about the Responsible Business Alliance, they are the world's largest industry coalition dedicated to corporate social responsibility within the global supply chains. And last but not least, we have Dr. Ashton Carter, who's CEO and founder of TDI Sustainability. And just as a side note, TDI Sustainability, I think, is one of the co-founders of the Impact Facility. So it would be great to hear a bit more about TDI and Impact Facility together. And TDI Sustainability is a global consultancy that helps businesses across the world to be more sustainable, and really looking at how to integrate more responsibly sourced minerals and products into the supply chain, looking not only from the multinational corporation, but ASMs, and obviously that's why Dr. Carter is here. But with over 25 years working in this industry, it's great to have you here. Dr. Carter is a senior advisor to C-suites on sustainability, compliance standards, mineral supply chain. The list goes on. I think if you're working in the industry for so long, you're going to have a large repertoire to your name. But now you understand that we have so many people joining this panel. So let's just get straight to it. I think it took me so long to introduce you that I've probably already conducted the entire panel itself. But we're here to talk about what are the barriers to trade gemstones between ASMs and the global market and the international buyers. And I think just asking the question broadly, what are those barriers? Let's start, maybe let's start with Christina and Stuart and looking at Moyo Gems. Moyo Gems, you've been created to address these barriers. So although you're kind of the solution, maybe we can start off with what were the barriers that you saw? What were some of the challenges that needed to be addressed in order for you to get to this stage? So Stuart, Christina, if either of you would like to come off of mute, or both of you, obviously not speaking simultaneously, but.
This is Christina here. Very nice to be here. Thank you, Stacy, for that lovely introduction. Stuart, feel free to compliment anything I say or contradict anything I say. Thank you. So yeah, my name is Christina Villegas. I'm one of the co-founders of Moyo Gems. Moyo means heart in Kiswahili, and it really tries to uncover the beauty, the full beauty of the gemstones that come from East Africa. One of the things that we were solving for is that artisanal miners, artisanal and small scale miners around the world, they produce about 80 to 90% of all colored gemstones, but they've been completely invisible to date. Most people have no idea that the face of a gemstone miner could be a woman, because 1/3 of all gemstone miners are women. And so we wanted to bring the story of the gemstones and the story of the gemstone miners to the forefront and introduce the world to the dynamic mining communities of East Africa, specifically Tanzania. Hopefully Kenya soon. We're working on that, don't worry. So Moyo, I often say, is my dream come true. It is a mine to market initiative, and we call it ethical gemstone mining because there's rules to joining. We have about 400 participants right now. Some of the challenges that we heard from the women miners that we focus on, women are about 60% of Moyo miners. We allowed some men in under certain conditions. They are allowed to join now, but they're only 40%. We're keeping our focus on women because we're feminists. But some of the challenges that we heard was that the women miners wanted a consistent market to sell their gemstones. They were selling when they were hungry before, when they needed school fees. And they also felt very powerless when they're negotiating with the local brokers. And they felt that they were price takers and not price setters. So those are a couple of things we're solving for. The other major thing is price. They were just getting a few dollars per stone before, and now they're getting, between 3 and 10 times what they were making. We had an early intervention with GIA that increased their incomes between 3 and 5 times what they were making before. So based on that, then we tripled and up to 10 times of that. So that's what happens when the right people are in the room. When you have miners, you have association leadership, you have NGOs like PACT, you have amazing traders like Stuart, all sitting together and problem solving. So Stuart, maybe you can add anything you'd like.
Absolutely, thanks Christina, and thanks Stacey. I think if I look at it from the view of a gem supplier, a gem trader, I think what we are really solving with Moyo, or aiming to solve with Moyo from that particular perspective, you've considered the miner's perspective, but from the buyer's perspective, it's having a reliable and stable structure, a model, if you like, that we can use for the trade, for the commercial transaction. Because as you just said, our aim there is to get this increased amount of money to the miners. So that's ultimately what we're trying to do. And so we need this transaction to take place. And when I was thinking about the whole question of the barriers, or maybe we call them challenges, however we want to term them, I think they in each country, in each region, you will find different challenges to overcome, different nuances. But overall, if you wanted to coalesce that into what are we really trying to achieve and what problem are we trying to solve, it's having a framework so that whether you're a buyer who, like myself, I'm happy to travel to the source countries, establish those relationships with miners, but other gem traders are not in that position, and they need to be able to engage and to be able to interact with the miners through, as Christina mentioned, through perhaps an association of some kind, but in some way, or cooperative, but some kind of formal framework, so that they know what they're doing, they know the process, they know the costs involved, and they know exactly what they have to do and what the miners are obliged to do, and so we can resolve that transaction. So I think that's really from the commercial angle, that's what we're trying to address with with the Moyo project.
Wonderful. And what's great is I think Christina has pulled up some slides here, and which is ideal. It was just coming up as you were speaking, like a beacon. And I think it's great to actually show the faces behind the project, because as you said, and I think as Christina mentioned as well, is that we often don't think about who is behind the gemstones. We don't think of it also being about women participating and what this means, especially the agency that women and communities gain from this business. So one thing that I would like to touch on is the access to, the ability to formalize, whether we say formalize or to at least come together in cooperatives and take what they're doing from the mine at the local level to even dream about it going to global markets. What does that mean? And the visibility around it. And we have the Impact Facility, which is a fund. And David, I'd like to get your thoughts on this. Having the Impact Facility as that financial and maybe capacity building vehicle for ASMs in order to mobilize and become forward-facing organizations, companies that buyers like Stuart can access. How, I guess there's a question in there somewhere, lots of thoughts and lots of rambling, but I guess what have been some of the key standout impacts of, I guess, lack of funding, and then having an organization like Impact Facility or a fund and the ability to access a fund for these communities? Hopefully that made sense, David.
Perfect. Thanks for opportunity to participate, and it's a pleasure to be on the panel with so much expertise and experience on the ground. Access to financing is incredibly important for all mining, large-scale mining as well as small-scale and artisanal mining. And ASM as such is a wide spectrum where we group together small-scale mines with artisanal mines, but really artisanal mines by definition are hardly mechanized at all and are using shovels and digging tunnels by hand with extremely small profit margins most of the time. We are focusing on the gold sector and the cobalt sector respectively, but then offering a huge employment opportunity to communities. And despite their low levels of mechanization, they make a living as of right now. And so if we can come in and increase the efficiency with at which people are working, we can boost profitability as well as the health and safety of workers that are currently working in incredibly hazardous conditions. This said, most mining organizations have access to some form of finance that is often informal finance, and that can come with strings attached, so that maybe it's tied to offtake, or and that offtake might be at a discount, or you enter into profit sharing agreements. And as we work with about 36 mining communities in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania in the gold mining sector, we've seen a lot of agreements that are exploitative, but then also a lot of agreements that are based on the risk that investors are taking, because it is a high risk, high return investment for many of them. So what we are trying to do is to de-risk these investments by better understanding the operations on the ground, by building financial literacy with these miners that are often coming from a self-taught technical background and not from a business background. And so even starting with bookkeeping and just financial literacy at large, and having them understand the profit and loss, and having them understand if they are able to invest by themselves, this is already a huge step in the right direction. And our vision is really to have formalization, not just through business licenses so that they receive legal status, but formalization in terms of market access and access to financing. And right now, most commercial banks in the region throughout East Africa don't dare to invest into artisanal small-scale mining because the miners don't understand their business themselves from a financial perspective. So really all we're trying to do is to shed some light on this and put some structure to this. And we figured out over the last 3 years that a lease model is the best way for us to do that. So providing the equipment directly without burdening the miners with debt. And that means you provide some flexibility and can gradually increase the amount of capital that is being released to miners through a business-led approach. Because what we've also seen is that there's great NGOs out there doing work, and some of them are here on the panel with me, but that the sustainability of the project is often limited to the time that they can actually access donor financing, and that's natural. We want to keep that donor financing as a catalyst for change, where then projects can graduate into commercial viability. And for that, we take a blended finance approach where we're trying to work with investors as well as institutional donors to share some of the onboarding costs, but then have long-term viable relationships where we can graduate from small investments, $10,000 to $20,000, to larger investments, and then in the future targeting investments of up to $200,000 to really help bring mines from an artisanal to a small-scale level. There have been a lot of setbacks and learnings, but we are really encouraged by the backing that we have now, with a plan to invest $1 million in the next 2 to 3 years in the East Africa region that have already been committed in funding to us.
Excellent. And you know, there's something in there about, you know, connecting. Yes, it's finance, so we need to have that. We need to have financial windows that are available to ASMs who might not even know that there is such an opportunity, or that they are viable candidates for it without ending up in debt. You know, I think of ASMs, and I often think of brokers as being the financial institutions, well, local financial institutions for ASMs. But there's that absence of financial literacy, business acumen, or not even acumen, but the knowledge of how to connect local business to global markets. And part of that is also in understanding the regulations, the rules of the game, right? And it then leads me to Mariana, who I hope is on. And I think, yes, Mariana, you're on, lovely. And Mariana, you know, as Director of Standards and Assurance at the Responsible Business Alliance, it's not just about the corporations adhering to standards or complying to those standards, but it's also about how do we then connect these global standards and initiatives to the local context? How do we get them involved? Yeah, we have impact facility, but what is the Responsible Business Alliance working on to ensure that it trickles down to grassroots?
Absolutely, thank you. And can you hear me okay?
Yes, wonderfully, thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for having me. And yes, it's a pleasure being here. And I think it's a really critical, important question. How do we connect downstream with the upstream? How do we support the upstream? And that's the role actually of the Responsible Minerals Initiative, which is the initiative of the RBA, or Responsible Business Alliance. We are a member organization with over 400 international companies. And we've started over 15 years ago in this space, initially driven by regulation. So by Dodd-Frank and later by the EU regulation. But over time, really our focus evolved and our scope expanded to really meet the needs of our members. And historically, those were downstream companies. But actually, over the past 5 years, we worked really hard to expand that to the upstream. So we've included a membership category that's upstream members. That's a discounted membership category, allowing companies from mine level to trader, exporter, smelter, and refiner to join, to be part of the dialogue and part of the conversation, not just be on the receiving end of, let's say, assurance engagements. And that was really critical to kind of have this joint dialogue and build the bridge between the two, because we've, I think, heard from previous panelists about, I think, aversion to risk from the downstream, and also sometimes lack of resources or lack of knowledge or just mutual understanding from the upstream of what is acceptable at the downstream level. So we work really hard, both from assessment perspective, but also engaging different partners, including, you've heard from many NGOs on this panel, but also through other engagement like public-private alliances, like the US Public-Private Alliance, PPA, the European Public-Private Alliance, the EPRM, to really connect key players in this space. And in the end, to really help educate downstream and understanding sometimes the challenges around finances, challenges around access to market, but also then give tools specifically to the upstream to reach downstream. So a little bit about RMI and what we work on specifically. So one of the key programs that we have is our audit program, the Responsible Minerals Assurance Process. So we audit, currently there are over 250 conformant smelters and refiners in the world that have demonstrated that they are adherents to OECD due diligence guidance, and that helps them and those sourcing from them demonstrates legal compliance. And that's a huge accomplishment and has been a sort of a big challenge that we work to overcome and to work with our members. And that addresses kind of the pinch point, the middle of the supply chain. So now there is linkages, there is connectivity between downstream and midstream, we can say. So the downstream can comfortably source from those conformant smelters and refiners around the world, including in Great Lakes region of Africa. That said, of course, a lot of those smelters and refiners, because they have to undergo an assurance process, because they're supplying minerals and metals to downstream, then have their own challenge of how do I demonstrate that I'm sourcing responsibly from ASM? And RMI has always, it's part of our mission to support responsible sourcing from conflict affected and high risk areas, from small mines, from artisanal mines, That said, for a smelter and refiner, it's a challenge to demonstrate their due diligence. So RMI has worked with upstream assurance mechanism, as we refer to them, to support smelters and refiners in their sourcing decisions from high risk and conflict affected areas. Of course, smelters and refiners are free to source directly, and sometimes they do, and we definitely do have more mature, I would say, smelters and refiners that go directly to ASM, and they're able to conduct site assessments, or they engage third parties to conduct site assessments and to verify that indeed the materials and minerals are responsibly sourced. But a lot of times that know-how or the resources are just not there. So it's really critical to have partners on the ground to help support that. And that's where upstream assurance mechanisms come in. They have been successful in the Great Lakes region, but there's definitely a lot more scaling up and building up that needs to be done around the world, not just for tin, tantalum, and tungsten, but gold has been, and of course, this is the focus here, it has been a challenge to scale up. There are definitely a lot of different projects and partners in different regions, but scalability and access to market is still a challenge. And so that's what we're working with a number of partners. I think Jen Peisner is here from Revolved, which is one of the key partners for us currently on an EPRM, the European Partnership funded project in Burkina Faso to actually really test out the implementation of now the ASM standard. That's craft that has been developed by a multidisciplinary group to really give life to this idea of how do we scale up responsible artisanal sources? How do we support ASM miners, but also then create this environment and a system that can demonstrate to midstream, so to smelters and refiners, that they have this due diligence in place, and then they can safely kind of go through their assessments and still supply those minerals and materials to the downstream. And so those types of initiatives help really link up those missing pieces. And through RMI's work in these different projects, but more broadly, systemically, we have a recognition process. So we recognize upstream assurance mechanisms, and we're now in the process of kind of ushering some of them into life, including the Burkina Faso project, but there's also another projects in Latin America and around the world to really create systematically those linkages. So it's not just one-off kind of linking up a mine with a refiner, with a downstream company, but it's actually a systematic process where anyone can go craft. I'm sure it's been mentioned, it's open source, so anyone can go and utilize craft standard, and now they might have a methodology or an example or a system that they can follow to really build out traceability, assurance around the ASM that can then lead into refiners basically sourcing and then still being able to demonstrate their due diligence to the downstream.
If I can come in, so the Responsible Business Alliance, it has RMI, the Responsible Minerals Initiative, as part of it. They help create and educate what they call downstream businesses. So like the global brands that we all know, like Microsoft and Google and Cartier and Tiffany. So they work with those large companies, but and help them align on what they want to source from, like the standards that they want to have. I think in general, though, I think one of the gaps that ASM face are understanding everything that's happening and also being consulted on them. So this is separate from RMI, let's be clear. This is just ASM standards overall. But imagine yourself as a miner 8 hours from the capital city. how are you going to understand what you have beautiful stones, you have beautiful gemstones, but how are you going to understand how to get it to market? How are you going to understand what the OECD is, what craft is? So I think one key gap that has not been solved for yet is how do we reach those miners who want to formalize, who want to supply them, and possibly can with their stone quality. How do we reach them? And my suggestion is that we rely more and more on ASM associations like Awake, like the Tanzanian Women Miners Association, these regional associations that spring up. They're already there. They want their fellow miners to succeed. Can we really focus on them and start educating, training the trainers, as we call them? Really use those leaders that are already in region. The other thing I've been suggesting to leaders in the craft movement, craft is like this ASM standard, is to really engage host governments. So Tanzania, Kenya, West African governments like Mali, Burkina Faso, if they really understood the importance of standards and really could flow that down to their to the regional mining offices and create one-pagers in the local language and really explain this in simple terms and then help create that ladder, wouldn't that be interesting? So I think we're not really using the full infrastructure that's available to reach miners, and they're being left behind as a result.
It would be interesting to hear from Jennifer then, from Resolve, given the Resolve RMI connection or RBA collaboration, to kind of maybe get some understanding and clarity whether this is something that Resolve has thought about. Jennifer?
Thank you, Stacy. Hello, everybody. My name is Jen Pizer. I'm with Resolve, which is an independent NGO that works to build practical and sustainable solutions to address critical natural resources, social and public health challenges through multi-sector partnership. Resolve also has a Diamond Development Initiative project, or DDI, at Resolve, which works with artisanal and small-scale miners, communities, and governments, particularly in the artisanal diamond sector. So in these programs, Christina, I don't think I have a direct answer to your big question there, but I do want to build a bit too on Mariana's question and think about collaboration in this space of responsible sourcing and use of systems, and really advice around hopefully using tools which bridge upstream needs and downstream requirements, as well as ways to achieve economies of scale, which hopefully supports getting more miners who would care to do so into international markets. So, I think there are a lot of international norm systems and regulations which serve as gatekeepers to international markets, to responsible buyers. Some of those are certainly some of the industry programs, including those of RMI, which Mariana spoke to, LBMA, Responsible Jewelry Council, as well as international regulations, especially in Europe and North America. But at the same time, so we know that artisanal producers need to find a way to demonstrate they meet these benchmarks and to get to those gates, but we don't want just a one-way street. We want to encourage systems that create a relationship between the international market and artisanal producers, which don't only demand things of these producers, but which support producers in capacity building and to achieve these benchmarks through progressive steps, and which support local benefits too. And so you've heard a bit about craft, and also I want to mention the Mandaleo Diamond Standards. MDS, these were developed in consultation with diamond miners that were committed to improving their own practices. It's a voluntary tool, and it's based on 8 principles, including, of course, legality, but also consent and community engagement, human and workers' rights, health and safety, violence-free operations, environmental management, and even through to site closure. And it's not just a set of rules to impose on miners, but rather a tool to demonstrate responsible sourcing to buyers while also protecting fundamental rights of ASM miners and their communities, and hopefully delivering those local benefits. And craft code you've heard of as well. That's a tool that's been adapted to gold and other gemstones, and as well as some other artisanal minerals. And this is, it has 5 modules focused on risk management. And as Mariana already said, it is an open source tool. So it's not proprietary. Any organization could use it. And I want to mention this, both have, I would say both of these tools, MDS and Craft, have some international recognition, were built in consultation with, especially Craft, with some of these important international gatekeepers, if you will, as well as miners. And thanks, Christina, for putting the link there to Craft in the chat. But the solution is not just having a standard on paper. That doesn't help miners and local communities. But what I'd really encourage is how we can think about tools like MDS and Craft, not just as checklists and standards, but as building blocks of a strategy for a responsible artisanal ecosystem. So, for example, as Christina or as Marianne already mentioned, the STAG project, Scaling Trade and Artisanal Gold. If you know, regions could use a tool together, there's an opportunity for that regional cooperation, creating greater volumes using a similar system, getting more attention of international buyers, even addressing issues like logistical costs and transportation costs and whatnot. So just really encourage folks to think about regional approaches and tools that could be used, and tools that already exist, which have some of the international recognition, which could help.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jennifer. And, you know, I just want to bring Dr. Ashton Carter into the conversation. And I know that Ashton has a presentation as well. But, you know, we've been talking about connecting downstream to upstream. And I think TDI sustainability facilitates this quite well. So it'd be great to hear from Ashton a bit more about what TDI is doing and how are you ensuring that your clients, you know, the ethical brands or the brands that are really pushing for a sustainable, ethical, responsible, fair supply chain, how are we pushing the needle and bridging this gap? So Ashton, over to you.
Great, thanks, Stacey. And it's very good to be on the panel. It's you know, sometimes I think it's amazing. I think I went down my first artisanal mine in the early 90s and was on when I was doing my PhD and looking at conferences then, and there was never the attention and passion about artisanal mining as there is today. So it's really good to see my colleagues and partners and co-enthusiasts on the panel today. Yeah, no, many of the comments have been right on the nail. I mean, we have kind of 2 forces at play here. One is that over the last decade, the actual kind of perceived instances of human rights violations and contributions to conflict and health and safety and environmental issues have been more and more strongly associated with mining generally, but also artisanal mining and the supply chains. And, you know, whether that's your experience or not, the result has been increased regulation and private due diligence of individual firms. And so you're getting this increased scrutiny. Hitherto, that's been mostly on tin and tungsten and gold, of course. But over the last few years, that's expanded over different jurisdictions and is very much heading into gemstones as well. Now, in the context of gemstones, you know, of course, we want to talk about formalization.
Dr. Carter, sorry, can I just interrupt? We can't see your presentation. We're just seeing your screen.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
So you
I was
can't-
looking at you and then I realized that we weren't there yet. And don't worry, I think no one has looked at your screen, so your privacy is protected. I'm speaking on behalf of all the participants.
Okay, let me let me just adjust that now. 1 minute. So,
Technology.
so I share screen. Is that not showing?
Perfect.
That's showing. Okay, good. So really the problem, and Stacey, you're talking a little bit about the challenges and the impediments to connecting ASM to the downstream. And one of those impediments is, and I think Jennifer was talking about this as well, and Mariana, is how do you match, or how do you overcome the relatively high expectations of the market with small scale miners who might not be aware of this and might not have the capacity to conform even if they did. And the fear is, and this is I think one of the fears that kind of runs up and down the supply chain, is that they are going to be excluded. And there's precedent, I think, to demonstrate that in some supply chains. When standards are set, then some people on the supply chain lose out. And that, of course, is working very much against what this movement is trying to do, which is be more inclusive. And it's particularly acute in the colored gemstones industry, because nearly all the suppliers are small producers and artisanal producers. And some colored gemstone supply chains, they are only small producers. So the question is, how do we overcome that? So one of the things we've done at TDI Sustainability, and we've been building kind of supply chains from the Swat Valley in Pakistan, for example, and in Brazil as well, to downstream companies. But what we realized that we need to really kind of democratize this movement to greater transparency and greater corporate social responsibility, whatever you want to call it. But we need the instruments to do it. So we set out with the Gemstone and Jewelry to launch something called the Gemstone and Jewelry Community Platform. And you can see the URL there. And the idea of this is really that it has kind of multiple purposes. One is to promote and learn about sustainability topics. So again, it's education. So much of this language we use could not be familiar at all to people up and down the gemstone supply chain, including artisanal mining. And that's because much of the language has been developed for downstream. And then build the capacity for where that's important, and also to recognize business efforts. And we do that. We develop several progressive frameworks on environmental social issues, where we really say, look, let's start at the basic levels and then kind of move over time to improving those and have that recognized by the market. So the market needs to recognize improvement, not just absolute red line demands, and then promote that continuous improvement in a way that makes business sense. So the Gemstone and Jewelry Community Platform is, in its goal to be democratic, is completely free. So anybody can go onto this platform and use it. And there's a free tools and there's a free assessment. So I'll just kind of go through a few slides. I know I've only got 2 minutes. And this isn't an obligatory thing, because this is something you can use for your own internal purposes, for your curiosity, but also, and importantly, and this is, I guess, the topic of this platform, of this panel, is to engage your business partners as well. And because it's the idea is to be inclusive, it's not about saying this is standard is competing with another, or the platform is competing with another standard. The reverse is true. It's an enabling platform. And so it does actually help if you want to, if you see the RJC, for example, or a CIBJ responsible sourcing book to be in your business interest to conform with and tell your customers about, then it enables that link to be made and show how you're kind of meeting those standards. Again, the idea that it's on the web, and you'll come to, I can hear the questions saying, well, what happens if you don't have that access? We can talk about that in a minute. And anybody can sign up and get, and we've kind of neatly divided the kind of sustainability world into 10 different areas, if you want, and the ability then to learn about those different areas and what they mean from different points of view. It could be the point of view of the miner, or it could be the point of view of a downstream buyer. And the learning and implementation is a key part of this. So this isn't saying, here is a questionnaire, answers a questionnaire, and then we will be judged against it. It's actually enabling people to kind of take a series of modules along this path and understand about why are people asking us about corruption and bribery and facilitation payments, for example. What does this mean? And there'll be a video on that, there'll be resources on that, and so on. So it's a learning platform. And then once you've had a chance to learn, it then enables some self-assessment. So it's looking at a self-assessment, again, taken against all these different kind of standards and helping you to see how far you've got. None of this is shared, none of this is obligatory, but it's enabling you to get your head around and a handle on what is sustainability for small producers. And then finally sets in place a plan for continuous improvement. And what's neat then about this is you have taken yourself on this journey of knowledge building and testing yourself. You can then share your results and your performance with others in your network or with your buyers, with your customers. So the question, how do we actually connect with customers? This would enable, and we're working recently with a small trader and miners in Tanzania, for example, who are selling rubies, enabling them to use this from their very small producers point of view and communicate with buyers in New York for their progress on how they're advancing, and then allowing them to, because they had this, allowing them to enter market that they might not have been able to enter if they weren't able to show this information. And the way we designed the platform is that you can enter in and declare whether you are a medium-sized operation or a small size or artisanal, and the whole platform adjusts to that level of experience and your particular business model. So who's behind it? So we had the Gemstone Jewelry platform was sponsored by the Colored Gemstone Working Group, which are these companies you can see on the screen there. But the whole idea is this is available to all producers of all sizes. So how does this work for ASM? Well, as I said, it's geared towards different size operators. But also over the next few months, we are further adapting this so that it can be available on mobile phones and including more languages as well. So, I think this is one way that we hope to, democratize sustainability in the corporate social responsibility movement and reach those small producers which might feel excluded from this movement, and be able to show that size doesn't matter in terms of how responsible you are, but being able to communicate in a structured way can help you to access markets.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for not only for taking us through it verbally, but I think visualizing and having that visualization really helped, because what really came across was this dialectic framework. So it's not just about the consumers peering down at the producers, but it's also about the producers peering down at the consumers, and really having that understanding, having the access to understand, well, what are the consumers asking for, and what are the producers, what is the context in which the producers operate. And I think in order for platforms like Gemstone Jewelry Community Platform, the idea of greater transparency always goes back to data and having access to on the ground institutions, associations, as Christina mentioned, being a part of the framing, the building of such frameworks or platforms, and having institutions like the African Minerals and Geosciences Center, of which Matokeo, sorry, you're gonna have to correct me, please, is a part of, and if you're not aware, the African Minerals and Geosciences Center plays an active role in garnering the knowledge and information around the minerals industries for Eastern and Southern Africa. And I'd love for Matokeo to really talk about how your institution participates in whether informing platforms or companies, organizations of the context within the minerals industries and maybe breaking down these barriers. See, you're still on mute. It's being recorded again. So we are at the end of our session. But if anyone would like to, any of our panelists would like to add anything, any comments on what the other panelists have said, I'd also like to ask our attendees if they have any questions, but please feel free to add anything. I'll stop talking for like 2 minutes. No, I think this is it. I think we're on the way to solving some of these challenges, right, guys?
Well, maybe just the last point on the standards and kind of how to help artisanal miners, close this gap between the folks who are in the very rural areas and the folks who want to buy from them. I think there's three approaches that we can take as a jewelry community. We can first and foremost really invest in the associations that are closest to the miners. If you've been kind of attending the webinars I've been a part of over the past year, I've been saying this over and over again because we at PACT have been realizing this for the last maybe few years. But when COVID first broke out, it was the ASM associations who were best placed to respond and deliver humanitarian aid and spread the word about what was happening to our artisanal miners around the world. So I want to make sure to really give them credit because they have been there before us and they will be there after us, and we should really invest in that local leadership and national leadership and help elevate them. So the second approach that I'd recommend is, some of the international NGOs that have a lot of experience in this area, whether it's PACT, whether it's Resolve, whether it is, Solidaridad or others. We can translate materials into local languages. These big international standards are in the main colonial languages, but they're not in Swahili, for example, at least to my knowledge. So we can help translate that into Swahili, to Maasai, to Chinyanja, to whatever it is. So that's another thing. And the last thing I want to mention is, in region, larger mining companies or successful national companies that have been able to access these markets. Can they be mentors to smaller groups? These large mining companies, they often are neighbors to artisanal and small scale miners. Can we, I think to date, they've been a bit scared to engage. Can we turn them into allies and help them also flow the standards down to the people who are usually left behind? So those are some ideas about how to really close that gap because it is a gap. It's not going to be filled until we all lean in. And again, 80 to 90% of all colored gemstones are mined by rural artisanal miners who have had the biggest challenges, who have the fewest resources, and we need to really lean in as a sector to reach them. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. I think some really good takeaways there, excellent takeaways, especially when we talk about translating to local language and not just written language, right? There's also a lot more to language in these communities and who then can communicate that within the community as well, who can really translate it to local understanding instead of local words. It's something that we really need to unpick a bit more. And then the larger mining companies as allies. I think that's really important to bring larger mining companies into the conversation with ASMs. We often see that relationship as being quite at a dissonance, whereas we need a bit more harmony there. That's the end of our session, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Take care. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, attendees.
Thank you, Stacey, for such a wonderful job. I know it was a bit of an ambush when we were not able to find the previous moderator. And thank you to our panel. Wow, for me, it's information overload that I still need to synthesize. Very many initiatives being undertaken, but I've gone away from this session asking myself, so where do we share this knowledge? It's not central, everybody sits with it in a silo. We know that there's initiatives, there's mechanisms, there's frameworks that would help bridge the gap between ASM and global markets. But who's sharing this information? I mean, Dr. Carter just went through the platform on gemstone and jewelry. Who knows about it? And I can tell you, Awima, listening here on the call, I don't know, Stacey, if you knew about those platforms. And I really think that it's something Christina has, Christina, I think yourself, that transparency, remember we're talking about responsible sourcing. It's about sharing data, it's about sharing information. It's about having the right institutions to ensure that there's an enabling environment to ensure that trust is really propagated. It's ensuring that there's a policy framework around whether, and I understand, acknowledge the complexities that countries are different, there are different levels of development, but is there something that we can take that is central to all of us as the continent and move with it? And that's the question I'm leaving with from this session. So thank you very much. Many thoughts to ponder upon. We'll take a break for 5 minutes again. Thank you, panelists. I know some of you are logging in from very far. It's late. You had other things to do. We don't take it for granted. So we'll take a break for 5 minutes and we're going to the next session. And the next session is looking at really the crux of the matter around blockchain. I don't understand it myself, so I'm waiting for the gurus to tell us. And this will be taken over by Musa. So Musa and your team of panelists, please prepare yourselves. Thank you very much.
Forces, because of that transport, they've taken a beating basically, which means that the more fractured material, the more included material, the material with some internal flaws doesn't really do well in those environments, so it just gets broken up. And because it's all concentrated in these river sediments.
My name is Malba Wasuna. I am the chairperson of the Association of Women in Extractives in Kenya. I'm also the External Affairs Manager at Base Titanium. We're very pleased and super excited really to be hosting as AWIC GEMS Africa 2021. This has been a long time coming, having hosted the Kenya Gem and Jewelry Fair for the last 3 years. And while this year we're having virtually, we are hoping that this conference will be able to open up meaningful engagement, dialogue, genuine conversations between international buyers and our African sellers of gemstones about how do we connect, how do we ensure responsible sourcing of gemstones, how do we ensure that Africa gets true value for its wealth, and how do we ensure that the sector, the gemstone sector, thrives in general to benefit our women and all our miners across the continent. Base Titanium is Kenya's largest mining company. We are based in Valley County, and we truly believe that we need to uplift artisanal and small-scale miners so we can be able to lift up the entire mining sector. It is also our belief that women are at the forefront in a lot of mining activities, and supporting them will go a long way towards lifting the sector. To this end, we have come in to support as principal sponsors the GEMS Africa 2021, and we are looking forward to hearing dialogue about how we are going to grow Kenya's mining sector in general, even if it's from the gemstone perspective. For us, if the gemstone sector thrives, then it will continue contributing to the growth of the mining sector, and we'd be very pleased to help women in this endeavor.
My name is Hannah Wangombe, CEO at the Association of Women in Energy and Extractives in Kenya. We're a membership organization countrywide, and we cover women that are professionals, that are business owners, and that are grassroots or rural women working along the oil, gas, mining, and energy value chains. AWEC was formed in 2016, birthed as an idea in 2016, and it was birthed during the formation of the Mining Act. We were in the process of putting together our mining policy, having had an act that was almost half a century old, since 1948. And in putting together the act, the realization that women's role in the mining sector, women's role in extractives had taken a backseat, and therefore the clamor to call for women's formation, for their voices to be heard in the sector, resulted in AWEC being formed in 2016. So GEMS Africa 2021 is about positioning Africa, the continent, as a gemstone hub. We'll be bringing together virtually because you and I know that COVID-19 has meant that to protect ourselves and our loved ones, meeting in large spaces is no longer viable. But we've decided to still go with a conference virtually and to have a meaningful conversation around a mines to market, responsible sourcing of gemstones, and also looking at just new ways around blockchain, about trading of gemstones virtually, the disruption of the industry around technology, and looking really at young women and women playing a role, one, in innovation, and two, to ensure that gemstones from Africa are around peace, and women forging that narrative that gemstones from the continent are from peaceful areas and that they can be used as instruments of peace building.
Mining, apparently, from the word go, never encouraged women. But now, under the new dispensation, the Mining Act of 2016, we are encouraging women to come in the mining.
To me, I don't look at it like the men's job. I look at it as a job like for any other person. And it's all good. It's not for men. It's for everybody. There's no gender in the gem mining industry. Established the Association of Women in Extractives along with UN Women and the government of the Republic of Kenya. We worked very closely with each other.
And the purpose of establishing AWIC was to ensure that the mining policy was engendered. We have recently established the Madini Circle that will ensure that women get loans that are affordable and one that the association is able to manage and support these women.
We were responding to a call for SOS by women in mining in Taita Taveta. Their issues were mainly advocacy and just catapulting them to the next point in their lives after mining. One of our responses was to what? Asking government, how can you facilitate such women to be secure at their point of work environment?
Majina yangu naitwa Grace Waigwa na mimi ni mchimbaji na nachimba savorite sehemu ya Kamtonga na nimeanza
So welcome back, everybody, once again. This is our last session, and we'll be really, if there's any other area that the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic has catalyzed, is the area around technology. And the heading for this is from us to tech, using blockchain technology and mining, understanding the disruptive potential of blockchain, securing mineral supply chains through responsible sourcing. So to moderate this session, I would like to invite Dr. Musa Gondwe to take over and also just introduce her panel and a panel I call Friends of AWIC. Welcome, Susan, and it's good to see you. Thank you for logging in. And Lemayan. So please, Musa, you can carry on.
Thank you, Hannah, and thank you, AWIC, and congratulations for organizing such a fantastic conference. I'd like to say that, hopefully saving the best for last, but I think essentially this session builds on the conversations that people had in the previous session, which is looking at the access between international buyers and mining. And I think blockchain is an example of how to enable that. And as Hannah mentioned, COVID really promoted the technology in e-commerce and has created opportunities for blockchain in the gemstone supply chain, with a number of blockchain companies being set up in the last year, focused on gold as well as gemstones. So a quick housekeeping, please pose your questions in the Q&A box. There's a wealth of knowledge amongst the participants with us today. Some of you are gemstone blockchain practitioners. Potentially there might be blockchain developers in there. So please do share your insights, your experiences in the chat. So this session will provide an overview of blockchain, and you'll hear from some people who are actually using blockchain in practice. We'll look at the issues of trust, market access, and benefits to artisanal mining, due diligence, and where blockchain fits in the nexus between traceability, and really maybe delving into the question, does it actually really promote responsible sourcing? We have two fantastic panelists, but before I go to our esteemed speakers, I thought I'd just give a really quick overview of blockchain. I'm certainly no expert on blockchain. There are people I think amongst us who are, but I will attempt to just to give a bit of an overview of essentially blockchain and how it applies to gemstones. So I will attempt to share my screen. Can you all see that, or are you seeing all the other? Can you see that well? We'll assume you can. So essentially, what is blockchain?
You may need to zoom in a little bit.
I'm not really able to. Are you seeing the notes, or are you actually seeing the slide presentation? I'll speak through each one of those boxes.
Okay, okay, fine.
So essentially what you can think of is blockchain, it's a digital ledger. So if you think about way back in the day, if you're an accountant or a bookkeeper, they used to have this like almost A4 size notebook. And in that notebook, they would have columns, and in each row, they would indicate each financial transaction, or if they're a bookkeeper or a stockkeeper, they would note, stock going in, stock going out. So instead of that notebook being something that is saved in somebody's desk, sitting on somebody's desk, in terms of the blockchain, what it is that notebook or that ledger sits on a digital platform. So it's a digital ledger which keeps records of all the transactions. So you think of if each row is essentially a block. So if it was an accountant, they would put information about transactions in or out, how much money is left. So each one of those rows is considered a block. In the blockchain, each block is encrypted. So you cannot go in there and tamper with the information. That information is safe. If there's any changes that need to be made to that block, you then need to add another block. And in the blockchain, all the information is kept in chronological order. So each time a change is made, it's dated and then it's added to the previous block. The third thing to think about in terms of a blockchain is it's peer-to-peer. So it allows you to communicate with different peers on the chain. It lets you interact or send transactions without an intermediary. So there's no middlewoman or a middleman. It allows you to share data, and essentially it allows you to share information about a particular asset. That asset can be a tangible asset or an intangible asset. So you think about in the jewelry supply chain or the gemstone supply chain, it could be a gemstone or it could be gold. If it's an intangible asset, it could be something like IP. Other assets which are not in the mining supply chain, it could be a contract, it could be a piece of land. And the blockchain is decentralized. So there's no central authority that manages it. It's a network of computers that all kind of talk to each other. So that's a quick and dirty of the blockchain. And if you think of an example of blockchain as it applies to the gemstone industry, so this diagram is taken out of the Journal of Gemology, which is a diagram which was created by Laurent Cartier. So this just gives you an example of how blockchain kind of works in gemstone supply chains. So if you think about a rough gemstone and all the information that can go with a rough gemstone, it could be where it was mined, who it was mined by, its weight, measurements and photos. So that can become the first information on the blockchain on that particular gemstone. That rough gemstone will then go to a gem cutter. The gem cutter will cut it. That's new data that's added to a new block on the blockchain. That gets sent to retail, and that could be then put into jewelry. And so modifications are then made to that rough gemstone, and that's further information on the block. And then finally, depending on how the blockchain is created, you can actually then on-pass that information to the consumer who buys that piece of gemstone. So that's hopefully a quick and dirty on blockchain. And now I would like to introduce our panel. Hold on a second. Hopefully I've stopped sharing my slides. So we have two amazing panelists. The first one is Susan Wheeler. Susan Wheeler is a jewelry designer and the founder of the Chicago Responsible Jewelry Conference and the non-for-profit Responsible Jewelry Transformative. Susan creates cause jewelry where the supply chain is built on purpose-driven purchases. I really like that, Susan. I think I might steal that concept of cause jewelry. She is the founder of the Chicago Responsible Jewelry Conference, and Susan has brought a global perspective to change within the jewelry industry, amplifying the voice of those from all ends of the supply chain. Her newly founded non-for-profit, the Responsible Jewelry Transformative's mission is to facilitate equity, transparency, and knowledge throughout the jewelry industry supply chain and elevate those voices in the mining community through action initiatives and education. Susan will be talking about increasing acceptance of virtual sales for gemstones in B2B and the role that blockchain plays in this digital disruption. She will then be followed by Lemayan Lemen. Lemayan Lemen is a mining engineer based in Nairobi. He's a researcher, writer, and consultant at the Mining Gallery Africa. Mining Gallery Africa is a startup that aims to educate I just saw a note. Are you able to hear me? I've seen Christina's note that she's not able to hear me. Okay, great. All right, so first Susan will speak, and then Susan will be followed by Emmanuel. Then we'll have some time for a moderated panel discussion, and then we'll open up to questions from the audience. So over to you, Susan.
Thank you so much, Musa, and thank you everyone for having me on today. I'm really excited to speak about blockchain and kind of my journey to where we are right now. So I'm going to do a share my screen as well. Here we go. Okay. So, as you heard earlier, I have a nonprofit, the Responsible Jewelry Transformative, and I came to this as a jewelry designer. And when I began designing jewelry, I really didn't know anything or even give a thought about where gold, gems, or diamonds or anything came from. And I think this is normal throughout the world for jewelers and people that work in jewelry. We have our wholesalers who we buy from, and we're familiar with them. And in the past, there hasn't been transparency down the supply chain. And so for me, when I learned about some environmental things that are from different areas, you know, gold and some of the sourcing, environmental impacts on communities. When I learned about disparity between a piece of jewelry being sold for $5,000 and possibly the people that mined those gemstones not receiving the benefits of that. When I heard about the economic disparities, among other things, it really started me on the journey of responsible sourcing. And this led me to have a conference and led me to have a nonprofit. But I think this is why blockchain is so important, because we really need to know we are responsible for everything that we use as business owners. We really need to know and have transparency to what we are working with and the impacts it has on others and environment. So under my nonprofit, we launched Virtue Gem with two other founders, Monica Gachui and Jessica Hudson. And Virtue Gem has support from the World Bank now for this year. And the reason behind launching Virtue Gem was because when COVID began, a lot of the artisanal small scale miners were not able to sell their gems. So Virtue Gem is a lot of business to business sales, and it started as a support. And I think business to business sales, we understand that this is repeat sales. This can be more volume in sales, but to do this virtually, it's a new model. And when buyers weren't able to come into the source countries and have to rely on virtual sales, it's a new model for everyone. Blockchain, I think, helps give some assurances that we need in order to make virtual sales work. So, sorry, another blockchain diagram, but this is, it's a simple one. It's just showing the journey and transparency throughout the supply chain. And we think about, in Virtue Gem, everyone in the supply chain in the source country. So yes, we can begin at the mines. We're aware of all the mines that we go into. We know which mines these are because we're working with the associations, the mining associations in countries now in Kenya, in Zambia, in Malawi. So we work with the mining associations who know the miners and know the mines. So we begin with the mine. I left out here, but we also include the traders. So the gem traders are included in our blockchain. They're a huge part of bringing gems to market with us. And also, of course, we cut a lot in countries, so that's nice. So everybody along the way in blockchain is inputting information. So we have where the mine is. We can put in as much information as we want. We can tell stories. It isn't just about data and provenance proof. And we use provenance proof, which is Googlen Lab. There's as much, we can put in as many photos as we want. We can put in photos of the mine site. We can put in photos, we do put in photos of the rough gem. Actually on Provenance Proof, they have a really nice visual where you can put in the rough gem and then it automatically generates into the cut gem. So in this blockchain, we do use a lot of storytelling, visuals, as well as data, because the storytelling is really what makes blockchain, what makes it important, I think, to designers and to the end consumers. So there's a lot on this page, but we can talk a little bit more about it later. The assurance we have, business relationships. I mean, this is all business to business. What is your relationship with somebody? How does this come through blockchain? How do we take that kind of just data and translate it into something that's going to be mutually beneficial for everybody along the supply chain? In storytelling and marketing, value, trust given to the jewelry consumer. So here you see a food drive that we did in Zambia. And this is really, it's great storytelling and marketing for everyone along the supply chain. For the Mining Association, it shows they're able to show, you know, that there's care about the miners that are members of their associations. This went to this particular food drive went to an emerald mine where they were struggling to feed the workers at the time during COVID. It was about 4 months into COVID, and it was able to sustain the mine to keep operations continued. But the story and the marketing also is valuable to the jewelers who purchase the gems. They know that their purchase, this was from a percentage, a 20% purchase, they know that their purchase is going towards something that's valuable. And also this they can use in marketing to the end consumer. So it's a valuable marketing as well as just assurance for a lot of jewelers, and a lot of people enjoy using this in when they talk about their jewelry to end consumers. There are some other benefits that miners and traders can look at with blockchain. You can expect a higher price. There's more work put into blockchain. You have to input data. You have to have everyone on board in being able to document each gem as it goes along the supply chain. Repeat customers. I think when we're talking about business to business, there's a lot to be said for these business relationships that we build, and that customers can return, feel assured to return. They have a connection now. Blockchain beyond data gives a person-to-person connection. We choose, everybody uses blockchain differently. In our program, we choose to show people who the traders are. We choose to show people where the mines are. And that's not necessarily how everyone uses blockchain, but for our program where we are more brokers, that's the way that we use it in Virtue Gem. And you can market your own business. If you're a trader, you could market yourself in our program. And in mines, some of the mines that we're working with in Kenya are 25, 30 years old. They already have a good reputation. They already have logos. They can use this as well. And then here you can see an end piece of jewelry where you can, it's not just about telling the countries, it's about also telling the story. When somebody is able to go into the Provenance Proof blockchain, they can see an end piece of jewelry. They can see a story behind every element of the jewelry. So you could talk about the sustainability of the pearls in the pearl farms. You can talk about the gold miners in Colombia that this is from. So you could go and break down each area of the jewelry and see it all on blockchain and have the entire story to tell here. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan, and congratulations on launching Virtue Gem. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions coming your way. And I'm sure one of the questions people might be asking you is, you know, how do I get this in my country? So I think sort of bear that one in mind. I'll now hand it over to Lamayan.
Thank you. Thank you, Moza. I'm really excited to participate in the conference, and I would majorly discuss on the upstream sector, the ASM, the people on the ground, and majorly focus on the challenges that they face in the present supply chain. That does not include blockchain. So some of the challenges include informality. The sector is majorly informal, and due to the informality, they are unable to access. They are unable to access. They are unable to access the markets, international markets, and in between the supply chain, there are so many illegal dealers who often mishandle the gemstones that these ASM miners do mine, and they buy at very low prices, which they later sell them at higher prices. So you see, in the end, the miners don't actually benefit from. They do not actually benefit from what they are mining. So there's poverty, they are impoverished, yet they are the ones who produce these minerals. People from the downstream, they are the ones who actually benefit from these stones. So although it's not a solution, but informality, once you formalize the sector, it is a step forward towards promoting or streamlining the supply chain. The next challenge is majorly the market. So to access markets, blockchain will help, as Susan stated, blockchain will help to connect from the source to the consumers. It will tell the stories, and in the end, the consumers will know these gemstones come from Taita Taveta, from this specific miner. This mining environment is what is required. There is no forced labor or child labor, and the environment is well maintained. So the blockchain, as you give the stories within the blockchain, and every person within the chain is visible to the other, the cost of that gemstone, that specific stone, is visible to every person involved in the supply chain. So once the consumer sees that this stone comes from Taita Taveta, I bought it for $5,000, and the miner has received, for this stone, has received say $50. So you see, and the value is supposed to be around $1,000. So you see, the consumer will be able to ask, is this stone responsibly sourced? Yes or no? And then that will encourage people involved within the supply chain to actually promote responsible sourcing of the stones. So that is how blockchain will be able to help these artisanal miners in Kenya and Africa in general to be able to have the benefits of what they are mining. Yeah. So another thing is I would like to point out is blockchain will create transparency within the supply chain. So if there's transparency, there's always financial empowerment. So once these miners are financially empowered, they're able to improve their livelihoods, and the sector will eventually improve from artisanal to small scale, and later on maybe to large scale. So in the end, this will improve the whole industry. So who will be involved in this chain? This requires all stakeholders within the supply chain to collaborate. This will include the miners themselves, the dealers, government, the consumers, maybe the value addition, and all those involved within the chain. So once this the players within the supply chain collaborate, that will enable the use of blockchain technology to be successful. Otherwise, without collaboration, the technology will face a huge challenge to streamline the supply chain. So yeah, I would like to, maybe some of you may ask, so is this technology, has it been used before, maybe in Kenya or around our neighbors? Yes, it has, and it has been used in agriculture, in finance, in real estate. Like in Kenya, there's a startup called Technobrain. It's a technological consulting company that helps to track the supply of goods from Kenya to other countries or within Kenya, and the traceability, it helps in traceability of these goods, such that it helps in their main aim is to eliminate the use of batch codes, which the consumers are unable to verify. So once they use the blockchain platform, the consumers, maybe using a mobile application, they are able to verify that this is the actual good that I'm sourcing, and it came from this place. Yeah, the best quality that I wanted. Yeah, so that is one of the startups in Kenya that uses blockchain. And then there's this BHub. It's still under review. It's still currently being studied in a government incubator. But their main aim is they are trying to connect developers to the real estate demand. So if this area, there's a demand for real estate buildings, they are trying to connect to the developers. So the two can communicate within the blockchain platform in real time, so that they can negotiate and come up with solutions that they are seeking. And around, maybe I can mention in Uganda. There's a company that supply sorghum for breweries, and they are using blockchain. The company is using blockchain to connect the farmers who are bringing the raw materials, maybe the cassavas or the sorghum, to the brewery. They want to clean up their supply chain. So they want to know which farmers are bringing what raw materials to the company, and how much are they getting paid, and what is the situation of the farmer, is there child labor involved, all that, all the stories are included within the platform. So the company is able to track every batch of raw material, and this in turn will be able to know how much are these farmers earning. Is it beneficial to them? Are we buying at very low prices? Such things. So I think blockchain should be, here in Kenya, it has not been implemented in the mining sector, but I think as Susan just said, they are now starting to do it, and I think it should be implemented as much as possible in both in gemstone and gold and any other sector in the mining sector. So yeah, we are still in the initial stages, but I believe that we have a long way to go, and we are going to get there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lemai, for sharing that perspective. It sounds like you really do need to talk to Susan. Some of the things that Susan highlighted, including things like higher prices, because I think you mentioned your experiences is that miners get ripped off with very low prices. And maybe that's something that we'll unpack during the discussion section around how is it that blockchain enables higher prices for artisanal miners. Thank you also for sharing your, what's happening in terms of blockchain and other sectors. And maybe something that we can talk about in the discussion section is what other opportunities does blockchain create for entrepreneurs? What other ecosystem needs to fit around blockchain to actually work? But before we go into the discussion section, I'm very excited that Christina is able to provide a different perspective. So I've heard from Susan's experience and her work in Zambia, Malawi, and in Kenya. And now we can hear of Christina's experience with Moyo Gems in Tanzania. So over to you, Christina.
Are you able to see my screen? Okay, perfect. Right, so again, my name is Christina Villegas. I'm the Director of Mines to Markets program at PACT. We've been using blockchain in Tanzania and gemstone supply chains for about 2 years now. And I want to just offer some lessons learned and some impressions that we've had. So we work with artisanal gem miners. We also work with small scale, but it's mostly artisanal. So these are folks using shovels and picks and human strength to dig minerals out of the ground. These individuals are also about 8 hours from a capital city. And so it takes about 6 hours to drive to Tanga from Dar es Salaam. So 6 hours on good roads. And then about 2 to 3 hours on challenging roads to get to the villages that we work in. This particular village, this is my colleague Sostenis doing some signups for the program under a tree. Above this, the woman with the yellow scarf is a plastic cup. And that plastic cup holds a cell phone, because that in the trees and the tree branches is the only place where you get mobile phone connection in this village. One of the challenges is reaching those who are most disconnected from these international supply chains. And then second, making sure that there's actually data there in the villages, because in this case, there's not even mobile phone data. So that's some of the challenges we're working with. These are some of the miners that we work with. They're all wearing their masks, not to mine underground with, but for COVID purposes, they were wearing masks. I just wanted to show you, they're barefoot, using shovels and picks. And so I wanted just to make sure we all understand the conditions. So Moyo Gems, which I co-founded about 3 years ago in concept, and then 2 years ago, we actually launched it. We started using blockchain at our buying center. So about 4 times a year, all the miners come to a central location, and that's where they sell their gemstones. And you can see Salma here. She's both a leader of our partner association called Tawoma, and she's also a miner. And so she sells into the program too. And so she negotiates with our international traders. And then once she's successful, the stone is then uploaded to the blockchain. And this is Mama Eunice learning how to do the blockchain. It was a bit, our lesson was a bit rough in the beginning. Blockchain is a bit heavy technology. So there are other forms of traceability out there, let's be clear. Blockchain just gets a lot of attention, but there are a lot of other lighter technology options. And at first, it took 20 minutes to upload one stone. And we have thousands of stones that we were trying to get through. And so you can see, at first, blockchain was not a good option for us. But to the credit to where it's due, our technology partners quickly improved and changed that. And so now it just takes a few seconds to upload a gemstone into the blockchain. And at first, we had a woman from Kenya come down to Tanzania to help with the blockchain. And now our local partner, Tuoma, is uploading the gems themselves, which is really exciting. Just some downsides of blockchain. It depends where you are, but it can take a long time to load stones. So that's one thing we've been trying to get an app that can be used offline. And then when you get to a Wi-Fi source, then it can upload all the data magically. That's what we've been pushing for our different partners. Also, because blockchain, you can't correct mistakes. So, sometimes things are uploaded as a garnet when it might be a tourmaline, things like that. So these are kind of errors that if you know you're working with host communities, you should just be aware that sometimes things change because it was uploaded incorrectly, because of lack of knowledge or because they were in a hurry. One other thing that we've been thinking about is, how much information do we put on the blockchain? These are very vulnerable communities. They're out in the middle of nowhere. Some miners ask us, what is the internet? So how can they know, what they're consenting to? We have to work through all that. So we choose to only collect a few data points from the miners, and we only share a little bit with the blockchain because we want to protect their physical security and their information, because we have a duty of care. And so we want to make sure that, yes, they have signed consent forms, but is that truly informed consent? So we try to give them as much information as possible about how blockchain work, how the information is used, but then we also exercise extra responsibility by not putting everyone's information, including incomes. We do not reveal that information publicly or on the blockchain. But some really cool things about blockchain are we are starting to move to digital payments. So in mining, typically miners like to be paid in cash. Cash money, that's real. Digital payments, that can be not understood well. But the women asked us for digital payments because it is better for their security. They don't like carrying cash, and they can use mobile money to pay school fees, to pay for their local restaurant, even if they have a data in their data availability in their village. So we're moving towards that. If the miner wants to be paid in cash, we'll do that. They want to be paid in digital currency, we can do that. But blockchain helps us document that digital currency piece very well. Otherwise, it's literally a photo of the payment on someone's phone. So we take a digital picture of the M-Pesa or the Tigo Pesa documentation. So it kind of links things up very well. And with the digital payments and with this documentation of sales, we're also able to do things like offer credit histories or proxies for credit. So, artisanal miners are famously unbankable. They don't get loans and things like this. But if you can prove that someone's been selling into the system with a certain amount of production, you can prove that they're a reliable miner. And so we're experimenting with local banks using this credit history as this proxy as a credit history. So that's exciting from a development point of view to help create more opportunities for artisanal miners through local banks and other things. So those are just a few comments of our experience, the practicalities, and the good and the bad. Thank you for letting me join the panel.
Thank you so much, Christina, sharing the good and the bad. I won't say the ugly because gemstones are all very pretty. I think to pick on a point that Christina made, blockchain is an example of traceability. as one of the traceability schemes. And then to connect with the mine, your point about informality and the informalization of the sector and not having a lot of artisanal miners that are, for example, registered. So I'm going to pose my first question to you, Susan, trying to connect those two dots with the major theme of the conference, which is responsible sourcing, right? Is blockchain about traceability, or is there some way that it is encouraging and promoting responsible sourcing? Are they the same or are they different?
They're different, definitely different. But I think there's many links there that we don't necessarily think about. We had a women's conference in Virtue Gem where we just invited all the traders and the miners, and this kind of alludes to what everyone's been talking about. And one of the women said, I like that I can upload a gemstone virtually and I don't have to worry about some of the men, that come to the mine and take advantage of me and put me in danger. And also she said, and of course pricing. And so having the blockchain and using things virtually gives everybody a power. And I think that it kind of goes to globalization, right? Because we're talking about how things work now and how we work virtually. And blockchain's a part of this, but I think in globalization, people can be left behind. And when we have blockchain and we're showing the value and the relevance of everyone in the supply chain, it gives people a power so they aren't left behind. In globalization, it can go to put it again in different, it can go the right way or the wrong way. We want it to go the right way. Blockchain can be a tool. It doesn't, and everybody does use it differently. So people can, as Christina said, there's ways that you may not want to show everyone in the blockchain for their own safety. Or, there may be ways that you can do that that shows a responsibility or encourages responsibility through traceability. So there's ways to use it where you can do both. But no, traceability is important, but it doesn't, just because you can see something doesn't mean that it is, that everything there is right. What it does give you the ability to do is, if you go back to a mine, we're working now on bringing craft code to some of the mines, 2 in Kenya, 4 in Zambia, and 2 in Malawi, which is a standardization for the mines, and it's meeting mines where they are. So people who want to see in mines that there's safety equipment, and that's a part of responsibility, is how safe is that mine? You can, with blockchain and seeing where that mine is, you can see, we have the ability to go and ask the mine, do you have safety equipment? How is that working? So, so it gives you the ability to see where things are, if it's used that way. And if you're tracing back that clearly to the mine, because not all blockchain traces to the mine. Some blockchain, it only asks you to trace regionally. But I think the advantage is, if it goes to the mine, then there's opportunity to make things better. There's an opportunity to be responsible in sourcing. There's an opportunity to bring things along the supply chain in a better way.
Christina, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, sure. So Susan's right. Traceability does not mean responsibility. I'll say that again. Traceability does not mean responsibility. It only tells you, it can tell you its country of origin. It can tell you region of origin, potentially, if they've traced it that far. And it can tell you the mine of origin, again, if they've traced it that far. It doesn't tell you anything about the mine. It doesn't tell you if there's children everywhere. It doesn't tell you if there's armed groups there. But so traceability is a first step. Country of origin is the bare minimum that any buyer should know, any major brand should know, the bare minimum. Because from there, you can start asking questions. Okay, what is this country's challenges? How do we know this miner is not connected to those challenges? oh, it's a completely different geography. Oh, this person has craft, that kind of thing. But traceability won't tell you that. It'll just be the first step to start asking other questions. I'll just share my screen again. I'll just show you one thing. So we worked with every miner within the Moyo GEMS program to abide by 5 rules. And one of the rules is that you have to have legal license. And you have to be proving that you're on a legal mine. And you can be on someone else's mine and just make sure you have a formal agreement. And that's what this woman's signing here. I, Musa, I'm working on Christina's mine. My license number is la la la, expires la la la. Signed Musa, signed Christina. So we had that paperwork separate from the blockchain. We have everything documented, and then blockchain just digitally documents it. So it's not a silver bullet. It's just a documentation of all the work you did before, all the good stuff, all the due diligence you've done. And people can put whatever they want on blockchain. So some people might lie and say, they have a perfect mind, and the blockchain doesn't know if that's a lie. But that's why just because it's on the blockchain, people should still ask questions. They should still ask for proof. They should still understand what are that mind's challenges. Because you can be fooled on blockchain, but then you need other proof points as well. So I just want to say that most of the work we do is with people. It's not with technology. Most of the work we do is with the miners, and blockchain just documents that.
Thank you so much, Christina. Lamai, keen to bring you back into the conversation. There is a question in the chat, not specifically looking at blockchain, but maybe first I'll look at it in the context of blockchain. Lamai, from your experience, and you said there's a lot of unscrupulous, it's very covert, it's very backdoor, government has no oversight or visibility of what's going on. Where do you see, should the government be fitting somewhere in the blockchain ecosystem? Should there be policies in place? What's your perspective on that?
I think the government should be involved in the blockchain environment, because there's a lot of illegal dealings that is going on. And once the government is involved, it will help, it will even incentivize the blockchain providers, the providers to continue working with the people on the ground so that they can streamline that the supply chain. And regarding the question, how can the government involvement? So once the government is involved, studies the use of blockchain, I'm sure it will agree with me that it will be able to trace these minerals. In the end, it will help the miners, and it will also earn the royalties that the mining sector should provide to the government. So I think the government should definitely get involved. Yeah.
And so what kind of role, and maybe Christina, because I think you, in your project, you have some level of involvement with the government. So what potential role can government play in sort of the blockchain ecosystem, considering that there's issues around privacy of data and those kinds of things?
Yeah, that's a good question. They can create data privacy guidelines for their communities, recognizing that, yes, this is some of the most vulnerable people on the planet. Local government would be best placed to work with these supply chain initiatives to create those parameters. What is good enough information, and what information should not be shared. I think the government has a huge role to play, the county or even national government, on turning your regional mining offices into service centers, helping miners understand the different standards out there. What is craft? what does that have to do with me? What's the first step in that? Can I please get this in Swahili? That kind of thing. So they can help educate miners on what do international buyers want? What are the supply chain systems in the area that they can possibly connect to? And then there are also an opportunity for the government to be directly involved. They can host these supply chain initiatives. They can be the ones uploading to the blockchain if they'd like, because for Moyo, it didn't make financial sense for us to pay for a staff person to do the blockchain. We're doing lots of other things. So we had a volunteer doing the blockchain for a long time. And then now we have a Tuoma staff member doing, Tuoma's our local association partner. They're doing blockchain now. But the government could do it. It just takes maybe a 30-minute tutorial and a couple of tries, and then you're an expert. So I think there's lots of ways the government can really lean in to the responsible sourcing agenda by helping translate the different standards, the different opportunities there are, and connecting these miners to the different opportunities.
Thank you so much, Christina, for that. Susan, in your presentation, you talked about blockchain being a new business model, and you went into countries like Zambia and Malawi where blockchain didn't exist. What were some of the challenges, and looking at blockchain as a thing that forms trust or enables trust between the buyer and the seller? If you think about the gemstone business, a lot of people would buy their stones through somebody that they know. They travel into the country, they want to see it, they want to look at it in detail. How is that trust being now facilitated through blockchain platforms? And are you seeing the same level of, is it increasing market access to miners that never had international market access?
I think, yes, and the virtual sales is definitely business to business. Virtual sales is a big change. And it's, the blockchain is integrated in that. I think it's changed so many ways in business to business for the gem traders and the miners to have access directly to jewelers. And it's not, we're not cutting out the source country traders. We're relying very heavily on our association partners in each country that we're working in. We're relying very heavily on our the experienced gem traders that have already have international experience. And we're relying heavily also on the cutters that we're working with to make this work. So the change has given more opportunity because there were we do get variant levels of people that are trading. So we're relying on the experienced traders, but we're also going to the miners that are the most vulnerable, that may not have already known that there are websites internationally where you can sell things directly, where we talk about what this means and what this could mean. So it is a change and it is a disruption to the way that things have been done. I mean, the gems are now held in source country for a longer percentage of the supply chain, so bringing more benefit back, rather than a gem being taken from just, the mine site straight to Bangkok and being cut there, and then, or going to India and then maybe going through, 3 different countries before a jeweler even sees it. So this change is, I think it's a benefit. I think it's been very welcome by the traders, especially, who sometimes in the industry, frankly, are hidden on purpose because somebody along the supply chain doesn't want you to know where they're getting that gem from. So they can't, they can have propriety over that source. And so I think this is welcome. I think the transparency is new, so we do need to discuss it. But I think it's welcome. And I think the virtual sales business to business is here to stay. There are a number of platforms opening up everywhere internationally now to have business to business gemstone sales. So it's here to stay. And I think that with people have to see what there is to offer, and they have to make choices about what's best for them. And I think all the transparency that we bring, you know, to this can help people make the right decisions for themselves, so that the gem traders can say, do I want to be on this? I think we need transparency in the actors in the supply chain so that people can price accurately for the business and for where they are in that supply chain, to understand what the different levels of pricing are in the supply chain, I think is important. With blockchain, you can at least see how many hands it goes through and why those hands are necessary. So I think there's a lot that it's a big learning curve for everybody to learn how to sell business to business virtually, but it's here to stay.
And maybe one for all of you before I kind of go into, I guess, closing remarks and hearing your feedback of where this is all going. We tend to focus, when you think about blockchain, we just think about the platform. Christina, you brought in the point around it's enabling opportunities for credit histories, and hopefully that will allow miners to get access to finance. What else is blockchain enabling in terms of just like the entrepreneurial environment? You know, for example, I know stories of you need to get the professional photographer to come and get the photos, so that's creating other, you know, other opportunities there. So what else is this ecosystem supporting besides just thinking about the blockchain and the miner and the supplier and the specific people in that ecosystem?
Perhaps I can go first. I think, first of all, it's bringing the name of the miner and what the supply chain actually looks like to so many people who didn't know they wanted to know that. And when you have a program that actually improves conditions at the mine and in the community, people want to know that. And so I think it's part of a really interesting storytelling that you can do if you're actually making change on the ground. If you're not, again, you're just tracing, and it's a supply chain program. It's not a responsible sourcing program. So I think so first of all, it's showing the face of the miner, sometimes literally, and sometimes just even acknowledging where it comes from, and that the community where it comes from is revolutionary. The second thing I think is really exciting, in addition to the development opportunities that we've been thinking about, is we are changing the power dynamics of the sector. I just want to take a step back and recognize that. You know, you have the ASM associations in Zambia leaning in with Susan and her team at Virtue leading this thing. You don't have some kind of colonial model where someone comes in from outside and buys the stuff and then sends it in a secret way. You have ASM associations and miners themselves having a new powerful role in this space. I think that's so exciting and so overdue. I just want to celebrate that. So in Moyo, we co-designed the program with the women themselves in an old schoolhouse, and they told us what they wanted and they told us how to do it, and we negotiated. And we also have local brokers as part of the system too, and they are recognized and they benefit and they love being part of it because we also use their skills. But I just want to kind of recognize that power dynamic. And then third, we're adding value to these gemstones. These are beautiful stones already. They are selling already, but now you can sell at a better price because you are telling stories. Your real, authentic stories. Again, buyers should make sure they're real. We're adding value by performing due diligence. For responsible supply chains, you need to make sure that you align with the OECD due diligence guidelines. And so that's performing due diligence. That doesn't really happen in other supply chains. We're also telling the story of where it comes from and telling the story of what happens when you buy at better prices. We see it as adding value, which is why gemstones usually sell within a band, allowable sales band. We sell at the top of that band because our gems are beautiful, but also because we're adding value through that traceability and due diligence. And just a side note, we just had a pilot market where we focus on low value stones. So, you know, normally we only buy about 10% of the gemstones from the miners, which, you know, they're the best quality gems, but it's only about 10% of what they have. We wanted to really experiment in the low value market because that's how you change someone's life, if you can buy all her stones. And we're doing that. So we just did a successful pilot where our partner, Tawoma, the Tanzanian Women Miners Association, had a little booth at the market day where Moyo gems are bought and sold. Had a little booth. We were supporting them to do all the documentation. No blockchain yet, but as a step. And they're doing direct sales to different jewelers and getting the 10% fee as a little income stream for them. And so as they get more and more you know, sophisticated with their exports and get the quantity up and things like that, it'll be a large income stream. And again, that's kind of helping change the power dynamic and really putting African miners and African leaders front and center where they should be.
It's exciting. I look forward to seeing what the impact is. And you're right, you know, 80 to 90% is low value, and that's potentially where you can really have a huge economic impact for miners. We've only got a few minutes left, so I think I'm just going to ask each of you to kind of give closing remarks. Lamine, I'll ask you to kind of give closing remarks. And in your closing remarks, I'd really like you to focus on where is this going? Where is this going to be? I mean, Susan said it's here to stay, right? You know, Tucson might start again next year, but there will still be a huge number of platforms, I think, around the world. So Lamine, in your perspective and in your closing remarks, and I'll just give you each 1 or 2 minutes, where is this going?
I believe this is here to stay. And as Susan said, we're in the digital world. So we are trying to get from the physical to digitize every business. So it is here to stay and we should not be left behind. And in these platforms, we are trying to expose the miners themselves to the international markets. And when we do that, we promote their earning abilities. We enhance their earning abilities, which in turn will improve their communities. So I think, I believe it is here to stay and we should promote it as much as we can. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Lamine. I have a little bit of a bias. My friends, in our meetings, we call it voodoo sometimes when we're talking about, which is for us bias. So and Kenya is a tech hub. So it would be great to see Kenyan developers creating blockchain platforms that, you know, African miners can actually use, and the whole ecosystem around the logistics of moving things and all of that. Susan, over to you for your closing remarks.
Yeah, so it is here to stay. And I think by the time Tucson rolls around again, everyone will be there in person, but maybe they'll be more familiar now with the mines and more familiar with the kind of conditions and what gems are coming out of what mines and what areas in Kenya, in many different countries. And when they go to Tucson, maybe now, because they've been virtually learning so much, they can see Tucson through new eyes and with the knowledge of blockchain, with traceability, with transparency, with understanding, they'll see Tucson in a different way. And that's kind of my hope, because we need to be able to look at things differently to have responsible sourcing. And this year with all the virtual disruption, I think we're on the right path.
I think that's exciting. I really like that. They'll look at Tucson in a different way. That's excellent. And Christina, over to you for your final remarks.
Sure. So Tucson is the world's largest gem show. And that's why we keep talking about Tucson, like the world is there. So you have literally every country in Africa, all 52, they're selling their gemstones directly to the public, but also to international traders and others. So my advice is still go to Tucson, because it's great networking. It's great exposure, and you can meet new people because we cannot do everything digitally. We can accomplish so much digitally, but those networks still matter. And so, you know, the international traders, they play a really important role in, you know, moving gemstones from host country to, you know, within the host country as well, or within regions. Let's be clear. They really market the gemstones. I think the first thing that ASM associations should really focus on is working on improving conditions and then perhaps directly exporting, but working hand in hand with international traders. And you meet them by going to these different conferences. So Susan has an amazing one in Chicago every year. It's a must attend. It's actually where we started Moyo, in Chicago and in Tanzania. Still go. It's a different, you know, you meet different kinds of people. And so exporting is a skill in itself. Marketing is a whole different skill. And so that's why I think the international traders will continue to be really important because they are good at that and they can reach lots of different people. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Susan, Lamine, and Christina for sharing your wisdom, your insights on blockchain, which is certainly here to stay, and hopefully it's creating more access and more opportunities and improved livelihoods for artisanal miners. So thank you to the panelists, thank you to the participants. I'll now hand over to Hannah.
Ooh. Musa, thank you very much. I feel that we should have had a day on blockchain only. You got a clap from my ASM Miners, Musa, because of saying Kenya is a tech hub and more should be developed here. Lemayan, I hope you've taken the challenge, you and your peers. And so this has been a fantastic, fantastic session, just like all the others we've had the whole day. I just want to really sum it up in brief. I know some of us have been seated for a long time. We started in the morning just looking at what really it means. What is this responsible sourcing? What does it mean for us around trust? And that was a big issue in the room. And I think one of the takeouts from that session is that there are many drivers towards really traceability. And the conversation has gone building on each other, even to this last part. But one of the key drivers that was highlighted is that now you have a consumer who is very conscious about what they're purchasing. Secondly, you have companies that are purpose-driven, that you have, whether it's mining companies, whether it's companies, the Tiffany's, the Cartiers, very purpose-driven. They want to leave things better than they found. Again, you've listened to the conversations, the initiatives around due diligence. There are quite many. And I'm like, okay, so which one do you select? 400 pages. Who is going to sit through that to pour through just compliance? How do we make it easier for local markets, gemstone and gold markets, for artisanal small scale mining, just to comply with some of those standards? I don't think it's 400 pages that we require. And I like what some of you are bringing, that some of the frameworks you have built have been together with local communities, and it goes a long way. Then you're not putting something out there that will never get used by them. And then we went forward to just look at how we encourage the youth to be part of sustainable mining. And I think, again, the issue, the cost of compliance, just accessing finance for the youth is a big disincentive. However, and I'm going to take it back to Audrey and Donga and say they never gave us solutions. They gave us more problems than they did solutions. So I would like to hear, and I will take the conversation further with them to say, how do we incentivize the youth to be really champions and catalysts of sustainable mining? There's very many platforms around the SDGs, around climate change issues, around building, rehabilitating mines, things that the youth can get involved in. How do we make sure that they're part of it? And then we listened to just how the role of women, and allow me just to read. Georgette's presentation did catch my eye, that women play a role as mediators, as post-conflict redevelopment, community cohesion. And when you look at the role of a woman culturally in Africa, she plays such a fundamental role that it is a no-brainer she will be used to forge peace in her community. And I think Georgette said to us, focus on the opportunities. Very optimistic. Yes, there's many challenges. We don't refuse. And even some of the women here did talk about them. Going to the mine, the issue of accessing water, the issue of security and safety, but bottom line is women have told you we'll continue. We remain resilient. We will work towards ensuring that we do a good job as miners, as women in mining. But also something fundamental that was highlighted is that formalization may not be entirely good for women. And it's a conversation I'd want to dig deeper into, maybe even just see why that is the case. Maybe if we formalize, we'll find that women will fall off or will not want to be part of that process. I don't have the answers and the reasons to why that is, but one approach that was proposed is that we have a progressive form of formalization. And I really like that as a way forward. And that women are taking personal empowerment more importantly than economic empowerment. Very, very profound. And then we went to just highlight what are the issues around artisans and really global markets connecting to artisans and what barriers are there. What platforms are there to be used, the global, they're calling it the Gemstone and Jewelry platform by Dr. Carter. And really just many initiatives that can be used to ensure that there are market linkages. And of course, lastly, blockchain. I'm still awed. It's I will say honestly, something I wouldn't say I understood, but I have a different insight towards it following this conversation. The fact that it's fetching higher prices is a long way. I like the issue that is being raised, that it will have a multiplier effect to other services, photography around it. Look at what in other industries will crop up around blockchain. Really the issue of sensitization, and who are we sensitizing? Government to understand that you can regulate, it is okay to have blockchain, that I know there's a lot of skepticism around blockchain, particularly, let me say, in Kenyan government, and I say that with great trepidation, but I think there's a lot of sensitization yet to be built around the area. And so without repeating what has been said, my key takeaways is three things. We educate, we create awareness around ensuring that mine to market, the issues of transparency and traceability is about building awareness. Secondly is knowledge sharing. And we've said, again, this knowledge sharing will need data. We'll need a lot of information. Where are we collecting it from? Who has the information? Where is it centralized? And thirdly, collaborate. Co-design frameworks, initiatives that really are meaningful towards having this conversation. And I just want to say that I am making a commitment that the conversation will not end here. as AWIC, as key partners that have come to support us, GIA, Base Titanium, Pact, many of you, I mean, Susan, you have supported us in the past with Chicago Jewelry. We will continue having the conversation. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without much further ado, I want to welcome our patron, Mrs. Betty Gikonyo. She also sits on the board of the Association of Women in Mining in Africa, AWIMA. She's a miner in her own right. She's a brainchild of AWIC, and she carries us with a lot of passion, more of a mother than a patron. And so I want her to make closing remarks and also give a vote of thanks. Welcome, Betty.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, ladies and gentlemen all over the world. Good evening, how are you doing? As Hannah has rightfully put it, my name is Betty Gikonyo. I sit as the AWIC patron in Kenya, but also a founder member. And I represent AWIC in the AWIMA platform. And all the items that you have discussed today are the principles behind which we founded AWIC, ranging from what our president, Georgette, talked about conflict and the woman handling the conflict, and up to what Lemayan has said about illegal mining. And Ivan in the morning articulated the legislation and the need for people to be integrated with the respective legislators, to everything, to technology, to the usage of waste gems, safety, you name it. You have articulated it today, all the participants and the people that have talked today. You have all touched on the angles for which AWIC was founded by a group of 10 women. And the journey doesn't stop. Every day is a new page. And today we've had a lot about the blockchain, like Hannah says, something new, interesting, worth discussion. And maybe we have a day for that particular item so that we can better understand how it works. I would like to give all thanks to God, all honor and glory to God for his mercy and love for Africa at joining us with all these minerals and gems. For between the world and Africa, I think most of them, be it gold, be it colored stones, and all other minerals, the bounty is in Africa. And that's why the Scramble for Africa brought this knowledge and information. Where do we find what? Where are the reserves? And going forward, the beauty we possess in Africa and across the world, in the universe, is because God has given us this opportunity and privilege to keep sick for him. I would like to give thanks to the participants from approximately 200 countries globally. No, 200, more than 200 participants from about 41 countries and more from around the world. You can imagine somebody in LA, the clock is upside down to the person in Nairobi, the Far East, and they've kept their faces, straight smiles all day on their feet to join the forum and have a very, very beautiful discussion. And the wealth of information that each and every one of you carries is a gift to Africa today as we put together buyers and sellers and miners and brokers, teachers that take us from one point to another to understand how is the other person doing it differently that we can't. Thank you for staying awake and joining us. And thank you for really, I cannot start to imagine where we're going to store this information so that it's an archives that we can always plug in when we need it to put it to use, rather than just storage staying in the media banks and not being utilized. You are one amazing team. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to give My special thanks to women of great substances across Africa who are in mining. Thank you so much for weathering the storms of politics, the storms of conflict, the storms of domestic situations, because those are not always very rosy, the storms of terrorism, ignorance, but each and every one of them, you've come out very powerful to deliver these colored stones that are bringing joy to the world, exchange of love items, the beauty that our princesses I saw from Turkana today, adorned in very, very beautiful jewels. This is really an appreciation that women, you're doing something great. And you are undoubtedly our first partner and you're our main sponsor. Let me put it this way, maybe the first most important, strong and powerful tool to our united success as women joining the rest of the world who come to buy, who come to teach us, who come to partner and sponsor with us.
Betty, you're on mute. You've muted yourself. Rather unmute.
Or is it this afternoon? Actually, it is this morning. The PS of mining, you are one of our greatest sponsor, our best partner of all times. There's not a day that we knock on your door that you do not respond in a very positive manner. Thank you for helping us to navigate our way through the act. Even when we have told you that some women have no access to internet, like some of the members expressed today, Wi-Fi, internet is a big issue out there. You have provided a way, a formula by giving your regional mining officers to us. They've walked the journey with us on the ground, facilitating markets. Every time we have asked you for markets for a particular item, you never shied away to going out of your way to find these markets for us. We have enjoyed a very conducive working atmosphere with you. And we pray that we continue in this same way to make mining and the knowledge of gemstones and demystifying the entire spectrum to the world. We're very grateful to you, our dear PS. On behalf of your Ministry of Mining and the Kenya government, we have nothing but respect and special thanks for you. Our special thanks also to our ever-present partners and sponsors who also always respond in very positive ways. Starting with base titanium, I get lost for words when I describe the kind of partnership and the support and sponsorships that we receive from them. We have stones that nobody has ever known what they're called, but anytime we've called on base, can you help us go and research and find out what is this stone? How can these women add value to it? What do they do with their West gems? I mean, base titanium is not mining for gemstones, but they've never turned their backs on us. They've always said, sure, welcome through the door. Let's see, how can we do this together? How can we help you to get to where you want to go? And we're very grateful to base titanium. We cannot ignore UN Women because they actually were the first people to come on the table and tell us, listen, if you guys put yourself together and form an association, we'll be there to help you through it. And they were the first sponsor through the door. And we are who we are this far because of the trust that UN Women bestowed on us. Thank you to GIA. You've been very good partners. I remember at the last Gem and Jewelry, you came with ideas how different miners can use different methods of mining, eradicating offensive, toxic usage of certain materials to add value to gold and other things. And for this, we're very grateful to you, and we will come here on board to stay. Don't go away. We need you even longer. Extractive barazas, you've given us many forums where we sit and interact with each other and be able to articulate the issues around mining. Open society, thank you very much. Women in Mining in the UK and the Jewelry Magazine, we are extremely grateful for your support and for being part and parcel of the Association of Women in Extractives. We cannot ignore our panelists today. I mean, you guys were over the top. Our moderators, our participants, our panelists, our presenters. Even when technology tried to blackmail you, you still stayed the course. Patiently waiting and putting it to order so that it can function and you can put your message out there. I am so proud of you and I'm extremely grateful. And as the association, we do not take it for granted. But even so, the wealth of knowledge that you have impacted on us today, I could probably only say it in Swahili to send a very strong message home. Asanteni sana, you were the best ever. And this may be a virtual conference, but I don't think that God intended for COVID to come and stay. It's definitely going away sooner than you know. So I would want that opportunity. You come back and physically visit Kenya. And you know, the last team that just presented, you talked about touching that stone, feeling it, seeing where it's from, looking at the women straight in the face, looking at their hands, the creases that tell a story more than that gem that is adorning your ears or your pendant or your ring, to know the journey your stone has traveled. It would be great for you come and feel it with us, but also enjoying our fantastic cuisine. And you can imagine Kenya being with a coastline and an influence from Asian fusion, from our history and our traditional colonial masters, the English. We have fantastic food, game parks, 5-star hotels in the middle of the bush. 1 minute an elephant is brushing itself against your tent. The next minute you're being told you're having your breakfast next to where you saw the leopards yesterday feasting on an antelope. We have beautiful game parks. And as God would have it, we always say that he has a very strange sense of humor. The best gemstone, which is our severite in Kenya, is it.
So Betty was in the middle of telling you how you'll enjoy a leopard and see your gemstone from the Tsavo National Park. That's why it's called a Tsavorite. Betty, are you back? And we've lost her completely. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, I think that I will wrap it up, but there's one person I just want to acknowledge their presence. I won't ask them to speak. Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Taita Taveta, Ms. Majala Mlagui, has been on the call. I just want to recognize that she was there. We're in Taita Taveta. It's her jurisdiction. And just to let you know that she's a great supporter of the mining community, having been a miner herself in the past. So I want to say in Kiswahili, asante sana. It means thank you very much. Have a good day, have a good afternoon, have a good evening, have a good night. And thank you for participating in GEMS Africa 2021 virtual conference. And see you next year. for something bigger and better. Thank you.